X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Show you how. Well, what do we have here but a bunch of little white names? Actually, not that many white names, mostly blue names, vibing it up in my chat. How are you all doing today? Hello. It's late and a school night. I'm sorry to hear that, Apillo. Hopefully you'll still be able to stick around for the juiciest segments of the stream. Hi there, everybody. Hello. Hi, how are you doing? Snowmo, how are you doing? Gazagato, hello. Apillo, good to see you. Resting Studios, how are you? Thank you for the donation earlier. Volfina, hello. Sumiko, how are you doing? Midnight Kitty Boy, good to see you. The Big NB, what is up? Brain Hurts, good to see you, of course, one of our lovely mods. Raz Triton, one of our amazing mods once again. Hello there. Howdy there, Dendrago, Exoskeletal Patchwork, hello. Guys, what's up? Potato Sham Cakes, how are you? Panic Stasis, what's up? Borp. We got some memers over in YouTube chat. What's up, everybody? You talking about the PED0S today? Ho, you better believe I am. Though it'll be a bit more nuanced than that. I'm excited to be able to talk about my opinion on this particular subject on a platform that lets you express it with more than 240 letters. Thank you for the donos, by the way, guys. I'll read them all in a moment. Smite them. Nah, we're going to be good faith, my lovely people. Good faith. Good faith. Good faith. All right? Hey, Avalon of Babylon. Good to see you.
By the way, mods, pretty much every account that has the little clock next to it, you're going to want to be on top of keeping an eye on and immediately banning them if they engage in suspicious behavior. Just got into some pretty spicy drama on Twitter with pedophiles, and they are very prone to raiding streams, like hate raids and whatnot. So definitely be on top of it, mods. You guys remember the command, I assume. We've already got one in chat right now. So let's start with that one. Yeah, so that person is very clearly someone to block, Brain Hurts. There you go. See? Yep, there you go. Good shit. Zach Lee Wright, you've already been unbanned. I literally wrote you were unbanned, like, all the way up in the chat. Dendrago, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind, very pog. I will, like I said, read donos in a minute. I just want to say hello to everybody. What's up, Wingo? Hey there, Coin Dog. Cryptid T, how are you doing? The Big NB, what is up? How are you? Hello, One Piece, thank you for the $6. Boy Leo 19, how are you? Sear, what's up? Puffle Cakes, how are you doing? Yo, hey everybody. Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I will admit, last night was so bizarre. I was about to go to bed, and I started to feel this rumbling in my stomach, and I decided it would be best, like, not to risk it and to, like, go and vomit. Like, go and be ready to vomit, and I ended up fucking vomiting for a while. I was pretty sick last night. Nuggies? No, I hadn't eaten anything, really, so it was really just like stomach acid. It was very unpleasant. I hadn't really eaten much. So that was a little weird. I was kept up pretty late last night, so I slept in a lot today, but now I have returned. I woke up with a headache today. Thankfully, no headaches today. I actually feel pretty good right now. As a matter of fact, I got a nice chilled Monster Energy fresh out of the fridge, freshly cracked open right here to take a sip from. It's because of the weed, break the habit, addict. I haven't smoked weed today. I might take my first hit of the day later tonight, but we'll see. Glad you're feeling better, Zan. I've been sick too, something going around. Really? It could be like a fucking flu. Isn't it like coming up to like flu season? And there are different types of flus, like respiratory illnesses and like illnesses of like your gut, right? Doesn't weed tend to settle stomachs? Does for me, at least. Yeah, people who are super anti-weed are really cringe about it, and they kind of do like the, you know, the meme where it would be like, where like teenagers would post the meme where it's like, hey mom, my arm is broken, and the mom would be like, it's because of that damn phone or whatever. That weed haters are like that, where if you express any health problem whatsoever, they'll be like, it's that damn weed, you gotta stop smoking weed. You know, oh, you threw up? Must be because of weed. Even though I hadn't smoked weed that day. Hey, Brain Hurts. I don't know if I've said hi to you yet. Hello, Bisudu. Howdy, howdy. We got a few new people coming in, or not new people, a few more people coming in. Hey, what's up? Here, really quickly, I am going to read the donos really fast and add them up to the dono goal, and then we're going to have a fantastic, beautiful time working our way into the segments. I think what we'll do is I'll cover one spicy, exciting segment first, and then move on to the lolicon topic. I don't know if I want to front load the stream too much with what many of you are super excited to see me talk about today. Don't know if I want to front end it that much. Come on now. Give us the spice. Oh, there's going to be a lot of juice, a lot of spice. Spice and juice just squirting all over the place. It's going to be amazing. Oh, yeah. Lube up first, guys. It's going to be awesome. One Piece 34, thank you for the $6. I really appreciate that. And sent a video once again. Said, I do prefer when people do not donate me videos, I will say, because it is very frustrating to get through donos when people are sending me videos. Hard to keep focused, hard to keep on track, and typically I prefer if people donate videos when it comes to media share. So I'm going to ask that you guys kind of cut down on that. And by that I mean I will no longer be watching the video links you guys send if it's just like another Sonic video. I'm sorry, but like I'm not going to keep doing this. I've let the Sonic memes go on for way too long. All right, we will do a media share stream soon, but if you're gonna do the Sonic memes, they have to be completely restricted to the media share stream, so you guys just spam me with shit tons of Sonic videos, okay? That you can do. But for normal streams, when people are donating and I'm trying to cover politics and trying to keep on topic, I very much appreciate if you guys don't spam me with, or particularly you, One Piece 34, if you don't spam me with the Sonic clips. But I do appreciate the $6, and I will watch this clip first.
Unhand him!
Obviously, this isn't Sonic, but One Piece sends a lot of meme videos like this.
What is wrong with Lars?
That wasn't too bad. That was actually pretty funny. I do appreciate the $6, One Piece. Thank you very, very much. And of course, I will be doing a media share stream soon-ish, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you guys will be able to inundate me with videos then. I've already got a massive backlog of videos I need to watch as well. So if you guys donate through media share anytime between now and then, those videos get added to the backlog that I have to watch when I do my next media share stream, which is on top of everything that you donate during the media share stream. So it's going to function like kind of a subathon. It's going to be insane. I got a lot of videos in the media share queue from the last, like, year, I think. So yeah, backlog. True, backlog kind of sounds like a word for shit, you know? Like a log that comes out of your back. It's a backlog. You know what I'm saying? All right. Dendrago, thank you for the $5. Very kind, very based, very poggers of you. Says, Streamly WoW update. Rogue is at 20 now. Leatherworking up in the mid-100s. Going to work on Warrior tomorrow to catch them up and make some new weapons. Hell yeah, Dendrago. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, I am a degenerate who plays World of Warcraft. Particularly classic World of Warcraft. Particularly classic Wrath of the Lich King Classic. And I am playing as a human warrior on the US server Pagle, P-A-G-L-E. I highly recommend that anybody who's interested in playing WoW and needs somebody to play with comes to my server, as I am trying to build a guild. I'm at level 75, nearly halfway through level 75 actually, and just continuing to grind, just keeping it going, just keep on pushing, you know. And I want to get enough people on. Right now we've got about 10 people, I'd say, not counting me, that have joined already, and that's just from one stream of me shilling for the WoW guild. So we're actually growing pretty fast. So if you want to join and you want to be a part of the guild I'm trying to build, because I do want to build like a full-on legit WoW guild, then yeah, consider joining. Leveling's a little bit of a time investment. You can get a level boost, though you'll learn your character better by leveling all the way from 1 to 80 without level boosting to 70. And once you get to max level, the game stops being so no-lifey. You know, it starts to be like, oh, let's all... Is it expensive? It's $15 a month. You don't pay anything other than the subscription fee for Classic. You get all the Classic versions, included with your $15 a month subscription, period. So you get Classic World of Warcraft, the TBC Classic servers, and they make fresh ones, and Waddle K servers. You get all three of those when you, just for the $15 a month sub. That's what I have. I'm not even buying Dragonflight. I'm literally just paying the $15 a month and enjoying my Classic. Is Blizzard better? Is the economy tanked by gold farmers still? TBC was so bad. Honestly, it's been amazing so far. Even those that are like typically very negative towards Blizzard in regards to their game launches have had to give them credit for where credit's due, you know? Like, compared to what it was like going through the Dark Portal, oh my god. There were like twice as many people on the boat with me to Borean Tundra from like Stormwind Harbor on the first trip to Northrend, and it was like a river of people flooding onto the boat, like twice as many people as there were going through the dark portal on my server. And when we went through the dark portal, the server was breaking, crashing, getting kicked, waiting in queue, people lagging back and forth. Like, it was horrible. People frozen in place. It was really bad. It was a rough launch for TBC. Waddle K was smooth as butter. People weren't really lagging. You got occasional rubber banding from other players, but rarely for yourself, at least in my experience. I had to wait through at the most like a 10-minute queue during peak hours, and that was with thousands of people waiting. They were like, the servers can fit a lot of people. They were pretty stable. I got kicked once or twice, and that's it during the launch, and I was able to immediately rejoin. Like, within 10 seconds I was back in the game, so it was no problem. I have to say, probably the most stable Blizzard game launch in modern time. Smooth like butter? Yep. Smooth like butter indeed. Butter is smooth. What are you talking about? You implying butter isn't smooth? I've heard of Turtle WoW. I'm personally more invested in my character on live servers. I think it's a little bit, I feel like my accomplishments matter a little bit more as much as they can in a video game. But good shit, Dendrago. Thank you for the $5, and I'm glad to hear the update. Witch Night Melody, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Kind. Says, YouTube link, not a Sonic meme, but a WoW story about how Moonsty destroyed an obnoxious and not based guild by the name of Raging Rhino Rampage. Content warning, slur mentions. I don't know if I can watch this unless it's like how I killed an entire WoW guild. Oh, this is someone telling the story of how they killed like a racist WoW guild. That does sound pretty funny. I think I'll save that for later in the stream if I have time. I have a lot of segments to cover today, and someone does want to debate me tonight, so I don't want to make any promises because I couldn't even confirm. I can't even promise I'll be able to do that debate tonight because I got 10 topics on my whiteboard here for us to cover, okay? I kind of want to spoil them so I can express to you how many there are. Yeah, 10 topics. That's right. Debate, how long's it been since you debated? I debated about a month ago. I do it fairly often. Also, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but when I'm not streaming, I'm getting into arguments all the time. Like, or not even arguments, but I'm generally, like, getting into disagreements with friends that are not super politically leaning, and then basically having a debate, but wherein I convince them. So I do stuff like that in private plenty. I don't... Like, most of my debate is not on stream, personally. Hi, Xanderhall. How's it been? It's been pretty good, Wheezy T. How are you? Average debate, bro. True, I can't take my mind off the debating. I'm in the calls with my friends, and I'm debating them over, whether or not honey mustard is good. It is. Debate me. Cat girls, dog girls, bunny girls. Note they are all moms and not furries. I'm sorry, but any girl with an animal prefix before it typically tends to be furry stuff, in my view. Maybe my definitions are a little bit too tight. Tell that good one. Honey mustard is fire. Oh my god, it is. Okay, Hyper's in chat if you're from Florida. Chat? Hyper's in chat if you're from Florida and you've been to Publix and you've gotten a chicken tender sub from the Publix deli aisle with extra honey mustard. Fucking, I literally, like, my eyes light up when I see one of those things, and I I haven't seen a Publix in years, so I haven't had one, but God, I just got reminded of their existence. Thank you to whoever mentioned honey mustard in the chat. I think I mentioned honey mustard, actually. Was it me who mentioned honey mustard first, or you guys? I can't remember. Regardless, though, thank you for the meme, Witch Night Melody, and thank you for the $5. Pufflecakes, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Rusting Studios. Says more color in chat. That is a $10 tier 2 gifted sub. Thank you so goddamn much. I appreciate it, and I'm sure that Rusting Studios appreciates it too. Thank you, Pufflecakes. Pufflecakes always tends to come into chat and just end up being the goat of donations for the whole stream. Very, very common. Not unheard of. Many are saying this. And then once again, Pufflecakes drops 3 tier 1 gifted subs, gifted to Bisudu, the Axolotl, and Infernal 216. Thank you so much. That is $15 Redinos right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Didn't even say anything. Just dropped 3 gifted subs and said nothing. Absolute Chad behavior. And Rusting Studios' final donation with a $5 tip to the streamer says, I was the one that commented about how they nearly ruined Rebecca for me, and now I'm getting constant updates. Please make this stop. Haha, you can't escape it. Sorry, this is the discourse. This is the discourse, my friends. It be what it be. Thank you for the $5, Rusting Studios. I really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you. There's no escaping the discourse, my friends. It never ends. Well, speaking of which, I got some lo-fi to play. There we go. Copyright free lo-fi. I found some on YouTube I can play in the background of some of my segments. If you guys prefer it. It's up to you guys, though. Worm, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. That's very based and kind of you. Says nonces get wrecked. True. Absolutely destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Very based and very kind. You have in fact wrecked the nonces by donating to me. It's true. That's how it works. Opinion on Sneeko Band? Based and funny. Zan, any advice on growing viewership? I've plateaued between 100 and 200 average. Well, I'm at 200 right now, my friend. So that's where I plateaued for a really long time, and it's a general, like, 1 to 200 viewers is a very good place to be if you can maintain it for a few hours and you stream regularly. Like, that's enough to make your living, right? Because 1 to 200 people watching your stream for 3 hours straight is actually like a few thousand people coming in and out, but about 200 or so being in the chat at any given time concurrently. So viewership on YouTube can be very deceiving. I meant like video views. Okay, I thought you meant stream views. Yeah, so for video views, it really is a combination of continuing to upload more. I know it seems weird, but like, I like to imagine success on YouTube like a brick wall that you're throwing rocks at. And the first dozen or so rocks aren't gonna do much damage, but once you hit the same spot on the wall with like the 13th or 14th rock, it's gonna start chipping. And once that brick wall starts chipping, then it's gonna start falling apart even faster. And I guess that's the best way to describe it. You know, it takes a lot of effort. The work that it takes to grow on YouTube is very front-loaded. You have to put in a lot of work in the beginning. Consistency is typically what makes the YouTube algorithm happy. Your SEO is going to be very important. You need to have the vidIQ add-on installed on your browser. vidIQ add-on. VIDIQ. Everybody who is an aspiring content creator in my chat needs to have this. I am not sponsored. This is just what I use and have been using since I started doing YouTube. I would not be where I am today, most likely if it weren't for vidIQ. It provides you with basically an additional set. It basically modifies the back end of YouTube's layout to include a shit ton of extra data and statistics and other facts and helpful things to help you grow your channel. It tells you things like, here are the topics related to what you cover on your channel that are most searched for by your subscribers right now. Here is the topic that your subscribers are searching for most right now that nobody has covered yet. Like, stuff like that is what vidIQ does. Very helpful shit if you're trying to grow your channel. And if you're trying to get YouTube to put your content in more people's recommended, that's really a matter of getting more impressions. And more impressions you get more impressions by boosting engagement. So something I highly recommend is really shilling for your audience to like, comment, subscribe, you know, like all those things that really help a channel in the YouTube algorithm on your content. That means you guys doing the same to me. It's easy to feel like, oh, I don't want to do that, but you really want to drive up those impressions and drive up the engagement on your channel, because it means more people having your videos than they're recommended, which means a higher chance of one of them clicking on it and watching it and enjoying it. So consistency, search engine optimization through vidIQ, and another part of it is social, is like social engineering, I guess is the best way to say it. You ever see those like really successful thumbnails and titles on YouTube that just make no fucking sense? What's in the trending tab right now? Explore. Trending videos. Yeah, okay, so if we look in trending videos right now, we've got the Try Guys video, What Happened? I Met Dream in Real Life. Like, it feels counterintuitive to make titles that are this simple and whatnot, but like there is a certain level of psychology that goes into somebody seeing your title and thumbnail and kind of being confused by it a little bit. Enough so that they're like, I want to know more about this, and they click on it and want to see more. Sometimes people are too keen to give away way too much in the title and thumbnail of their videos, and I think leaving a little bit of mystery up to the viewer, some mystery that entices the viewer to click, that is really what helps a lot. Russell Brand's channel titles are a very good example of this. Yeah, the very simple, like, yeah. I mean, obviously you don't have to do it that exact same way as he does it, but I very much think more simple thumbnails that grab the eye and titles that, like, intrigue the viewer are the best to go with. Are my thumbnails / titles good? Let me check right now, Pillow. Honestly, yeah. Your thumbnails are actually pretty damn good. Like, yeah, these are actually, like, pretty damn good thumbnails, if I'm being honest. Something that I think could be interesting, I think it's important to nail down a style, and it seems like this background is the style that you've kind of, like, been gravitating towards more, and I think that's a good idea. I think it actually really works well. This color of purplish pink really just pops out at me visually. Like, yeah, it pops out well. This video is probably not. This video is cringe though. Okay, I hate Overwatch, trust me. But I listened to Ethan rant about why he was frustrated with that video, because Ethan really likes you, a pillow, but he's also big into Overwatch. You guys are gonna have to debate on Overwatch too. It's gonna have to happen. The debate of the century. You'll have to stream it. It's gonna have to happen. I still don't know why you didn't like it. I think at one point you said don't buy Overwatch, but Overwatch is free to play, isn't it? Overwatch 2 is free to play? Yeah, it's free to play. I don't know if you'd said, yeah. So I think it was just like stuff like that. I think the problem right now is that ever since that comic, who remembers that Overwatch comic? The one where they just outright, full on, just fucking deal with it. Reveal that Tracer is a lesbian? I prefer people watching my site, Solaki, or Suvlaki. Yeah, that comic, basically, I feel like was the beginning of people hating Overwatch. Now, I'm not saying there aren't good reasons to hate Overwatch, both, like, as far as its community and gameplay goes. I don't play it. I fucking rage quit that game and never returned. But, like, the hardcore hatred of it, sort of became an evident bandwagon effect around the time of that Tracer comic coming out. And I don't think it's any accident that, you know, that Tracer comic getting shit on, Overwatch being itself being caught in the crossfire, and that happening during the heat of Gamergate. I don't think that's any coincidence that from that point on, Overwatch has been... It's sort of been the game to shit on despite its overwhelming popularity. Not the porn, though. Nobody shits on the porn. So it feels like, from many perspectives, the video kind of played into the bandwagon effect that started with all of that. That was peak. It was bad after that. Oh, the porn is immaculate. Yeah, Overwatch porn is pretty immaculate. I'm pretty sure they've got, like, Disney Pixar animators working as, like, part-time, like, Overwatch porn makers, like, on the side, because there's some shit out there that looks like... there's gotta be, like, studios hiring people off of that shit, right? To be fair, historically, porn has always driven innovation. Like, porn is what made VHS dominant. DVD was the same case. Like, it always follows porn. And you know why. You know exactly what the very first games that take advantage of, like, haptic, like, full-on, like, tap into your brain VR technology are gonna be. It's not gonna be some fun game where you're running around killing zombies or whatever. No. It's gonna be VR porn, okay? It's gonna be like a brain dance from, like the porn brain dance from Cyberpunk, okay? That is going to be the first high-tech, ultra-realistic VR thing that gets developed, alright? And everything else will follow after that, okay? I can see that? Of course you can. That's exactly what will happen. My sister ruined Mortal Kombat 11 for me because she said the models looked like they were from porn. Wait. She said that the Mortal Kombat 11 models look so good graphically that they looked like they came from a porn animation that was very high quality. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I couldn't unsee it. Christ. Xanderhall, by the way, not to spoil anything, so I'll ask vaguely, what are your thoughts on the plot of season 6 of Rick and Morty? Honestly, this is the best season of Rick and Morty I've seen since early on in the show. Like, the idea of just destroy... I guess we're doing spoilers here. I'll say this. Rick's portal gun gets destroyed, and he doesn't have it anymore. He hasn't reinvented portal technology yet. So they're kind of bound to a universe right now, and all the interesting stuff is happening in that universe. I think it's allowed them to kind of... It's challenged them more, so they have to bend their creativity a bit more, and I like that. It's been fun. I've actually liked the new episodes. They've been funny. Xanderhall, what about the self-cest? I thought it was fucking hilarious. I don't know. I just... For some reason, all I could do was cringe a little bit. Like, I did cringe quite a bit. But at the same time, I thought, like, the scenes where Morty and Summer were traumatized were funny. I'm sorry. They were hilarious. I don't know why, but just something about Summer and Morty playing the video game together, both traumatized, was just very funny to me. What? Mr. Pa, what? Wait, was there a new episode? Because wasn't the newest episode the Night Family one? The most recent one I've seen was Night Family. I watched that the day before yesterday. That was last week's episode? Am I a week behind? What's the newest episode? It was the fortune cookie one. I haven't seen the fortune cookie one. Oh god, is there... What happens in the fortune cookie one? The Jerry Does His Mom episode. Okay, dude. Rick and Morty's getting weird this season. What the fuck? Alright, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Hold on. Rick and Morty's getting a little weird this season. Not that Rick and Morty hasn't always been weird, but I feel like we're... Yep, the third incest episode. Yeah, it's like the third incest episode, right? Like... This is what happens when you hire female writers onto Rick and Morty. Do you guys remember that drama? I can't be the only one who remembers that. Back during 2016 or 2017, I can't remember when. It was like during the peak of Gamergate. Season 3 was announced to be the first season of Rick and Morty to have female writers on staff. And the skeptics in like the Gamergate community lost their mind over that. They were really, really pissed. And they were like really worried that season 3 of Rick and Morty wasn't going to be as good because they hired female writers and everything. God, that's a throwback. Seer, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to the Big NB. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. It's very kind. And Pog says, random question. You plan on streaming Breath of the Wild 2? Also, what's your WoW server / guild? I'll give it a go. Why not? My WoW server is US Pagel in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Pagel spelled Pagle. I am playing Alliance. I'm playing a human warrior. And the guild I'm currently in is Nox and Kuro. Just DM me in game if you see me online, and I will add you as a friend and add you to the guild. Though the guild that we're in right now is not the guild yet. I'm in another guild, and we're using that guild for now as our like starter. And once we have enough people, we can split off and start our own guild. For now, though, I'm just accumulating people, and for now, we will be doing Nox and Kuro's raids. You know, for the time being. It was Surus's guild before Surus stopped playing WoW. Although Surus might be back to playing WoW, I have to ask. It'd be funny if I just haven't noticed Surus playing Waddle K at all, and Surus hasn't noticed me. We would be on the same server, I'm pretty sure. Seer, though, I do appreciate the dono. Very kind, very pog, very based. And yes, I will also be playing Breath of the Wild 2 when it comes out, yes. Maybe not like immediately when it comes out, but as soon as I have the means to, you know what I'm saying? That burp has been harassing me for like the last 20 minutes. Segments? Oh yeah, it's time. Alright, you know what would be a good place to start? All right, everybody. Oh, wait, segment time? My Wi-Fi is behind. Ignore that. I apologize, a pillow. Hopefully it catches up. Oh. Ooh. Gotta crack my neck first, chat. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do if you want to support the content. You can like the stream, you can subscribe, ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. You can follow all my social medias, which are, of course, linked all down below in the description. And, yeah, you know, I always appreciate every single one of you who comes along and, you know, sends your loving, beautiful support. I really, really do appreciate it. Alright, guys. Alright. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everyone, today we are circling back once again to discussing Terfs. It really does feel like the Terfs are more brazen than ever right now, doesn't it? Like every other day now, every other stream at this point, there is some insane Terf shit that comes into my line of sight, and there's just a very strong urge I have to dunk on it. Just a very, very strong urge. I'll admit that a lot of it is low-hanging fruit, but the problem with this type of low-hanging fruit is that, well, the sheep like to eat it. So it's my job to pick the rotten low-hanging fruit before the sheep eat it up. and that is basically what Terfs are to a population of people. A tree with rotten, low-hanging fruit threatening to poison the herd of sheep that lives in the field it's in. Damn, that's deep. Listen, I'm built different, okay? Sometimes I just break out into some Tolkien-style philosophy, you know? I just absolutely write that down. Now, in all seriousness, we're back to talking about Terfs. And the particular Terf we're talking about today is someone that many of you guys probably haven't heard about in a little while now, because the last time she was of any concern, of any relevance, was when, well, J.K. Rowling, the queen of all Terfs, was defending her. That's right, we're talking about Maya Forstater. So, guys, for those of you guys that don't know, Maya Forstater was like a social media, she was a contract worker for a company. I think it had something to do with social media engagement for said company, and she ended up repeatedly engaging in harassment towards a trans peer of hers. Now, this wasn't just like, misgendering on accident or maybe dead naming on accident. It was just a misunderstanding or a mistake, and, let live and go on. It was pretty severe and prolonged harassment, enough so that this company ended up deciding to not renew the contract of Maya Forstater when it would come around again for a potential renewal. Now, there was never any guarantee in the first place that her contract was going to be renewed, but she wasn't fired. She was just not employed for another year, right? It's like signing up for a 1-year lease and then the lease running out and, being told you have to move out and being like, but I thought I had this place. What do you mean? It's like, no, you signed a paper for a 1-year. What are you talking about? Now, that's not how that works. You can't say you were fired because people decided they didn't want to hire you again. Regardless, though, she very promptly decided to take a strong victim complex position and immediately went to the internet and went to the media to talk about how she as a woman was being oppressed for speaking out against a fake woman in her workplace or whatever, and how she is now being punished for having different opinions, even though what she actually did was harass another person, and that was what got her, fired, not her beliefs. Or not fired, not rehired. Anyway, J.K. Rowling came out to defend her, gave her quite a bit of a platform to begin with. J.K. Rowling's support for her is basically what got her up to, what's her follower count? 65,000 followers. Not that many, but still, this lady would not have been an anybody if it weren't for this. And, let's just say she is going on a rampage, or was a few days ago, over just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. So, apparently, there is a bookstore, a chain of bookstores called Bookstart, or Book Trust, in the UK. Now, I do not live in degenerate Britbonger land, so I'm afraid that I cannot confirm whether or not, this is true. This could be fake news, though I doubt it is. And traditionally, I guess the logo looked like this for the stores. Apparently, these stores were just for you take your kid there and you get them to started reading or whatever, right? It's a library, right? It's a bookstore. Nothing, not a big deal. Anyway, apparently, a new mascot for this store and brand has been added. A mascot that is apparently non-binary. And frankly, this does pretty much encapsulate the vibe of non-binary. If there ever was a cartoon character that would encapsulate the vibe of non-binary, this is about it. Okay, to be fair, it's a bit of a visual mess. I'm gonna be honest. The color, the color palette here is hideous. Red and yellow contrasting with a sickly green and pink, along with a deep blue. It really is not great, but it's kind of stands out to kids and gets their attention. It's supposed to be colorful and attention grabbing for kids. So that is the point, I would imagine. Regardless, though, this appears to be some sort of creature. I don't know what, a goblin maybe, an elf, a bear. I can't really tell what this thing is. It's literally just a kid's mascot design. There's nothing wrong with it. Apparently, it's canonically non-binary. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. It's an alien? Okay, cool. Alien. Wait, that makes even more sense. Yeah, the non-binary character would be an alien. Wait, that makes complete sense. Yeah, okay, there you go. Right? Now it even makes sense in the lore. There you go. Anyway. Not really a big deal, right? Maybe it's a little bit of a pandering cash grab from a company that's trying to make money. You know, that's granted. I don't know the background behind this company. For all I know, it's like a very, very well-loved and very reputable and well-respected company. I may be completely wrong. But, by the looks of it, it just seems like the worst-case scenario that could happen here is that, like, a kid sees that who is non-binary and feels like, they had some, that was a thing that existed and that they knew of when they were younger. And so maybe when they get older, they're like, oh, maybe I'm non-binary if they feel that way, right? Isn't it for a library? Yeah. And libraries are for learning, right? Anyway, so the reason why we're specifically talking about this is because Maya Forstater has decided to start a crusade against this new mascot, it appears. So let's go ahead and take a look. Some more thoughts about Bookstart, Bear, and Tala. Because no, I don't buy the sneering argument that this is not important. Stuff about young children and mothers is not beneath consideration. That's feminism. So here's just probably the most broad display of wealthy white woman privilege I've ever seen. Wealthy white women really do feel like they simultaneously tend to feel like they're the center of the universe, the top of the world, and the most oppressed minority at the same time. Emphasis on wealthy white women. Library programmers are one of the first outside things parents engage... Programs, I'm sorry. For some reason, British people call spell program as in, like, there's a program on the TV with, like, 2 M's and an E. Like, it's weird. It's British shit. Library programs are one of the first outside things parents engage in with their children, okay? Education involves slowly growing independence. Sure. Parents protect their children, and institutions must work with parents. Yes, it is a parent's job to protect their children, but it is an institution's job to, in this case, educate your children about the truth, or what, as far as humanity can tell right now, is the truth. Don't trust institutions and people who lie or are ambiguous. Ambiguous, interesting. You know what's funny? People like this typically will never directly say what they believe or what they are afraid of. They will kind of vaguely hint at the worst possible scenario that a lot of people feel like with their, common sense and street smarts, I guess, that is likely to happen if trans people become accepted in society. They won't outright say it, but they'll gesture at it. So it's funny that she points out the dishonesty and the ambiguity in messaging as being kind of sus, when that's exactly what she and her side of this political nonsense do. Amazing trend right here, by the way. Amazing trend. Bookstart Bear is shown as an adult protecting and nurturing a child, okay? According to the brand, he is male, though I guess most children will read this picture as a mama bear. Sure. Most babies and toddlers are primarily cared for by their mothers. Okay, now we're getting into some weird, like, mothers are better parents than fathers. By the way, there is no scientific evidence whatsoever that mothers are better parents than fathers. Like, as far as I'm aware, you guys can let me know if I am completely wrong about this. I've looked into it. There is no hard evidence so far that conclusively determines that mothers are superior parents biologically than fathers. The only evidence that suggests that mothers would be a better parent are the social aspects that we instill in many women from a very young age that teach them that their job is to, at a very, you go to college and you get your MRS degree, you get married, you become a housewife, and you start working, and you start working at home, you start having kids, and like that's what's expected of women from a very, very young age. Let's not pretend that's not more or less the path that's kind of like the default path set out in front of young girls in America and around much of the world from the very start. And it is, in fact, an aspect of the patriarchy. And it's an aspect of the patriarchy, much like many other aspects of the patriarchy, that TERFs support and will very virulently defend, because they are not feminists. Not by any stretch of the definition. They just hate men. They really, really hate men. Tala is an quote-unquote otherworldly creature. The publicity doesn't even say alien. But one thing that is clear is it is an infant. Big eyes, big head, and to emphasize, it has toddler clothing. Oh shit! Maya's getting into the fucking lolicon lore, okay? She's getting into the fucking anti-lolicon arguments. Damn, she's like dissecting the design of this character. You see, it's clear. I mean, she's not wrong. Like, this character very clearly is a child. Like, let's be real here. This character's a toddler. Yeah, I mean, okay. What's that have to do with anything? It's literally a mascot for kids. There's plenty of kids mascots that are also kids. So where does this fan art, so where does this infant, that's just a look at my dyslexia right there, fan art. Enough of the fan and the T there was enough to make me see it as fan art. Amazing. God damn it, chat. God, no, ignore him. Stop. No. So where does this infant, who takes they, them pronouns, parents are told come from? Where are its parents? Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mama? Who looks after its interests? Ask these questions and you get the usual, you're obsessing about genitals. Now that's a straw man. I wouldn't say you're obsessing about genitals right now. I'd say you're obsessing about a children's mascot that doesn't matter. No, what are you thinking about? No, what you are thinking about is child protection. The idea that this alien species are not male or female and that this is something we should all take in our stride is the idea that the question of where this infant's mother is should not even be asked. This is unironically on the tier of when that Mr. Enter guy asked, you see, turning red took place shortly after 9/11. How could they not mention such a pivotal world event in the following such a, like, what are you talking about? Why are you projecting so much onto this? Yeah, isn't it crazy that this card doesn't say God save the Queen? How disrespectful. How do we even know that the little alien child is British? The mother who contacted me about Tala was upset. Her instincts felt it was wrong, that the library was involving the parents non-consensually in an agenda they hadn't explained and were being dishonest about. Going out for the first months with your baby is a vulnerable time. Good God. What's Vosh's reply? Hey, I don't mean to come off rude, but you sound absolutely insane, and this reads like a manifesto you would find written on human leather. Bear gender, woke alien, they, them, egg baby sexism, what? Please seek therapy. You know, that's a damn good reply. Oh, and then my favorite WoW content creators here who really need to follow me on Twitter. You guys, I need you guys. You have to make Taliesin and Evitel follow me back on Twitter. I need them to follow me back on Twitter. I need it to happen, okay? They are the most wholesome WoW content creators out there. I need it. I need it to happen, please. Anyway, with that said, very, very psychotic thread we just read. Very, very psychotic thread. Like Vush's reply? All right, I'll let you guys witness it. There, see? I liked Vush's reply. You guys can't say that I am a fake Vosh friend now. All right, so obviously, very psychotic, thread about how this little alien bear creature is somehow part of an agenda, not because it is non-binary necessarily, because there's literally no argument they could try to shatter off from that to, make that point. Instead, they're going to try to argue that the absence of this character's parent is actually like a 3D chess, like subtle, like a QAnon conspiracy theory, subtle, like a message, like subliminal messaging, where it's like the parent isn't there, which subliminally messages the children that they don't need their parents, that they should be independent from them and become trans without their permission or whatever. It's a very, very bizarre line of logic we're seeing here. Here's another one. The people taking up the Tala design to troll me are absolutely proving my point to Hertz CC, Hertz Libraries, and Owen Mapley 1. They, them is not a neutral mascot for reading, but a device to promote gender ideology? What are you talking about? How can you... You come from England! The place named after the English language, or vice versa, I don't remember. How do you understand the English language this poorly? Your fucking country's named after it! Oh my fucking god. Okay. I'm going to get this across very, very blatantly to you guys. Okay? They, them. Completely shedding away any context of LGBT people, gay people, trans people, gender non-conforming people, queer people of any kind. Get all that out of your head. Any like cis person, right? Let's take a cis, straight, het, white fucking person, right? You don't know who they are, right? And they're on their way. I'm literally using they here. This person is on their way to your location. They're your Uber driver, and you ordered an Uber. And your friend goes up to you and says, hey, what's the driver's name? And you look down, and you see that Uber glitched out and doesn't have the driver's name there or their gender. So you say, I don't know, but they're driving a Ford pickup or something. Insert car, right? I don't really care about cars or no cars very well, so I'm gonna be real. I couldn't name most like car brands off the top of my head and models. Just not into cars. Like, I don't know. It just seems bizarre to me that so many people managed to graduate, in her case, primary school, and not know that they, them pronouns are used all the time in gender-neutral contexts that don't even involve trans people. Not to mention, they, them literally is completely fine to refer to people as well by when you know their gender, right? Like if I say, how you doing, Emu Anon? Or if I said, Emu Anon's talking in chat, and they're pretty cool. Even though Emu Anon's, like, pronouns are she, her, that's still accurate, right? Because that's, like, their gender-neutral pronouns. You can use them very broadly and very, kind of defaultly. That's what's so great about they, them, right? If you just start out by referring to basically anybody as they, them, you're really not going to have any issues. That's why I basically always default to they, them unless I know otherwise, right? It's just a much more... It literally is the way to avoid the complications these people fearmonger are going to have everybody sent to prison for misgendering, and yet they rail against it nonstop and claim it's not, like, correct grammar, despite very provably and evidently being correct English grammar. So that's very fun. They, them is not a neutral mascot for reading, but a device to promote gender ideology and to paint parents who reject it as pearl-clutching bigots. Damn, it's almost like that's exactly what's happening. It's almost like you are literally getting angry at this very simple little trans gif of the little alien walking. You know, looks like you're kind of mad. Are you mad? 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 Okay, I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. That was the fastest I could do it. Anyway, and then a final one. A final meme, okay? A final bit of feminist analysis from Maya Forstater, so we can really just absorb her position on all sorts of other issues. In the context of prisons, it's the hole that matters. Women have a hole, their vagina, which men want to penetrate with their penis, either consensually, transactionally, or by force. Bluntly, the reason we have men in women's prisons is to keep the men away from the holes. So this pretty much just outright states that like men are all rapists that would like, you know, rape women in like given the opportunity, which is a little bit sussy, I think. Maybe a little bit sussy. Also, a little bit, strange when you consider the fact that every single gay I've heard from tells me that, like, the butthole is a perfectly fine substitute. Now, personally, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. But according to all of you guys in chat, the butthole is a perfectly fine substitute for many, many people. The manhole, the bussy, if you will. So clearly Maya Forstetter has not heard of the bussy. This is a very clear, lacking critical information, lacking critical bussy information. You don't say bussy. Well, I'm sorry. The fact that somebody actually said "you don't say bussy" makes it even funnier, okay? Like, bussy on its own isn't even funny anymore, but the fact that somebody was grossed out by it made it funny again. That's amazing. Though I will say, the third area that I want to look at it from is that she's kind of implying here that women only have value to men because of their holes or whatever, right? Like, this is very crude and very clearly sexually. It feels like this analysis is less so based on a psychological or sociological view of how patriarchy and like rape and sexual assault tends to function in our society and how society tends to view it, and much more like some bizarre, repressed sexual weirdness that I'm reading here. I don't know. It reminds me of that one Terf tweet I covered a couple days ago where the Terf was going on a rant on Twitter about how young, like, 12-year-old boys deserve to be raped because they're all pieces of shit and misogynists. That was a pretty wild one. That one had way too many likes, too. That tweet had a scary amount of likes. Anyway, that's our daily dip into the turf hole. That is what Terfs are up to right now. If you guys were, a little bit confused or a little bit behind on where the Terfs had brought their current rhetoric to, because they are fully on the point of defending little boys getting raped. Because anytime they try to claim they care about children and they're trying to keep children from getting groomed from the trans agenda or whatever, it's pedo jacketing. It is. They're just desperately trying to push an agenda without having to make any real arguments. Zan rapping for a few seconds was gold. When did I rap? I didn't even notice it. You guys spamming fire? Wait, hold on. When did I rap? You guys have to clip it and send it to me. I was just speaking. Did I actually drop some bars? Without even realizing it? Did I, like, did I, like, stroke out and just have a Zan track? Well, I went to take my first hit of weed of the day, and the vape battery's dead. That is a good meme. Ah, shit. Oh no, I put the battery thing. Does not look like we're gonna be able to weed it up tonight because my fucking battery is all the way on the other side of the room, the charger, and I don't feel like dealing with having to fuck with it to get it to actually start, like, charging. Well, I did actually use the, no, didn't I fix it? No, I did fix it. Wait, never mind. Hold on, it's okay. The other night, I'd, like, given up, basically, and just kind of resigned myself to getting a new battery for this thing because it stopped working. But then I used a Q-tip with rubbing alcohol, and I rubbed the inside of this threaded cartridge because it just wasn't firing. And, like, the Q-tip came out pretty damn rough looking. And after that, I was able to get this thing to fire and charge normally again, so I think it's fine now. Here, I'll be right back. PSA, don't do drugs. No, Rena, you have not missed it yet. We are hopping on in to the next segment momentarily. All right. You can cut all that out, by the way, Cherry. I'm wrapping up. Ooh. Burp. Okay. You can cut that out, Cherry. I'm wrapping up the segment now. Thank you. Okay, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel out way more than you even realize, whether you're watching live after the fact in the form of like a VOD that's already gone up, or if you're watching a video when it goes up as its own segment. Liking it is really the bare minimum. It helps the channel out a lot. I say the bare minimum, not like, oh, it doesn't do a lot, or oh, you just the bare minimum. No, it's like, it's completely free. And it takes half a second, and it actually substantially helps the channel. So if you guys want to support the channel, the best place to start for completely free is with liking it. You can also follow my social media, all linked down below in the description. And of course, you can go to my website, xanderhall.com/live, if you guys want to support me financially, directly. I am, of course, saving up money to move up to Seattle and start doing all sorts of cool content up there, including IRL collabs with many of your other favorite political streamers, including Demon Mama and especially Vosh. I definitely want to do some IRL stuff with Vosh. Especially since I'll be, in the area for it and everything. I want to do the first episode of me and Demon Mama's podcast in person, which I think will be really cool. Just a lot of really exciting stuff that I have planned, including the quail, when I go up to Seattle. So definitely drop the subs if you guys are, feeling it. Yeah, really appreciate it. And finally, of course, you can support me through all of the other sources linked down below in the description, including Instagram, including YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and of course Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. All right, we got some pedos in YouTube chat. All right. Okay, looks like I got him. Just checking. All right. 'Tis time, my friends. That was a good segment. Good way to start off the stream. I am going to go ahead and erase the Maya Forstetter segment off of my whiteboard. That is one down. Way too many more to go. All right. It is time for the big one. It is time for the big one, guys. Just give me one moment. One moment, chat. I'm just prepping all the stuff I need for this segment. And what's the character's name that what's the name of the character that all the fucking lolicons drool over? The one from the dragon anime? Not Rebecca, no. The dragon anime. I don't remember what it's called, but it's something dragon. Kana. Okay. That is the character that we're going to be using as our reference frame. Apparently, Kana is a succulent plant commonly found in South Africa, which is also known as Kana. Chana or Koigid, which literally means chew things or something to chew. I think that might have been I think that might have been the wrong search result, but that is the good ending. That is actually the good ending. Kana pedo, get help, please. Yeah, listen, we're gonna be talking about this shit. We're gonna be fucking talking about this shit. What's the anime? I guess would be the fucking thing. Anime would be. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we are ready. We are ready for the segment. Everything is prepped. Oh yeah, it's called Dragon Maid. Thank you. Okay. Everybody, You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, hello there. Today, I've gotten myself into some pretty spicy drama. If you guys have been on Twitter for the last 24 hours, you'll see that arguably I have gone trending. Technically, I haven't gone trending, but I have caused something, or my actions have caused something, to go into trending on Twitter. Arguably, I would say that I am the originator of the discourse that is happening right now, so I'm giving myself full and entire credit for this, and I will not accept any other reality. I am entirely at fault, and I take full responsibility. All right, Lolly is trending on Twitter with 19.9k tweets, and it's because of me. Now, in order to tell you guys why this happened, I have to take you guys back in time. First, just a few years, or just a year or so, and then to a few days ago. I'm going to remind you all, by the way, there will be no Cyberpunk Edgerunner spoilers in this. At least very, very, very minimal. Like, any spoilers that I include, hardly spoilers. Like, nothing actually, like, it's just a scene that I will show for the sake of an argument. Anyway, there will not be any spoilers, so don't worry about that. With that said, though, we got to go back in time about a year ago, when I had my first debate with somebody who wanted to argue with me on the topic of whether or not lolicon was child porn. Now, the context of this conversation, for those of you guys who don't know what lolicon is, well, the most known example of a lolly, or lolicon, is like lolly consumption, I believe, like consuming lolly content, I believe, or lolly content is what it means. I don't remember exactly what it means. Lolicon. Which does it mean? Is it lolly content or lolly consumption? What does lolicon stand for? I don't know. Regardless, complex? Wait, but con. Is it com? Well, I don't know. Okay, regardless though, like this character right here. Kana from this anime. This character is like explicitly underage. Like, this is the character where the 3,000-year-old dragon lolly comes from, for those that don't know. This character is underage canonically. Like, apparently she's 11 or something in the Dragon Years thing, and she literally fucking looks like a child. Get on top of banning the pedos, guys. For those of you guys that know, we're also getting massively raided by pedophiles, so the mods are going to have to be on top of it. Anyway, so this character is typically seen as sort of the, the mascot of lolly characters. Now, a character who is young, or looking young, or is, just a child existing in anime, obviously isn't a problem. I've never had a problem with that. That's not what that original debate was about. The particular discussion around that debate was whether or not sexual attraction to characters who look like this is indicative of some sus behavior, and if people are likely using material like this as a stand-in for child porn because it's the closest they can realistically get, or more likely they're advocating for it publicly because it's the closest they can realistically get away with publicly advocating for. And that's what the discussion was about. I won that debate. Pretty hardcore. And over time, I would end up getting into drama with the lolicons. I would get a bunch of them banned from Twitter because they all get reported for posting child porn, and then Twitter would ban them for posting child porn. Which, by the way, guys, make sure to take very good advantage of this. Twitter has finally added the option to quick report people for child porn posting on Twitter. You can actually report people for that directly, easily, just by clicking the report button on Twitter now. So very easy now. Take advantage of that feature. It was not a thing last time I was, dealing with these people. So every single one of you has a duty to report them, because each extra report means another pedophile off of Twitter. With that said, though, a year goes by or so, and I get into a few other arguments with the lolicons. I blow them out on Twitter and all that. It's all well and good, right? We're having a great time. It's Pog, And I actually haven't talked about this, or really like covered it in depth, like the lolicon topic and how weird it is, in a while, because it's just not something that I think about all that often. Until a few days ago, a friend of mine started hardcore shilling to me this new anime that came out on Netflix called Cyberpunk Cyberpunk Edgerunners. And it is a prequel to the Cyberpunk 2077 game. And, I was told it's fantastic, and my friends are like, all right, come on, watch this show with us, it's really, really great. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm down to watch it, sure. I have really no interest in the Cyberpunk universe, so I'm just going to go off the fact that, you guys are really, really, advocating for this, and I'll give the show a look. And so we're about to start the first episode, and my friends tell me, fair warning, by the way, there's this really stupid drama happening right now where this character named Rebecca is being called a lolly, but she's very explicitly not. We meet her for the first time in a bar, drinking, swearing, smoking, and she's got dick tattooed on her leg, and she's just very clearly a short stack, vertically challenged adult. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough, I don't want to see some lolly shit in this anime, so I'm glad to hear that. And, sure enough, I think it's like episode 2 or 3, we end up meeting the character, and we meet her in a fucking bar. She's got dick tattooed on her leg. She's just short, and, her voice isn't really, like childish in any way. She doesn't really behave that childishly. It really just kind of came off as, like, a sort of, like, the obnoxious, ditzy, white girl wasted 20-something-year-old at the bar, right? That was the vibe that I got. Granted, though, yeah, she gives off Harley Quinn Jinx from, what's it called? I watched the dub. Jinx from League of Legends vibe, right? Or Jinx from Arcane. I watched the dub because Cyberpunk Edgerunners takes place in, like, LA, so I watched the sub of Death Note. That's the only other anime I've ever watched. Was Death Note. I actually liked Edgerunners better than Death Note. I watched that sub because it takes place in Japan for the most part. And I watched this one dubbed because it takes place in LA. I think you guys can accept that. Plus, Juan Carlo Esposito literally fucking voiced Faraday, the villain. That's kind of a spoiler, fuck. Yeah, literally Gus Fring is in it. If you watch the dub, you only get Gus Fring's voice if you watch the dub, okay? Anyway. So, we watched this series, very fantastic. I will not say how it ends. I will say that, like, Rebecca, the character in question, who I am about to show us, show you a scene from, sort of how she behaves and what she's like, I guess, very briefly. As much as I can get away with copyright-wise, because I feel like just seeing a scene from the show is probably the best way to get the argument that I'm making across right away. So, this is the character who caused all of the hullabaloo, all right? Let's hope that YouTube doesn't get mad at me for showing this clip, okay? It shouldn't. Obviously, it's not going to get mad for any of the content in it. It's just copyright ID might get me, so let's hope not. Also, get ready for a banger song, okay? Okay, the best thing about this show is the fucking soundtrack, okay? Alright, I'm going to play about 30 seconds here, so you guys get the point of this character clearly not being child-coded.
My man, what's going on? Everything good?
Yeah.
What's up, June? You need something?
Yeah. Got this package here.
So, like, she answers the door with the gun. You can't really see it too well from this angle, but that's dick tattooed on her leg. She's got tons of cybernetic implants. And she starts screaming and swearing at her, like, yeah, it's just... This is very obviously, like, a short woman, you know? I've met women that are well above 18 years old with this body type. Now here's the thing. Here's where it gets spicy. Here's where it gets interesting. Now you see, you would think that the lolicons, the ones who are oftentimes trying to dissuade the idea that they are pedophiles, you would think that they would try to claim that this character is not a lolly, right? That you would think they'd try to claim as many characters as possible are not lollies due to the, very negative association of what that's typically, what that typically entails, right? But no. Instead, they are trying to claim this character is in fact a lolly. Which is interesting, isn't it? You see, at first I was a little bit confused. I didn't understand why they were doing this. So my very first reaction to Cyberpunk Edgerunners was to tweet this. My friends made me watch Cyberpunk Edgerunners, then it's the Keanu Reeves crying meme, and then in the background, if you guys can't tell, you guys can recognize the background if you pay attention enough, and you know. If you know, you know. Filling people who watch the anime with the insatiable urge to kill Atom Smasher is the best advertising CD Projekt Red could have asked for. Absolutely. And so, I basically just tweeted about how, oh yeah, this is fucking good. I liked it. But then I started seeing some stuff pop up in my recommended. When I finished Edgerunners, I started watching reviews of the show. And very quickly, after I started watching reviews of the show, these thumbnails started popping up in my recommended. So the first video is from 2 weeks ago, when Cyberpunk had been just a few days old, the show had just been a few days old. Twitter users make a shocking discovery about Rebecca. Wait, she's a lolly? Now in this video, Rev Says Desu basically says that in an interview, one of the creators of Cyberpunk Edgerunners refers to the character of Rebecca as a lolly. Now, there are actually two responses that I have to this. One is a very simple one. The label of lolly is not really the concern. If you want to call a 6-foot-tall, fucking big titty, thick MILF character a lolly, then sure, that's fine. What actually matters to me is how the character looks and what it's trying to evoke, especially if it's being sexualized. That's what really counts. And in the case of Rebecca, well, she's just not presented in any childlike way, not visually, not behaviorally, not personality-wise. She, in fact, I need to word this carefully, okay? Let's just say that her extremely sexualized and slutty, personality, and she is extremely slutty and sexualized in the show. So if she actually was underage, it would be really fucking sus of Netflix to post. It would be really weird if they did that. A lot of the people that I've seen identifying with this character have been sex workers that are adults. No, she literally says loud, hot, and sexy is her method to try to get with David. That's literally a line she has. She's actively trying to be as flamboyant. Is that the term? As what's the term for it? In his face with that as much as possible. Personally, I think that David's mom was best girl. Okay, followed by Kiwi. All right. I'm back. I'm fucking sidetracking a little bit here, but I need to Kiwi Edgerunners. I need to. Okay, chat. I know many of you guys may not agree. Okay, I know many of you may not agree, but hear me out. All right. Hear me out. All right? Okay. Anyway, so I wasn't exactly part of the massive group of people on Twitter that started simping for this character, but what ended up happening was as soon as Cyberpunk Edge Runners came out, got announced, and started getting a lot of attention, like sex workers in particular, who like really identified with the character because she just kind of embodied this very like not judgmental and yet still sexually expressive personality. That in like the show doesn't judge her for being like sexually explicit. That's just kind of who she is, and she's just kind of being her own person. I think a lot of people appreciated that in the sex work community that do kind of have like that public persona a lot of the time, at least some people that I know. And then the other part of people that liked her were just the kinds of people who like the quirky, fun character in this type of media, right? Like your Jinx type character, like in Arcane or whatever. The final group of people, though, that decided to really jump on board with this character were, of course, the lolicons. Because what motive do you think these people would have to claim a character who very clearly isn't underage or a child is actually underage or a child? Especially after half of the internet has been simping for them for like a week. What do you think their motivations might be? Here's another video from the same creator here, Unfathomably Based, no lolly, no anime, and this is from when Studio Trigger refused to remove this character because early on there was apparently a few people on the team making the show that didn't like her character at first, but changed their minds about a third of the way through production, and she quickly became their favorite characters. So that's what I believe this is referring to. So there wasn't like a no lolly, no anime was not like a quote that was made. So interesting. But now we get to the fun part. Now we get to the final point of all of this. Why are they saying she's a lolly when she's clearly not? When she is canonically above age, looks above age, and most dudes who go outside and don't only jack off to 2D anime girls have met at least a dozen real life women who are well above 19, 18 years old or so, into their 20s or whatever, that have that body type. Why are they trying to claim this character is underage, despite none of the context suggesting that's the case? Well, it's because the internet's been simping for her for the last week. And they want to say, guess what, internet? This character's actually a child, and you're a pedophile for being attracted to her. And why would they want to do that, chat? Raise your hands in chat if you guys have any idea why they might want to make that claim. To normalize it. That's right. If you want to criticize a pedophile for normalizing their child porn philia publicly, and they can reply with, well, the whole internet was simping for this character, and you didn't make a big deal about it, or you even defended it, so you're a hypocrite, I guess. That is what they will try to do. And that is absolutely their plan. Much like any other conservative, who would have thought these lolicon pedophiles aren't very honest. I also think it's funny that many of the lolicon pedophiles I ended up pissing off with my tweets went into the replies of my posts and started calling the trans fans that I have in my replies groomers and pedophiles for being trans. Which was very evidently it was just very evident, like, where these people are coming from, you know? Rebecca is not child-coded in any capacity. Only pedos call her a lolly. Yeah, of course. With that said, though, there is a final point that I want to go at here. There's a final point that I want to acknowledge, and that is the definition of lolly. Because you see, we have a problem. Many people in the anime community, whether they're doing it out of just a genuine, like, lack of realization for how this could be harmful, or why it's a little weird, or out of blatant malice, will try to basically conflate a lot of things as being lolly. Let me actually quote tweet let me show you a particular tweet that I got last night that I quote tweeted. So this person claimed that these characters in descending order are all lollies. They claim that this person is considered a lolly. That this person is considered a lolly. This child. And this fucking toddler is also considered a lolly. So, we've got a girl that appears to have, like, I don't know, like, is this character considered underage? This character does not look underage by any means, but okay, it just looks like a fucking anime girl, what can I say? Looks about the same as any of the anime girls that were in, what was that one game I played? Honey Pop? Yeah. These characters are children. This is a toddler, and this is like a fucking 8-year-old. So, can you kind of understand where I'm coming from here? Where I think that maybe tossing a character like this in the same category as these fucking children, as far as being sexually attracted to them or finding them hot, I think that's a little... I think... If you're like, ooh, big booba, fucking the stomach thing, you guys know the one, when girls wear a dress that's tight and the stomach, you guys know. Like, oh, these are features that are very much common in sexually mature adult women, that, like, people tend to be attracted to. This is a child, and this is a fucking toddler. So, yeah. I've been arguing with people on Twitter for the last 24 hours trying to claim that that me saying lolicons are pedophiles is irresponsible because lolicon includes characters like this in their definition. Now, that is, in some cases, true. It is sometimes true that in the animation industry in Japan, the term lolly is literally used to refer to simultaneously underaged characters that are girls, as well as adult characters that have characteristics that are typically associated with younger women. So, like, being more petite or shorter, like this character here, apparently, would be included in that. Or Rebecca would be included in that. So, what it seems like to me... Hey, Zan, I got the Rev response video to your tweet. Wait a second, how did Rev make a response video to my tweets? I didn't make any claims in my tweets. Alright, we'll watch it. Send it to me. Apparently we got some pedophile cope to watch. Anyway, my point is that it feels very strange that they want so fucking badly... Hey, what's up, guys? Oh my god, YouTube. It feels very strange to me that they want so badly to throw in attraction to a character that looks like this with attraction to characters that look like these, so that saying people who are attracted to characters look like this implicitly means that you're calling people who are attracted to characters like this pedophiles. They're trying to build a shield around themselves. Don't let them do it. I expect you guys to be smart enough to not get fooled by fucking pedophiles. Alright, so the Rev Dev Says Desu guy made a video response to me. Damn, 6 hours ago with 39k views. These pedophile channels are big! Damn! This is a massive pedo channel. Alright, let's see it. What you got for me? Give me the cope. And, it appears the avatar that this individual is using for their VTubing has the appearance of like an anime 11-year-old. So let's hear this person talk about how they're definitely not a pedophile. Definitely, guys, not a pedophile. Definitely. No, definitely not. No, definitely not. Nope.
Guys, Rev here. So this morning...
By the way, in case you're curious, this is the guy who... Just want to show you guys the thumbnails this guy made really fast. Let's get back to it, yeah. So this is this guy. The guy who's like the big lolicon simp, okay? Now, let's see what we're about to hear here. All right, I'm just going to turn the speed up a little bit because this is clearly a live segment, kind of like what I do. All right, give it to me.
This morning I woke up to a whole circus because a streamer by the name of Xanderhall decided to
That's me.
attack me and my community over the fact that I rightfully called Rebecca from Cyberpunk a lolly. Now, it's probably an overplayed joke at this point, but there's a reason why his name rhymes with Neanderthal, because
My favorite thing about that insult is that Neanderthals literally had larger brains than Homo sapiens. Like, I know they think they're saying something here, but doesn't science heavily suggest that Neanderthals had larger brains, larger brain cavities, and were likely more intelligent? Not only that, but they're heavily believed to be physically stockier and tougher than Homo sapien. What? They had a higher IQ? Yeah, I don't even know why. Why is this an insult? I guess it is an insult if you're stupid and you don't know anything about, like, human history, I guess. Or the history of human species on this planet. Ad hominem pog? Yeah, we're starting... Listen, we've literally got a pedophile with a little child VTuber avatar who's going to insult me because I called them a pedophile, okay? That's what we're watching here. There's not going to be any arguments.
he clearly knows nothing about anime or my channel.
That is true. I've seen 2 animes.
Which is evidenced by the fact that everyone is clowning on his post. Now, I hear this...
So, isn't it interesting how simultaneously these pedophiles, as well as conservatives and the alt-right, think that who has the most following and who is the most popular is an argument? Who is everyone? Oh, my videos are getting massively, or my tweets are getting massively ratioed. Have you guys not seen it? The pedophiles are a massive community online right now. Or especially on Twitter. Twitter heavily enables the pedophilia. Like, every single one of my tweets about this has, like, a pretty decent amount of replies shitting on me. I've had to block a shit ton of these pedophiles. I've had to block a ton that have been sending me child porn in the fucking, like, DM requests. I've had to report them to Twitter. Thank God for that one-click report button. They've been sending me uncensored lolly porn, which, at least I get notified when they get banned. That's nice. Remember, guys, you get a little notification from Twitter when they get banned. Remember that. They added a one-click ban button. They added a one-click report button. And you get notified when they get banned. Yeah, it's very stupid to send, like, literal TOS content to somebody. I do the same thing when Nazis send me gore and shit. Like, Nazis love DMing me gore. And I just get their accounts banned every time. It's fun as shit. Anyway. Yeah. These people think that, like, who got the most likes is actually an argument, but okay, let's see it.
This all the time. Rev, just ignore this. You're giving him attention. But honestly, if you're going to make free content out of slandering me and my community, I'm going to make free content making fun of you in front of tens of thousands of people. So here's the tweet in all its glory. Next stream, I'll once again be dunking on pedophiles. Only this time, they're trying to claim a character who is very clearly a short adult is a lolly. The only reason they do this is because the character is being sexualized massively online, and they want to normalize lolicon.
Damn! Wow! God damn, I'm smart! I forgot how well worded that tweet was. You know? I truly am an artist, what I just did with 240 max characters. God damn! So true! So goddamn true!
So before we break this all down, for further context, he was convinced into watching the cyberpunk anime and is now having an existential crisis over the...
A what? An existential crisis? I just watched my second ever anime, and there's a culturally relevant thing that I can cover that's happening around it that I felt like discussing. I do like how this guy's actually resorted to, haha, this guy's triggered, this guy's having a mental breakdown because he disagrees with me. Listen, dude, you're the one who, if you went out in public wearing a shirt with, like, some fucking lollies on it, you'd probably get, at best, a lot of really weird looks, okay, dude? To be very, very clear, you are the one who is advocating for something that broader society is disgusted by and mostly violently repulsed by, okay? I don't even support violence towards people just because of their, like, just because they have a pedophilia, just because they're pedophiles. If just because they have that, like, attraction, I don't think they should be, like, killed for that. They should be given therapy and kept away from children and, like, people who they could abuse. But, like, this person probably thinks that, or this person wants their audience to think that I'm one of those people who just goes on about how, lolicon should be killed or whatever. That is not the case.
the fact a character he likes is a lolly, and then he cites my videos on the topic as the pedos he's gonna.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. You guys are probably gonna be a little triggered by this, but Rebecca wasn't my favorite character. My favorite scene of Rebecca's was this. Oh, I don't want to spoil it. My favorite. Okay, I'm gonna be as vague as I can be, so people who've watched the anime know what I'm talking about. There is a scene very close to the end of the show where Rebecca stops the thing that she had been incessantly doing, and there's just this very heartfelt, emotional moment that really made me like her character when she was like, the line she said was, "Okay, David." That was the line she said, and I liked that line a lot. That scene in particular was like, okay, Rebecca's pretty cool. But before that, my favorite character had to be, I gotta go with somewhere between Lucy or Kiwi. I'm leaning between Lucy and Kiwi. I really like Kiwi, but she did a thing I can't spoil. And Lucy is like peak, pretty damn peak, pretty much. So yeah, it's hard to pick between Kiwi and Lucy. Kiwi is a non-character though. That's the thing. Like Lucy has so much more personality than Kiwi. Like Kiwi was just kind of there to serve a purpose. It felt like in the story. I don't know. Kiwi was just a design. She was a cool design. I liked Kiwi a lot. But no, this is a very weird extrapolation. Notice how I didn't even say that I particularly like this character. I said the only reason they do this is because this character is being sexualized massively online and they want to normalize lolicon. What I said here is true. The only reason, like, this character is being sexualized massively online. Like, this character had, like, on Twitter for a while, it seemed like that same level of thirsting after as Lady D did, the big, tall vampire MILF from Resident Evil 8. It feels like a desperate attempt to say, "Ha! See? She's a child! You're all pedophiles! You can't criticize us!" Damn.
Make fun of on stream. Now, clearly,
anti-pedophiles destroyed.
This guy has no knowledge of the medium. Just listen to what he said on stream about his anime experience.
I don't really watch.
Yes, I don't watch a lot of anime. That is true. I am being called out right now for not having enough anime. Apparently, I have to watch a certain threshold of enough anime in order to recognize when a character is evidently being, like, drawn to resemble a child. And this is a very interesting one, how this guy likes to, how this guy went and censored this image. Ironically, in this clip, he is showing lewds of underage characters to his live viewers. I don't know who these characters are, but the art is literally, these heroes are so thick, and it's me calling out a account that has aged up the characters. I wasn't calling them out, I was pointing out they aged up the characters, if I remember correctly. This was from a while ago. This was back when I lived in the old apartment and had, like... That's back when my desk was against the other wall, too. Damn. Yeah, this is a non-argument.
Anime, I've seen Death Note and a little bit of One Punch Man. So that's my anime knowledge, but...
And since he's so comfortable calling people predators over a term, he has no...
Wait! Okay. There is a difference between calling someone a predator and calling someone a pedophile. You would think that these people would be very, very keen to want to, you know, to want to be on top of that, right? You'd think they would want to be on top of that clarification, wouldn't they? There is a difference. Child predation is an act that you do, and pedophilia is a philia. It's not, like, pedophilia isn't a thing that is done, it's a thing that somebody is. Yeah. Didn't we just have, like, an entire, like, drama on LeftTube because there was, like, this dissonance where people couldn't recognize that saying not all pedophiles are predators isn't the same as saying pedophiles are okay or pedophiles aren't predators? That was a wild fucking go around.
Understanding of. I'm going to use this as a chance to educate Xander Hall on the definition of law.
So I'm imagining this guy's probably going to bring up the point that I'm already very aware of, that in Japanese animation, lolly is sometimes referred to, like used to refer to adult women who have like features typically associated with younger women, so being shorter or being skinnier. This is why in Japan there are people who have referred to Rebecca as a lolly, because in their language, in their culture, in that context, that's how they view it. I still disagree with that. I still think there needs to be a massive layer of separation between a character who is very evidently an adult by looking at her and, you know, seeing how she behaves, talks, and what she does, and say, let's go back to the character that I used as my point of comparison in all of this, or I guess the tweet that I quote tweeted as my point of comparison in all of this. This person wants to conflate characters like this with characters like this. They want the defense of saying when they're attracted to these characters, what they mean is they're just attracted to these characters. And I guess what they're also trying to do is to catch me in some gotcha, like, well, you see, this is actually an anime community thing, and the only, there are actually very few, if any, pedophiles that call themselves lolicons. It's actually just a cultural, an anime thing. You don't understand because you just don't watch enough anime. You don't understand the culture. You just don't get it. Listen, these people have been getting called virgin losers on the internet for a very long time for very good reason, okay? The people who say, oh, she's a 3,000-year-old dragon, she's a 3,000-year-old dragon, have been getting dunked on online for decades for very good reason, okay? Pedophiles have been trying to use this excuse to defend their little child porn drawings for a very long time, okay? It is nothing new.
Lolly. Now, lolly is an aesthetic, and it is a body type, primarily defined by two characteristics.
So does that mean that child characters are not lollies? But she's a 3,000-year-old dragon. Yeah.
Short and or petite. It has absolutely nothing to do with age or sexualization.
Wow! Absolutely nothing. It is lolly only refers to petite, short girls. Nothing to do with underage characters or kids. You know what? Every single fact, everything we've ever known about pedophiles in the internet has been shattered today. One of my favorite things about this is this constant looming sort of implication that pedophiles have no reason to lie. They're like, now, why would we lie about being why would we lie and say we're not pedophiles if we were? Why on earth would we have any interest in lying about that? It's very similar to how Nazis and alt-righters will be like, oh, you're calling me a Nazi or alt-right? Why would I lie about that? Oh, how could you do this? They always like to ignore the term lolly literally fucking comes from the, Nabokov book Lolita, which literally is about a child predator. I know that like how it's used commonly in like English, like lolly, like Lolita or whatever it is, but like what I'm not even talking about the etymology. The etymology does not matter here. I'm talking about the reality, okay? The porn that the vast majority of these Twitter users post and call lolly porn is not like Rebecca. If it was like Rebecca porn, I would be like, who cares? But it's more like porn of characters, like I said earlier, they like to look at, share, retweet, like, and even make their fucking profiles on Twitter characters like this and sexual and pornographic situations. So, let's assume, hypothetically, and I'm willing to be a little bit good faith here, even though this person came in right off the bat with ad homs. Let's say, hypothetically, this person is not a pedophile, and they are literally just like anime girls that are petite and short, and that is just, they're just attracted to short, petite anime girls, and that is it. If that was the case, why the fuck have you made your entire identity online, it appears, around defending your sexual attraction to it. Isn't it interesting how there is an entire community, an entire coalition that has had to be formed that name searches and actively attacks anybody who talks about their philia? Isn't it interesting how strongly they have to defend it? Isn't that strange? How much they have the need to defend it? It suggests to me that there's more to it than simply, they just think that short, petite anime girls are cute. If that was the case, they would not feel this strong social desire to defend their sexual attraction. They just say, I like petite anime girls. Is there already a word? Isn't there already a term that isn't lolly for petite anime girls? I'm pretty sure there's another word for it I saw in my chat earlier, but maybe I'm wrong.
There is nothing inherently sexual about a character being a lolly. Like I said, it's just a body type. And
so that is true. There is nothing necessarily sexual in anime about a character being like a lolly. So for example, why do I keep closing it? I guess I need to keep the image open so I can keep referring back to it as like visual aid. But like this character particularly doesn't seem sexualized at all. This character, like, I haven't seen the show this comes from, I haven't seen the anime this character comes from, but just this design alone is actually, like, totally fine. Like, this just looks like a kid, Like, it's, like, there's no sexualization by the looks of it. It just seems to be a fucking kid being a kid. There's no... Maybe in the anime itself there is, but in this picture, I don't see any sexualization. So... Obviously, that's not the issue. There's no problem with having a kid in anime. The problem is when there is a kid in anime and that kid is sexualized, or when people find themselves attracted to, anime children or characters that visually are evidently anime children, like this avatar here, and they try to defend it and normalize it because it seems like there's more to it than what it looks like on the surface. Their motives seem more sinister.
if you don't believe me, if you don't want to believe me and you don't want to believe the hundreds of anime fans clowning on you on Twitter right now, you can trust the people who made the anime itself, the two studios who directed it, both CD Projekt Red and the legendary studio Trigger, who claim that Rebecca is...
Yes, I do not agree with the fact that lolly is oftentimes used to refer to adult women that are short and petite, and also children. Yes, that is the problem. I think that people continue, in the West particularly, who are trying to appropriate this specific nomenclature, are not doing it in a desire to adhere to the culture, adhere to the language and the desires of the... No, they're doing it to normalize the weird shit. CDPR also didn't want Rebecca in the show. That's not true. CDPR, if I recall correctly, at first there were people at CDPR and people at Trigger that didn't like Rebecca or her design, but upon working on the show, like actually getting to doing the show, they very quickly like found themselves liking her character and being like, oh, okay, she's not just some like sexualized like sex doll character. She's an actual character with personality and story arc and stuff. I liked her arc. It was actually pretty cool. It was sincere. It felt sincere. That's the word for it. So adult animation never feels sincere. And I feel like anime actually does that well. Anime actually does adult animation being sincere well, and Western adult animation is very bad at that. Very, very, very bad at that. Yeah.
Zaywali.
Because what happened was I was one of the people on the creative team to actually vote Rebecca out of the original cast during pre-production. Because what happened was that CD Projekt Red first got the character design for Rebecca, and they were like, she's a loli. Lolis don't exist in Night City. It doesn't fit the Cyberpunk 2077 aesthetic. But Sugar was like, no, the loli must stay. And ultimately, she's the best girl. So it was the right choice.
So addressing his next point, the part where he's saying people...
Sure, I don't like when adult characters are referred to by the same label that child characters often sexualized are used for. That is my entire point. is that people are using this to normalize pedophilia.
People like me are trying to normalize lolicon.
Yes.
That couldn't be any further from the truth.
You named your video Unfathomably Based with the quote, "The lolly must stay," in your thumbnail. Okay. Also, I don't care about that femoids opinion, that 3D femoids opinion on what a lolly is. What? Oh, Rev Uwu taking the opinion of a 3D woman? Seriously? Oh. Now that is not what real anime fans do. You do not, you don't even engage with those 3D women. I'm sorry, but the 3D women are lame memes are really funny. I love when the fucking weebs go on about, like, I love when the weebs self-report. It's always very funny, okay? It always is.
I know this guy doesn't watch my content, he doesn't know anything about me, but anytime I discuss lolicon in any of my videos, I, ad nauseum, repeat the same sort of disclaimer that says it is perfectly understandable and valid to find the topic of lolicon, shotacon, anything like that. It is perfectly valid to find them weird, disgusting, gross. You can
So, my opinion is, I do have the subjective opinion that's weird and gross and all of that. My main concern, I don't actually think that just watching lolicon makes someone a bad person. That on its own doesn't really seem to be a negative moral action. I don't think that you can really make a strong argument, factually speaking, that that contributed harm to the world. My problem is that it feels like right now on the internet, there is an ever-growing community of people that are normalizing drawn child porn and trying to associate a character like Rebecca, who is not a child, and very broadly liked and has been sexualized broadly by people that are not pedophiles, trying to claim she is in fact part of that label so as to normalize the label further. Like, I don't feel... This isn't complicated. It is not complicated at all. It ain't that hard.
find people that enjoy it to be degenerates. That's all fine. What I'm asking, and what a lot of people are asking is, don't call people pedophiles over their interest in fictional content.
So here's where we get to the weird shit. So now they're arguing that attraction to fictional content suddenly means the attraction doesn't matter, or the attraction isn't real? Just because the characters aren't real doesn't mean that isn't an indication you are attracted to childlike features, or the features of children, or, in the case of, like, the characters I've been showing as an example, literal fucking children. There's no denying that those are not artistic representations of children in anime art style. So, yeah, that is where I draw the line, okay? If you're out there saying, I think Rebecca is hot, and that's what I'm into, you're fine. I don't think you're a bad person. You're not a pedophile. I don't even think that qualifies as what I call lolicon. This character, as the VTuber avatar, which, to be fair, isn't being sexualized necessarily. I mean, the choker's a little weird, but I mean, chokers aren't necessarily inherently sexual. But I'm going to say that to my audience, I'm going to guess this avatar is not helping Rev Uwu's case here.
Because doing that, I mean, there's no evidence to suggest that anyways. There's no connection. You can dig all you want. There's no study out there that's going to show a link between those two things.
I would be surprised if that was the case, and I would be willing to look into it and find if there are studies that correlate that. There probably are. However, I think that it does not require a study to say that if you want to fuck this fucking 4-year-old or 5-year-old or whatever the hell, I don't know, like this child, then yeah, you're pretty weird. Yeah, that's pedo shit. This is a child. Just because the child's not real doesn't mean You aren't sexually attracted to a child, which is what pedophilia is. Does she have arms? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen the anime. I'm a degenerate non-anime watcher, don't you know?
And the problem is, when you keep spouting these things off, you are watering down the term pedophilia and
I love this argument. So, who remembers back when the skeptic community, during the Gamergate days, would incessantly, anytime they platformed a white nationalist or a neo-Nazi like Milo Yiannopoulos or Alex Jones or whatever, and they'd be like, hey, lefties would be like, hey, you shouldn't platform that person. And they'd respond with like, oh, you're so fucking triggered. Oh my God. You're so offended. Oh, you're so, oh my God. Like you can't handle people that, like, you're watering down the term racist because you're so offended. Anyone who disagrees with you is all of a sudden a fucking racist. Oh, now you're what's the term? What's the phrase that they would always use? You're taking the weight away from the word Nazi and stuff like that. Like, people would unironically say, don't call Richard Spencer a Nazi. He's clearly not one. You can't call people that just off the top, like, off the limb. You're taking the weight away from the word. It really does feel like the exact same thing, right? Like, oh no, I'm not a pedo or defending weird pedo shit. Like, why would I do that? That's, you're watering down the term. You're actually trivializing the real thing. Now, to be clear, there obviously is a very big difference between a pedophile jacking off to... I'm going to outright say it. There is a big difference between a pedophile jacking off to this and jacking off to, like, actual CSAM of a real child. The difference is that in the case of jacking off to CSAM of a real child, you're profiting and gaining pleasure from the sexual abuse of a real child. That is not the case here when it comes to, like, the fucking lolly porn. I'm not making a strong moral judgment. I'm not, like, claiming that every single person who watches that is, like, going out there to diddle kids, but I think it's probably something that you need to consider. I think it's something that you should really maybe just think about a little bit. And, maybe some introspection might be best. Just a little bit of introspection, potentially. That's what I'd like. Just some introspection for these people. I'm not saying you're a bad person. But if you're out there defending the little 3-foot-tall girl, then you are probably a pedo. And that is why I've called the people attacking me during this drama pedos. And as far as I could tell from this person's channel, yeah, the evidence kind of leans on them being a pedo. I've called this person a pedo as readily as I would call someone making equivalent conservative content about race or whatever a Nazi or a racist or whatever. Like, the evidence is there. I didn't just make this up. I feel like most people here can see where I might be given that impression.
Those two things. And the problem is, when you keep spouting these things off, you are watering down the term pedophilia and predator and pedophile and all these terms to the point where they mean absolutely nothing.
So this actually makes no sense. Nothing about me making fun of weirdos that defend their drawn child porn actually makes it so that, like, real victims end up having it be harder for them to seek justice. It doesn't, like, that's not how that works. The one example these people have been trying to bring up over and over and over again is the last time I got into a big Twitter war with these, like, lolicon people. One of them decided to, like, respond to me saying, I was sexually assaulted as a child, and you saying that lolicon is child porn really trivializes what I went through and makes me feel like a piece of shit. And I quote tweeted them and said, like, in quotes, I said, because I was a victim of sexual assault, that means the child porn that people are looking at is somehow not child porn now because I said so, and that makes me the arbiter. Something along those lines, and now they've tried to accuse me of harassing a child sexual assault victim. So when you see these people resorting to the exact same tactics as the far right, like where I'll criticize, like, a black right-wing figure, and then all their fans call me racist for criticizing a black person, and it's like, I thought you guys were the ones that are rallying against idpol and canceling everybody for disagreeing with somebody because they're a minority, you know? It's Rich Rev said that, considering that his fans had no issue with using the word groomer on Zan's trans fans. Oh yeah, my trans fans have been getting called groomers and pedophiles in the replies of, like, in the comments of my tweets, like, for the last 24 hours. Their, like, go-to argument is, you probably shouldn't throw stones from glass houses at us lolicons as trans people right now. And it's like, what? Wait, okay, that's no coincidence that the people who are out here defending drawn child porn are also transphobic and seem to be on the right politically. I'm not saying all of my haters are pedophiles, but it sure does seem weird how many of my haters have ended up being pedophiles, huh?
They're becoming meaningless insults to throw at people you think are weird or you disagree with. I mean, we're at a point where someone can be outed on Twitter for being an actual pedophile, hurting real-life children, and many of the replies will be something like, well, wait a second, was he an actual pedophile? Did he hurt real kids?
I was really hoping that we'd be able to find some middle ground here, and they'd bring up, I don't know what they're referring to, maybe that's a real thing, but, like, the example that I see on Twitter is, you see, like, New York Post, that shit fucking tabloid site, will post, like, an article that'll be like, 26-year-old teacher has sex with 13-year-old male student, and it's like, why is the headline not raped instead of had sex, and why are all of the replies, wish that was me, where were these teachers when I was a kid, lucky kid, give that teacher a medal, yeah, give that teacher a medal, you guys have seen that shit, right? It's fucking sickening. That's what I was hoping that they were going to bring up, because I have seen that stuff on Twitter, and I was hoping we could find some middle ground, but evidently not.
Or is it just lolly stuff? Like, I'm sorry, that makes my blood boil. That is a very bleak existence we're in, and it's because of people like this throwing the term around like it's just a generic insult to label people you don't like or you find are weird. And speaking of normalizing, let's not normalize watering down the term pedophile by using it in inappropriate context.
So this is literally no different than back in Gamergate when the skeptic community would get mad about calling Milo Yiannopoulos or Richard Spencer a Nazi. You're watering down the term Nazi. You're gonna make it mean nothing. There's the same amount of merit is held in these arguments. When you call someone something, you are taking the value away from it argument rarely applies in a broader social space. They tried this with the word Nazi, they tried it with racist, they tried it with homophobe and transphobe. They are constantly trying to defend themselves against... They're constantly trying... Not defend themselves. Defending themselves is the wrong terminology, because that implies they're being attacked unjustly. They're trying to normalize their philia broadly to the internet. That's like a lot of them. And the rest of them are people that very desperately need to find another word to refer to short or petite adult anime girls by that doesn't also include literal fucking children, okay? Like, come on. Like, can we at least agree on that?
Text like this, okay? This is something that actual predators will thank you for, because you're watering down the term so much that nobody takes it seriously. And
this is literally just like back in game... Dude, bro, the same level of argumentation from these people, it's actually crazy. I bet pet predators would actually appreciate you calling lolicons pedophiles. They would appreciate it. One of my favorite things that I had happen during the 24 hours of, like, weird Twitter drama that's been happening is that I kept on getting these replies from these lolicons where it would be like a collage of people I've never seen or heard of before in my life, and the collage would be labeled list of antis, ANTIS, so like anti-lolicon is what that's short for, I guess. List of antis exposed for having real child porn. And they kept on replying to my posts with that. Anti-map, maybe that's what they're referring to. I don't know what they just say anti. I don't know what the anti, yeah. Anyway. And it's like I'm supposed to know who these people are, I guess, that have been caught with child porn who apparently were anti-lolicon. I won't say that it's impossible for people who are just trying to build a layer of defensibility between themselves and suspicion wouldn't be like constantly shitting on lolicon. That's probably a thing that would happen, but I don't know any of those people. I'm not part of some fucking community that spends all its time dunking on lolicons. This is like an arc that comes around every time I see some shit on Twitter that triggers me. Like, this is not... You guys who've watched my channel for any amount of time should be able to tell it's not exactly like a staple of my content for me to be dunking on lolicons. It happens every once in a while, but I'm more of a hardcore political, like, LGBT, race, and socio-political issue streamer, not like a... This just isn't usually in my ballpark. TBH Zan, your take is the most normie stance ever, and in this case is a fairly base normie stance in my opinion. Well, that's the thing though. These channels have built themselves up as sort of vanguards to protect themselves from the social stigma around pedophiles. It's the same reason why pedophiles like that don't, like, I guess, watch anime or whatever on Twitter call themselves maps or no maps, no contact maps or whatever it's called. Like, it's literally all an attempt to form a vanguard, a community to defend each other from social stigma for being pedophiles and for, in some cases, outright being sexual predators. Some of them are child sexual predators and are open about it. That has happened. Ban Not Cassandra, we got another pedo in the chat. Yeah, like, I don't know. It just seems strange to me that this person's making this video, and meanwhile, like, half the replies to my tweets have been literally defending objectively drawn child porn. Like, and the profile pictures, too, really just tell you all you need to know. Like, you'll see someone with a profile picture of what looks like a fucking anime toddler replying that, actually, you're the real pedophile for saying that me jacking off to drawn children is weird. God, I love the internet. The projection is wild.
It's something that hurts real-life victims, which you clearly don't care about. Because look at this tweet. Xander Hall tweeted this 2 weeks ago.
Based. Wait, 2 weeks ago? This tweet was actually from 2020 and was deleted after he got dragged for mocking a person who... This tweet isn't deleted, is it? I would never delete this tweet. This tweet is based as fuck. I literally quote-tweeted someone who said, "this you," and said yes with the Chadwo Jack. I'm pretty sure the tweet got, like, mass flagged if it's down. But okay. This person says, "This is honestly what infuriates me about this whole lolicon is CP shit." Hey, isn't it interesting how this person has to censor the word lolicon in their, on their screen? I wonder why they have to do that. They did say it's nothing sexual, nothing inherently sexual or inappropriate. It's just a body type. Why is it being censored on screen here? Money? Yeah, but why would YouTube be, like, demonetizing or against the concept of lolicon if it wasn't sexual or, like, inappropriate? Yeah, total mystery. This is honestly what infuriates me about this whole lolicon is CP shit that these people do. I'm an actual victim of CSA and CSEM, conflating the horrific abuse I endured as a child. The fucking anime makes my blood boil. This is literally just a straw man of my argument. The reason why I quote tweeted it with the quote tweets, like when I quote somebody, when I put somebody's like opinion in quotes like this, when I quote tweet them, I'm cutting through their straw man and exposing what they actually believe. What this person actually just said is, I was sexually abused as a child and I don't think lolly porn is child porn, so it can't be. If you think it is, then you are the real ones hurting kids who are sexually abused by adults. It's literally just deflection. It's the same thing that black conservatives do when they say you're racist if you criticize them for their political beliefs, because that is common. And that, like, people like Blair White, like trans conservatives will use that too. Everybody on the right, anybody who has, like, shitty ideas online that can use their identity or can use some kind of id poll or something along those lines to defend themselves, or something that would lend them general social sympathy, they will use it in an online argument. Don't pretend like that's something people don't do. Do you really think people on Twitter are above weaponizing, even lying about being, I'm not saying this person is, but do you think people on Twitter are even above lying about that or weaponizing that happening to them to defend shitty stuff? Of course not. It happens on Twitter every single day. the go-to way to defend bad shit on Twitter is to say I'm a victim of something bad, and thus it's okay for me to do bad things. You see that shit on Twitter all the time.
Like, I've come across plenty of people who I think are weird or degenerates or even just not very good people, but I would never, in a million years, try to invalidate their history of being sexually abused because I think they're strange or I don't like them. This
person literally just claimed, my opinion is correct because I was a victim of CSA, and I replied, you being a victim of CSA doesn't make your opinion right. I'm sorry, but that's true. This is no different. This is literally like when Vosh got called racist for criticizing, what's her name, that one lady? And it's like, see, the left are the real racists. They will, yeah, like, it's obviously disingenuous. No, not Professor Flowers. No. The conservative lady. What was her name? I swear it started with an A. No, not Candace Owens. No. What was her name? Fuck. The lady he got in trouble for, like, talking about her hair. And it was just such a nothing drama that came from nothing but people trying to uncharitably misinterpret what he was saying. I forget what her name is, though. Gothics? No. Well, my chat's too racist to figure it out, so we're just gonna have to continue. I don't know. It just reminds me a lot of that. It's always disingenuous, okay? People who literally dedicate themselves to I dedicate myself. My job is literally dedicated to dunking on the right, to dunking on like racist, to dunking on, or not on the right necessarily, on racism, homophobia, transphobia, like classism, like all these isms and ists and so on, right? That is my job, is to talk about these things, to educate people on them, whether it be like saying, hey, maybe you didn't know this happened historically, such as last night, last night, I watched the first episode of this like remake they did of Interview with a Vampire. I watched a bit of the first episode, like the very beginning of the first episode of this remake they made last night with my friends. And in the first like 10 minutes, they name drop Jim Crow, which I don't know why, but it was just I was kind of happy about that because like I didn't learn about Jim Crow in school. A lot of Americans don't learn about Jim Crow in school. Or if they do, they learn a very, like, watered-down, basic, like, understanding of it. But, yeah. But it's the same shit.
This right here is absolutely disgusting. Like, if you say things like this, you are a genuinely bad person. That's all there
I'm a bad person, guys. There we go.
is to it. You are a bad person. This is sociopathic behavior.
I'm a sociopathic behavior. I'm a bad person and a sociopath. Okay.
I think someone's abuse is invalid because basically
I didn't say their abuse was invalid. I said their opinion is invalid and that their abuse doesn't validate it.
think they're weird. That's insane. And to address one comment I've seen
Yes, let's do it. Come on my stream. Let's do it. Yeah. When do you want to do it? I can't do it tonight because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 8. No, 8. I got 8 more topics left to cover today. Yeah, do you want to come on? We can do it. I got World of Warcraft leveling to do. WoW is like a fantastic, fantastic game to grind while debating. Absolutely. I got some levels I need to get.
In my tweet about the subject and in his replies, the whole, go debate him. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not a debate bro, grifter, bread tuber.
Vindication is a nice feeling, you know? Sometimes you just get proven right, and it just feels nice. Not that this person's a coward or anything because they don't want to debate. To be completely fair, like, debate is unironically a skill that needs to be honed and practiced to be anywhere near good enough at it to, like, it doesn't matter how correct you are. Like, you have to have skill and practice in debate to be competent at it. So I don't necessarily blame them for not wanting to debate. But the whole, like, grifter, bread tuber thing is funny because it kind of indicates where this person's politics are, which is in line with what I've been saying about the right for a while. And not only that, But like my debates are usually pretty damn chill. Like even with lolicons, every lolicon debate I've had started out like trying to come to like some mutual agreement, and I don't think I've only ever had one devolve into like meminess and insults and screaming and yelling, and that was somebody who was like actively defending like having sex with the boss baby, you know, like that being sexually attracted to the boss baby wouldn't be pedophilia. So I don't I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this vindication.
Okay? I don't do those things. And why would I validate someone by going on stream to debate them? Let me give you a metaphor for this situation. It was like me walking down.
Do you guys remember when Sargon made that video along with Styx Hexenhammer 666 about how you shouldn't debate don't debate BreadTube, don't debate GriftTube and everything? I think this person's a Sargon fan, because I'm pretty sure Sargon was the origin of the don't debate GriftTube thing. That's nice to know.
On the street this morning, and then some random crackhead running up to me and screaming in my face, "You're a pedophile, you're a pedophile." Why would I then sit down?
If you were walking down the street, just minding your business and doing nothing weird, and you had a random person come up to you and call you a pedophile, yeah, that'd be pretty weird. But what you made were multiple videos where you talk about lollies being based and how much you love lollies. So, and lollies are awesome and stuff. So yeah, I guess that isn't just walking down the street, you know? That's a little more than just walking down the street minding your own business and being called a pedophile for no reason by a crackhead.
And schedule a formal debate with them. I'm not going to validate someone like that. You laugh at them, you move on, and then you tell your friends about the...
Also, the amount of these people that have been raiding the chat and getting banned consistently should be a pretty good piece of evidence as to the character of this person and their community, by the fact they literally raid and brigade like any Nazi channel does.
Crazy story you just had, which is what I'm doing with this video, okay? And also, I've been around the block. I'm not new at this. I've had commentary debate bros try to get me on their stream to debate them about this topic before. It's a trap.
I know that Boblax and Nick Diorio and stuff, they were actually going to cover this guy originally, and now that I'm covering him, they actually might be doing it as well. And following that, I think I've talked to, I don't know, I've talked to a few large YouTubers in the space that will probably end up jumping on the wagon of dunking on this shit, and this particular YouTuber, no doubt. 'Cause like, I don't know if they're going to get involved, so I won't name the YouTubers I've spoken to, but there's a few that might end up getting involved in all of this that are actually kind of big. You know, might be a little rough getting called out by the YouTubers that are going to come along, because what's wild to me is that this channel is like openly defending this stuff and has 600,000 subscribers, and YouTube's not done anything about it. Now, obviously, YouTube is not very concerned about their TOS. They only enforce it insofar as they need to uphold their bottom line. They did the same. It's kind of like I think Stefan Molyneux is the perfect example to draw to, right? Stefan Molyneux, for years and years and years, was probably the most well-known white supremacist, white nationalist, avowed one, like he called himself that, on YouTube. He was actively spreading misinformation, hate, racism, etc. for a very long time, blatantly against YouTube's TOS, and yet YouTube did nothing about it because he was pulling millions of views and making a lot of money. And the media wasn't really paying attention enough to get enough of an outrage to threaten YouTube's reputation and bottom line. But then, out of nowhere one day, Stefan Molyneux got banned off of everything all at once. It was really bizarre. And it seemed like it was out of nowhere. So when I did coverage of his ban, we looked at his Social Blade archive and saw his channel had literally flatlined. His channel was no longer making any money, gaining any new subs, and was like wavering at a view count that would have been worrying for me to have at like 73,000 subs. So it became evident that YouTube only banned the guy because he had just become such a liability, but wasn't worth the money and the amount of ad revenue, ad time, views, everything, traffic, and so on, that he was bringing to the site originally. It just wasn't worth it anymore. And that's basically what's happening here, I'd imagine. YouTube probably gains from this person being able to upload their content. I don't even know if this person's a pedo, honestly. I would like to talk to them and see if they're just, like, into petite, short anime girls like Rebecca, and that's it. And if they're, like, not into... If they're literally not into, and, like, there's no evidence whatsoever that they are. Like, there's no retweets of, like, that one character, the Kana character, with the no arms, the one that's, like, clearly a 5-year-old. Like, if there's no shit that's like that being retweeted of, like, porn of that, like, if this person genuinely is just into girls that look like Rebecca from Cyberpunk, then we could have an actual productive conversation that would not be a debate. Possibly even one where we come to a decent middle ground, but sadly it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Oh well. With that said, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel, my videos, whether you're watching them live, after the fact, or when they go up as segments, more than you even realize. Hell, this video is going to get massively ratioed by pedophiles, so be sure to drop those likes intensely, more so than ever. And you know what? If you watched all the way to the end, I want you to comment down below, "The lolly is gone." Comment down below, "The lolly is gone," if you watched all the way to the end. Yeah, with all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Like, comment, subscribe, donate, gift subs if you would like to. And of course, if you guys want to follow me on my other social media, you can do so. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, fan Discord, all that linked down below. And you can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And have a good one. Let's go! That was a good segment. Hell yeah. That came out better than I was expecting it to, especially since that segment in particular was completely ad-libbed, you know? Like, that was just me not ad-libbed, that's the wrong term for it, improv'd? Like, I didn't, like, write a script or prepare or anything like that, I just expressed my opinion. So hopefully you guys find it agreeable. Hopefully you guys think I defended the position I hold well. Ad-libbing is the correct term? Okay, cool. Alright, I gotta go piss. Oh, don't want to step in the cat. Hey, little baby. Hello. Hello. Hello, kitty. Oh, you're yawning. You're yawning underneath the table. Good cat. The cat's been laying on my feet for, like, the entire stream. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. Defend my stream, chat. Defend it. Oh. Thank you, Parallax. I appreciate that. Why aren't you a mod in chat? Have I ever tried rhythm games before? No, I haven't, Rena. I have not tried rhythm games before. Here, Parallax, let me see. Let me make sure you're the right, you're the real Parallax first, because there are a lot of imposters in chat. You are, in fact, the real Parallax. Pog, let me go ahead and give you a moderator because you are based and trustworthy and make good videos. Your chair says slurs while you're gone? Oh, I'm very aware, yeah. Yeah, I love saying slurs nonstop, frankly. Ah. That was fun. That was good drama. Love some good content. Why are you platforming a fascist? My chair? Well, technically the chair is platforming me. Because I'm sitting in it. Like it's a platform. Zan the Slur Man? True! I love saying slurs. Xanderhall, love your stream, man. Good background noise while farming lockboxes in Classic. Let's go! Yeah, farm those fucking lockboxes. Remember, guys, if any of you are playing WoW Classic at the moment, I am also playing WoW Classic. I am on PED0S. I am playing a human warrior, and I want as many of my fans to join as possible. I'm trying to build a guild. I've already got like 10 people who have joined. I'm already level 75 on my warrior. I'm grinding as fast as I can, though I've been busy, so I haven't been able to go as fast as I'd like. I've got enough gold for my Northrend flying for me, my friend, and my other friend. So yeah. Been playing Cringe 2 lately, aka Destiny. I thought you were gonna say Overwatch. Hey Xanderhall, I've never had more rage for people online and I want to strangle them, but I will settle for a Nutella sandwich. Listen, don't be mad about lolicons online. Like, they're just really mad that society doesn't accept their weird fucking drawn child porn. It's trust me, they're the ones who are having a harder time, believe me. Revel in the fact they have to non-stop hide and on the internet behind anonymity defend their philia. Hey Zan, got any tips for Classic WoW early leveling? Been at it for a while now, but haven't made much progress. Yes, not gonna lie, cheese is good. The best advice I can give for leveling in Classic is to try to level as much as possible in like green zones. In zones that have green levels. Like as in like you're leveled up enough in that zone that like all the mob levels are green. The reason why that's best to do is because it's easier and faster and still grants XP to kill every mob that's in your way of like between you and every quest turn-in, like quest completion location and quest pickup. Killing as many mobs as possible like while you're traveling just ends up netting you so much more XP than you end up even realizing. Stop trying to avoid every mob you see and kill every mob you see. Just run in a straight line towards your destination and kill every mob that gets in your way and aggroes on you. Hell, go out of your way a little bit to get green mobs, because you want to do it in green zones, because green mobs die super fast. They still grant XP, though a little bit less. But in the long run, you're just going to make so much more XP, and you're going to level so much faster. So that's the best advice I can give. You'll probably want to rewind the stream to see it, Adrian S. Or wait until my segment comes out. Basically, my overall thesis is that I think there needs to be a change in terminology. I don't think it is good at all that underage characters that are clearly children and like petite short anime girls are thrown in together under the same like general genre or type of girl, because, well, for the reasons I've been explaining, it feels like we're trying to blur the line between, well, okay, when someone says they're into lolicon, are they into like little children, or are they into like Rebecca from Cyberpunk, you know? Like that's a big difference there. Short stack is the closest, but that's for thick baddies like Midna. I do like short stack, that is true. The funny thing is, too, like, the first thing I thought when her character was introduced is, like, I know 3 women who are older than me that look like this girl. Like, that look surprisingly like this girl. That was, like, one of my first reactions. But it sounds a bit creepy, too. Like, skinny, I guess we can use? I don't know what term you'd use. Skinny? But skinny sounds insulting. Wiry? Thin? Frail? Bony? I don't know. I feel like petite is like the most small. Small sounds sus. That sounds sus as shit. I'm sorry. Maybe not, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine to use petite. It's a word that exists. I know that it's used a lot in porn or whatever, but it's not like a weird word. Skinny can be insulting. Yeah, like you wouldn't. That's like, I don't know. That's just not how I'd refer to somebody, you know. Want to hear something else? There's an entire fashion line called Lolita, which is actually rococo style dresses that look really beautiful. I've gotten so many weird looks when I try to talk about Lolita fashion, and it needs a better name for the style. Yeah, like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, you know? Maybe for the sake of clarification, we should adapt our language here. Maybe just a bit, you know? Japanese and English don't translate one-to-one. That's something that I realized upon watching like clips of Cyberpunk Edge Runners on YouTube that were in Japanese, dubbed, or not dubbed, subbed, and watching the dub, was that like lines would have the same meaning, but would be completely different lines, like in terms of what they said. Because there's just not really as many one-to-one translations, or there's not always, you can't always have a one-to-one translation. So yeah. Oh yeah, natural dialogue differs, yeah. Best dub remains Ghost Stories. Don't know what that is. The next anime I think I'll be watching will also be with the same friend, and it's going to be Chainsaw Man. Apparently it's a very well-beloved manga. Sorry. I just triggered like 80 people. My blood ran cold. I just triggered so many people in my chat by saying manga. Manga. I heard the Chainsaw Man manga is very good. And so apparently the show's gonna be good, the anime's gonna be good, and I'm gonna watch it with my friends. So, yeah. It's pronounced mango? Thank you. Wait, does Chainsaw Man have any weird lolly shit in it? Like, I saw the trailer for it with my friend, and it did not seem like it did. Like, one of the characters that got introduced seemed milfy, actually. One of the, like, side characters, I was like, ooh, a milf. Have a good night, Heavy Gretel. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Have a good sleep. You don't need to watch... you don't need to watch that much anime to know this information. It's kind of well known in normie spaces. Yeah. Xanderholm, no, not Lolly. The main character's a high schooler, but honestly could have been just said he's college age and it would have changed nothing. No, okay, so there's no weird shit. Okay. That's what I'm asking. Like, there's no weird shit where we got, like, underage characters and, like, doing weird... Like, that happens in anime. Often, apparently. So, don't like that. I like how now that I've seen Death Note and Edge Runners, when people ask Zan, do you watch anime? I can just reply, only the good ones. Alright, listen up. We're moving on to the next segment. We got more topics to cover. Oh boy, do we have more topics to cover. Oh boy, do we have more topics to cover. Oh boy. Oh boy, do we have more topics to cover. It's gonna be exciting. Bring up do 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 do. Alrighty then. Don't autoplay this tweet. Funny tweet. And wasn't there the fucking the clip? Where is the clip? Where's the clip? The meme clip that everybody was memeing around with on Twitter. Where is it? There we go. Let's see. Here it is. Found it. All right. I did say earlier in the stream I'm open to debating people, but I said it probably can't be tonight since I've got, right now, about 8 more topics to cover. But if I've still got energy tonight and I'm still feeling it, I might be down. If not, probably tomorrow night while I'm playing WoW is when I'll be doing debates. And you better believe I'm down to do a lot while I'm playing WoW. It's good fucking content, okay? And I really need something to do while I grind these levels in WoW, okay? I'm just questing non-stop in Northrend right now, and I need something. I need something to keep my mind occupied while I'm killing all these mobs, okay? I would love to see this debate. What time tomorrow? I would probably expect it to be around the same time as this stream, if I'm being honest. I want to debate you on maps and related issues. Tell mods not to ban me. I'm kind of thinking that you might be an outright pedophile. It's a little sussy. I would recommend that you keep your pants on, literally, until the debate, though, because you're... Yeah, well, there you go. I don't know. Do we just debate people who are just trying to defend, like, full-on, like, child, adult rape? I don't... Why... Is that a debate that I should have? I don't feel like that's something I need to debate with somebody. Yeah, it'll be funny. That is true. Or more likely kind of soul crushing. Because it's grim. It definitely is grim. Anyway, let's move on to brighter topics. Slightly brighter topics. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, and action. Well, everybody. Hypers in chat, if you were a based Scooby-Doo watcher as a kid. I was never like a massive Scooby-Doo fan. But I definitely... Like, it was one of those shows that I was always fine having on TV, you know? If it came on TV... I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's like they're solving mysteries and stuff, you know? It wasn't my favorite, but it was something I could enjoy, you know? It was something I could enjoy. Now, personally, when I was younger, I wasn't woke like most of you, so I wasn't, like, looking for characters that were, like, gay or whatever, so I never really picked up on any vibes that many fans picked up on that Velma might be a lesbian or bi. Isn't she, like, she'd have to be bi, right? She's had a boyfriend in the past, and I think she's still attracted to men sometimes, right? Or maybe they're retconning? I don't know. Maybe they're retconning. It's hard to tell. Regardless, LGBT, she is. That is evident now. And the way we learn this is from this tweet. This tweet that went viral. Oh my god, lesbian Velma is finally canon in the movies. Let's go! Are Scooby Snacks canonically edibles? Yeah, so that's pretty gay. That's pretty gay. Yeah, that's you know, that even though they're about 10 feet apart, that's still pretty gay. Now, obviously, judging by the amount of likes that tweet got, 218.5 thousand. A lot of people are thrilled. Let's go. Yeah, people are thrilled. You know, like, yes, yay, a beloved, well-known character in pop culture has been confirmed unapologetically and unambiguously to be LGBT. So what's the problem then? Well, if you've been in the space for any amount of time, you should be able to put together how this might end up leading to some drama, right? Leading to some controversy, you know? Have they already made like have they already made videos on it? Uh-oh. Clownfish TV, 8 hours ago. Velma Dinkley will never be straight again is the name of the video. All right. We're already in it. We already got grown-ass fucking adults like complaining about this shit. Oh, all right. Well, let's find out what the issue is. What's wrong with gay Velma? What's the problem with that? People are happy, people are thrilled. Let's see what the issue is with it, I suppose. If they're gonna claim there is one, maybe they won't. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna celebrate Velma coming out. Maybe they're gonna be like, yo, that's fine. It's okay for her to be gay. Who cares? It's just, enjoy the media or whatever. Don't be upset about it. That's kind of. I'm sure they'll have a very well reasoned take that isn't gonna play into some hyper reactionary hate bandwagoning. Let's see what happens.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Don't you mean Jinkies?
Jinkies. Velma is gay again. So, big story. Trending.
Was Velma gay before? When was Velma gay again? Or when was she gay initially? When was she gay? She's always been gay? Yeah, she was gay in the last TV series, then why are they upset about it? Why do they care then? She was closeted in one of the TV shows? She had a girlfriend in one of the cartoons? Wait, then why are they upset about it then? I know that she had like a boyfriend once, so maybe she's bi? Wait, do they not know that she could also be bi? Well, being bi isn't straight, but like, why is it titled? Okay, you know what? Just give it to me. Give me the lore, all right? I'm doing too much thinking. I shouldn't be doing this much thinking.
Trending today, and we were going to talk about Velma anyway, like what the status is of the other cartoon show and all that, but in the mainline Scooby series, they have a new direct-to-DVD movie, I guess, and she is canonically gay in the main Scooby universe now. Now, this is about a year or two after they came out and said, no pun intended, they came out and said that she was gay in Mystery Inc., of course.
Was that after she dated Shaggy?
Yes, she dated Shaggy, and then she dated Hot Dog Water. And now, I like Mystery Inc. I thought it was a really good show, but that was also...
Okay, so there was like somebody said, or they announced that she was gay, but it was like, yeah, all right, but like, show us, make that the case, don't just say she is for the sake of like, woke points, right? Like, that's not what people want, right? Like, if you're looking to have LGBT representation, you're not just looking for a character that's like, maybe they're gay, maybe they're not. No, you're looking to have something a little more concrete, and the more concrete it is, the more of a definitive statement it is. Like, this seems to be, by the looks of it, judging by people's reactions, at least to many people, their first viewing of confirmation that she is gay. I don't know that, like, a director saying that that Velma was in the closet in one of the movies, that feels J.K. Rowling-esque, where J.K. Rowling came out and retroactively said Dumbledore was gay. I don't know. It just feels like, then make that obvious in the story. Like, like, why not? Why does it have to be like a thing that's not part of the story so that people can politically separate themselves from the existence of an LGBT character, but the people who do support LGBT characters can also have... It's literally they're trying to have their cake and eat it too when they do the whole teasing, the queer baiting thing. And I guess what people are happy about is it feels like they finally just hit that nail on the head and just confirmed it full on, unapologetically, explicitly, and without remorse. Based. Yeah, Dumbledore being gay was complete pander, yeah. And that was part of why people were upset. But the reason why people knew that it was pander was that J.K. Rowling retroactively brought that up when it would have been socially beneficial for her to just say that, and she could just tweet it out and say that was the case and retcon that for her story, when there's really no evidence in the actual story or in J.K. Rowling's personal political beliefs, if we're being honest, that she would ever frame... I don't actually believe J.K. Rowling has the ability to frame a character she intends to be a gay man as positively as Dumbledore is framed. Like, in the story of Harry Potter. Like, I don't know. Dumbledore is framed too positively to be, like, a gay man. J.K. Rowling hates gay men. A lot of Terfs do. Terfs fucking hate gay men. Oh my god, that's really common. If you don't believe me, look it the fuck up.
Separate universe. That wasn't the main Scooby universe.
So either she was bi or Shaggy turned her off of men forever.
Or Shaggy's a chick.
There you go.
Maybe, I don't know. I am confused. I am also confused as to why we're spending so much time
talking about cartoon characters sleeping with somebody?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I can already tell this is one of those channels that likes to dip its toes as lightly into the reactionary pool as possible to pull in the views in the audience that discussing these topics brings, but aren't really willing to go out on a limb and say, this representation is bad. Instead, they're going to say things like, why does it matter what gender these children's show characters want to fuck? Well, it's not about Velma fucking this character on the left. It's about the fact that relationships are a part of life, and this is a show about, like, a bunch of adults driving around the fucking country solving not murder mysteries, like supernatural mysteries. Sometimes they are supernatural. Usually they're not. And sometimes there's, like, dating, and that comes up, like, relationships come up. And one of the characters is gay and is into a woman. Literally nothing has changed. Wait, adults? Yeah, aren't they adults? Aren't they like 18, 19, like fresh out of high school or something? Stoners, like, decided to drop it. Like, no, they didn't drop out of high school. They, like, get out of high school and immediately hit the road to go on a fucking, like, road trip. They're teens. They're like 19 or something, aren't they? Like, the vibe I always got from them as a kid was that they finished high school and were like, and Shaggy was like, guys, what if we just bought a van and traveled around the country hunting, like, you know, supernatural entities, like zoinks? That would be pretty cool, huh? And Fred was like, yeah, that sounds dumb as shit, but you know what? I'm a himbo, and this girl here, Daphne, I like her, so I'll do it. I figured that was more or less how it went. Like, Fred was there because Daphne was there. Daphne was there because she wanted to have fun, was, like, interested in solving these mysteries and stuff. Velma was interested in solving the mysteries, and Scooby and Shaggy just want to go around and have fun and eat food. And that was my vibe. They're just a bunch of stoner friends who, like, graduated high school and, like, skipped college to go travel around the country exposing fake monsters. I don't know. That's the vibe I got as a kid. No, like, obviously the whole, why is it a concern what gender these cartoon characters want to fuck is an obfuscation. Like, sexuality does not refer entirely to sex, but to relationships, romantic relationships, something that is, you know, fine and relevant in a Scooby-Doo production. Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's okay. Please tell me how it could be a bad thing. The people talking about it, by the way, they asked, like, why are we talking about this? The people talking about it were just people saying it's cool. It was literally just people saying they're happy about it because they watched the show as kids and they're happy that this character has been confirmed to be a lesbian now because they've suspected it for a long time. Many of them themselves are lesbians who want to see this character be confirmed as such. I don't know. It just seems like they want a reason to dunk on this, but there really isn't one because they have to talk about this topic because it's the current thing.
That is the issue. Like, every time you hear about Velma, man, she is always in trouble. She's either questioning her sexual identity or she's calling the cops on black people.
The Velma calling the cops on black people thing is from Multiverses, where her ult was to call the cops. And so there were a lot of people on Twitter, like, literally her ultimate is to call the cops, and the cops would come and arrest the person that she used the ultimate on if it hit. And there was a tweet that went viral that I saw that said, it was something along the lines of, I feel a deep internal struggle as a black man as someone who mains Velma in multiverses. And then a clip of Velma's ultimate where she calls the cops on her opponent. They did change it, though. Now the Mystery Mobile comes and takes away the person who gets hit with the ultimate. It's not like a car or anything. Or like a cop car now. So they changed that, which is probably a good thing. You know, there were some people... There were some people that were doing some memes about it. That were doing some memes with that, okay? Can I show an image? So yeah, they went ahead and they changed the cop car. They went ahead and they changed the cop car into the Mystery Mobile. And I think that was probably the best decision they could have made. Okay, so now you understand. Now you understand what they meant by that.
You know, and she's getting her own show. We're going to talk about this because the Mindy Kaling Velma series, which apparently is still happening, they're going to have a panel.
Of course they are, because if they cancel it, they're going to be accused of all kinds of bigotry.
These people do love to make these very, you know, broad statements about how, yes, you can't criticize this or tell the truth about this and that because you'll be called bigoted. Like, what? This getting canceled would be called bigoted? Okay. By the way, did they race swap Velma? It kind of looks like they race swapped Velma. Yeah, like... it looks like it! Wait, is my color, like, settings on my monitor, like, garbage? It says right there she's South Asian? Really? Wait, is this lore I just don't know about Velma? Here are some new pics of HBO Max looking at Velma series. This version of Velma is South Asian, will be voiced by Mindy. Voiced by Mindy? Who's Mindy? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. This version of Velma is South Asian. Oh my god, we're opening up the Scooby-verse. It's cracking open. This is literally an alternate, like, universe version of Velma. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. Mindy Kaling from The Office. Oh. Kaling? I've never watched The Office a single time in my life, but I've heard that actress is funny. So, cool.
Yes, yeah. This is the one where they race swap Velma and also put her in an R-rated situation, get your mind out the gutter. Well, I don't know yet. Maybe they're just trying to get people prepared for... Mm-hmm.
I mean, it definitely does look like we're getting into some fucking R-rated material here. We've got a guy... This looks baller, actually. Like, I didn't even notice. There's a dude with his fucking head cut open with his brain missing. This seems to be Velma killing herself here, wearing nothing but a towel for some reason. She's literally sticking her hand into a burning toaster and a electrical appliance and getting electrocuted. I don't even know. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot going on here. Maybe she's got electric powers. I don't even know what's going on. Was she in the bath? Oh, bath towel, like in the bath of the toaster, maybe? I don't know. Seems like this is gonna actually... It's gonna be on HBO Max for a reason, apparently.
You know, some hot...
I have a feeling this isn't gonna be for kids.
Velma action here, but it's still happening, shockingly enough, when Zaslav has canceled other projects. Who knows? Let's talk about this, because why the hell not? Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, over 276,000 subs.
You guys should subscribe to me instead, because I have a lot less subscribers, and yeah, you should make it so left-wing channels have more subscribers than the right-wing channels, because that's pretty rare. So hit that sub button.
thank you for the support. We do talk about cartoons, being cartoon fans, believe it or not, being fans of animation. And we have been watching Scooby-Doo since forever, not since it was first on the air because we're not that old.
Yes.
But in the 1980s and 90s, Scooby-Doo was a staple and reruns. They used to rerun Scooby-Doo over and over
There's
again.
a lot of reruns coming.
Yeah. And as far as Velma's concerned, when I was a little kid and I first started watching Scooby-Doo, I thought it was 3 teenagers and their teacher or librarian because Velma never came across as being a teenager to me. I think it's because she was pretty well endowed, you know, but she never came across as being a teenager.
Well, fair enough, I guess. Well, I guess. I mean, sure, okay. If she doesn't really look like a teenager, sure.
Only allowed.
Oh, a little weird. A little weird, though. I paused it for a reason. The well-endowed thing was a little... I don't... Like, I feel like there was some phrasing that could have been used a little better there, you know? Like, she looks older than the rest of them and behaves older than the rest of them. She's like... the most mature, most responsible one in the group, besides Fred. Fred, like, comes off as the oldest and most mature one in the group to me. And the only thing that really holds that back is he's a himbo. Yeah, he's a himbo. And Daphne, if I remember correctly, is, like, not much smarter than Fred. Like, at least that's the vibe that's given off. Like, she's good at solving mysteries, but she's kind of ditzy, if I remember correctly. Maybe they've changed that about her character. I remember her being ditzy and kind of a bimbo type. And obviously, like, Shaggy and Scooby aren't very smart either. Like, actually, none of them are all that. Actually, Fred was actually pretty smart. Fred was a good group leader, I remember. Fred would be like, all right, gang, wait, no, Fred was always the one that said they should split up. No, Fred was a fucking idiot, never mind. You know, Fred was always the one suggesting they split up, and Shaggy and Scooby were like, why? This never goes well. It never does. We've been doing this for 30 years. Probably more. This never goes well. How many places have we split up in, and it ends up going badly? I don't know. They need to break the 3rd wall, or the 4th wall, whichever wall it is, I don't care.
When you're a lesbian.
Break
There
it.
you go. So anyway, she did have guys that she crushed on in those episodes. I do remember that. And even in the second live action movie, she had a thing for Seth Green's character, if I remember correctly. And, then she had a thing with Shaggy, which I was not on board with that because I never thought,
that was dumb.
Shaggy and,
well, basically, because they were always ones that were paired off together, so we'll just give them a little something, something, then it makes sense.
It does make sense. Shaggy's just, no.
I'm honest, Velma being a lesbian makes more sense than her and Shaggy.
That is true. I will give you that. And Mystery Inc. actually, I'm going to be honest, is one of my favorite Scooby-Doo series. I think it was very, very well done.
Dude, I remember watching the live action Scooby-Doo. I believe, which one was it? It was the one where they're on the island. I remember watching that one at daycare as a little fucking kid. Maybe 6 years old at the oldest. Like on the fucking TV. That's a far back reach. We're reaching far into my childhood for that. Jesus. That movie was not for little kids? Yeah, I started watching South Park when I was 8 years old. Okay, I don't really think that would have been an issue. That Scooby-Doo movie comparatively.
That being said, it was an alternate universe, so it really didn't matter if that Velma was gay or bi or whatever.
It doesn't matter no matter what.
Because it's a cartoon character.
I mean,
you got to know. You have to know who your cartoon characters are sleeping with.
So this feels like it feels cowardly to me, you know? Like right now you've got all these channels that are basically making a massive platform out of shitting on the concept of diversity, claiming any diversity is part of an agenda, and like it's bad, it's being used to like push a woke narrative, which is destroying media, yada yada yada. And then you've got people like this who like want to gain from that audience. They want to siphon views and income and clout off of that like social like issue, but instead of making fun of the people like the Quartering who are, making a big deal out of character is gay, and people are happy about it, but that's bad somehow. Instead, their go-to is like, why does it really matter that the character's gay? Why is it important that we know this? Why is it important? This is, you know what this reminds me of? Who remembers when they first announced The Last of Us 2? And I mean they first announced The Last of Us 2. God, this video. I watched Destiny respond to this video. Like way back in the day. Destiny's response to this particular video was actually like kind of big for me. Like it made me realize how dumb it was for me to be so concerned with the idea that like the identity, sexuality, gender, etc. of characters was being put before like good games, and that if there was ever a bad game coming out, that would be why you would blame it on that. This video and Destiny debunking it made me realize that, and I feel like now, considering most of these takes have these are now 4-year-old takes that have very much been viewed as outdated nowadays. You guys aren't gonna have a very hard time seeing why these arguments are stupid. This video got overwhelming support back in the day. This type of complaint is the exact same type of complaint that the Clownfish TV people, I feel like, are making, where they're not brave enough to stand up against the inclusion of representation, but they have to call it out subtly. Let me show you the example. I'll try not to interrupt.
I've been a massive fan of Naughty Dog for almost a decade now. I still vividly remember that excitement I felt being just 14 years old and playing through Uncharted Drake's Fortune for the first time. Every day I'd come back from high school, and it's these kinds of games that would allow me to escape reality for a while, not having
So we got like the, oh yeah, media's escapism stuff. I like my escapism.
to think about my real life issues, but sit back and take on amazing adventures. Not only is Naughty Dog responsible for creating some of my favorite games, I genuinely feel thankful to them for making a part of my own success possible. Uncharted was the franchise that truly got me into gaming, the reason I created this YouTube channel. I've had friendly conversations with some of Naughty Dog's former employees, even got to
So here he sims for Naughty Dog a bit to get in front of people saying, oh, you're a Naughty Dog hater. And then here we get to the, I think this is where we get to it.
While their games are now of a level of quality that is close to unmatched, there's also another trend that has been on the rise. Certain ideological driving forces have become a bigger part of Naughty Dog's games as time has passed. I've long contemplated whether to make this video or not. See, I myself have been wanting to speak about this situation for quite a while now, because I also feel like it's something I need to be more open about. But it's such a loaded topic these days, and sadly I see most people looking at it like there are only two sides of the spectrum. Either you support it or you don't, and no matter what, you'll get some judgmental terms thrown at you from.
So, to give you a reminder of what the culture around The Last of Us 2 was at this time, all that had been revealed, for the most part, was a clip of Ellie kissing Dina, her girlfriend. And that started this, where everybody was freaking out and losing their shit. You had, like, people excited for Last of Us 2 that were, like, you know, not mad about gay people, making that shot, like, their banner on Twitter. And then you had, like, the people complaining that it was part of a woke agenda and that it was bad. This guy is too cowardly to say having gay people in the game is bad. So he basically resorts, and we're going to watch it because I want to specify it. He basically resorts to saying, why should it matter? Characters' identities shouldn't matter to you and how well you're able to relate to them. Why do you care so much? Why is it important? Because he's too cowardly to just say, I have a problem with these characters being included. I think their inclusion it makes the game worse. There's no other reason than that belief to make a video like this. And obviously, I've seen this whole video multiple times, so I know, but regardless, there's no other reason than to make a video like this other than that, or if you're just trying to farm off of the hate.
People who believe themselves to be on that other side. Speak up about it, and the ease with which terms like SJW and beta male are thrown at you on one side, but also homophobe and sexist just as much on the other, is absolutely.
He takes the very rational centrist side, like, oh yeah, not everybody who likes the game is an SJW beta male, but not everybody who is mad about this inclusion is a racist, or not a racist, a homophobe. Okay, I think the issue is a little bit more, you know, virulent and volatile online than some people have, you know, some small disagreements.
absolutely astounding to me. All of these weak
Listen, what it feels like is a desire to not upset anybody, right? To have your cake and eat it too.
callings are often used by people who simply don't want to, or more likely aren't able to, come up with a legitimate counter-argument. I have no doubt in my mind that after posting this video, I'll get called certain names too. But I'm done being politically correct, to step away from the discussion on my channel out of fear for what others will say. I have great faith that almost all of my viewers, those of you watching right
So, has this guy made a video anytime between now, or like this video and now, where he complains about cancel culture? This video is from 4 years ago. I'm done being politically correct. I'm done being afraid of what people will say about me or to me when I express my opinion. 2 years later, cancel culture, cancel culture. Like fucking everybody who used to talk about how they're not afraid to offend people now complaining about cancel culture, which is literally just people being offended by what they said and calling them out.
Right now are respectful human beings. You can listen to both sides of a debate, and even though you may not always agree, that's fine. You understand that there are those who hold other opinions. It's really that simple, and
True.
I guess I shouldn't make it
Marketplace of ideas. You guys gotta remember, this is back during like the Dave Rubin era of politics on YouTube.
a bigger deal than it actually is. So, let's get into it.
So I wanted to learn more about it on my own, so I started reading some of these books. And whether we want to admit it or not, these are role models.
Oh yeah, he complains a little bit about one of the people who works with like Naughty Dog or works on The Last of Us, or this might be Neil Druckmann himself, like said that he is actually like a fan of Anita Sarkeesian. And he did criticize some of the, you know, absurd designs for women in games. I want to be clear, by the way, I don't know who this is on the right, but Cortana and Quiet are hot as fuck. If I would do nothing. I would never in my life think to change their designs. I like them. I like their characters. I like their designs. I think they're hot. I think they're cool. I think they're fine as they are. But there's a quote from a very, a woman who I think is particularly close to this topic. The quote goes as follows: "It is possible to both simultaneously enjoy a piece of media while also calling out and criticizing its more pernicious elements." I might have fucked up the quote. You can enjoy something and criticize it, basically. Wait, Cortana is 8 years old? No, you got me, dude. No, that's actually very... I kind of wish I'd brought up Cortana as an example during the Dunking on the Lolicon segment, because their go-to defense is always the 3,000-year-old dragon lolly. But I bet they would criticize somebody for saying they find Cortana hot because I guess canonically she's an AI that's existed for 8 years, which is their lifespan before they go corrupted. But, like, visually, personality-wise, voice-wise, and everything else, she's an adult woman. So when we talk about fictional characters and whether or not it's weird to be attracted to them, it is very much the coding of the character that matters. And, yeah, obviously Cortana is very much adult woman coded. I don't think I need to... Yeah.
Models. And yet we sexualize, we objectify, we marginalize, and we reduce these female characters to a lot less than they can be.
That's true.
So while working on The Last of Us, I had this secret agenda.
This is a small clip.
So, I like how he cut out that clip. He goes on to say his secret agenda was to make it so that the female characters in the story were not simply sex objects to be ogled at, but were actual, like, people and characters, not love interests or characters to be objectified. Even Dina, who is literally the woman who is the base of, like, who is the subject of Ellie's affection, the woman that Ellie is doing everything to protect, the woman she loves, even the character of Dina is not relegated to a side character that's objectified and made into the princess in the castle. She's a character who, like, adventures with you, and, like, Dina's more akin to Atreus from God of War 2018 than to, like, Princess Peach, you know? And The Last of Us 2. You guys have played the game, I assume, or at least some of you are aware of the game enough to know what I'm talking about. Like, this wasn't just some Yeah, like, I don't know. It feels a lot like there was this time back in the day where there were people that just felt iffy about so many characters that didn't look like them being in video games. Because, take it from me as a gamer, I have grown up with game characters just kind of generally almost always looking enough like me that if I just kind of let my eyes glaze over, I could imagine myself as the character playing the game, which is of course the point. You are supposed to be able to sort of put yourself into a character in a game or in any media. You're supposed to be able to identify with characters. It's a large part of what makes the characters matter more than just being a well-written fictional person, right? Is relatability and like the ability to understand how they feel and like, you know, saying, oh, I have like, you know, characters that feel like you can express more about that character in so much fewer words, I feel like, than any other character could, right? And I'm not saying that's exclusive to the way people look or their identity or their sexuality, but like if you're gay in America, chances are that's a big part of your life, whether you like it or not, right? A lot of these people will try to say, why do you, wait, can we find the meme? Hold on. The type of gays I respect. The reason why I'm showing this meme is because the person who made this original meme came out and was like, I made this when I was like 14. I'm now like 18 or 20 or something, and I realized this was fucking stupid. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with the sentiment of this meme anymore, but this was the meme. Oh, and they came out as LGBT. They ended up being LGBT. So this is the meme. Gay people I respect, acts like a normal human being, has a personality, doesn't force upon you the fact that they're gay, literally is a normal person that you can be friends with. Gay people I do not respect. Sexuality is the focal point of their existence. Rainbow flag everything and everywhere, including but not limited to profile picture, clothing, and jewelry. Complains about straight people constantly. Dresses like a clown to show the world how gay they are. The person who made this meme, like 6 or 7 years later, came out as LGBT and like denounced the meme. It's amazing. Anyway, it really is that level of engagement from people like this, right? They feel as though the good gays are the ones that are just like normal people that don't talk about being gay, because when you talk about being gay, you're obsessing over your identity. But like, the problem is that when people talk about being straight, no one realizes it. Or I should more likely say straight people don't notice it. Because talking about being straight is the default to straight people. When I go to my friends and I talk about a hot girl, that's discussing being straight. I'm a heterosexual man talking about a hot girl I like. Or like, that's you know, like that is discussing straight sexuality, heterosexuality, like if we're being honest. But nobody recognizes it as such because it's seen as the default in heterosexual spaces and by heterosexual people. The problem with people that think this way is that they've lived their lives with like what they are being the default, and they've had no real issue when it comes to finding characters they relate with. So when they see minorities talking about how like, hey, I think it's pog that this character is gay, they're like, why does it matter so much to you what this character's identity is, or who they fuck, or what their skin color is? Can't you, you know, enjoy their character regardless? And of course the answer to that is yes, but like, people like to sometimes see people that look like them in media, especially when it's not as common as they would like it to be, you know? A lot of media, especially in the West, has kind of been white person dominated for a long time. Hollywood especially, very white dominated. It's just how things have been for a long time. So there's high value placed by people that desire to see people looking like them, or with lives like them or identities like them represented in media as role models to look up to, or just frankly just a reminder that they exist, you know? Like being like imagine you're like 6 years old and you end up like when you're 10 years old, you're going to realize you have gender dysphoria. You're going to see you're going to go to a gender clinic, you're going to get diagnosed, get on hormone blockers and hormones and all that. But at 6 years old, you find out you find out that trans people exist, and that's it. You just know they exist. You see them in some media or something, and then 4 years later, now you have that basis of that's a thing. You know that being trans is a thing to go off of, right? And that's part of why representation is important, right? Trans people should be able to know that trans people exist. Gay people should be able to know gay people exist. Sexuality and gender identity has always been so complicated because without the existence of knowledge of being gay or being trans, whatever, people keep themselves in the closet. And then you get situations where like a dude in his 30s or 40s who's like married with 3 kids gets caught having sex with a man. And like his entire fucking life is ruined. Like, you know, divorce, loses kids, all that. Like, that's the kind of shit that happens when, you know, LGBT people when they're young are literally just not allowed to be exposed to LGBT people because they didn't, like, for many of them, they might not even known that was a thing you could be, right? Or if they did know that was a thing that you could be, the only context they heard about it was in homophobic rants. So yeah, positive representation is important, and the people who care about it are not, like, obsessing over nothing. The people who are mad about it, though, I would say are definitely obsessing over nothing. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live or after the fact and this goes up as its own video. It really does help out the channel more than you even realize. And of course, you can also, follow my social medias, all linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, and more. And finally, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, and you want to support my goal to move up to Seattle and start raising quail and all that good stuff, then please consider donating, subscribing, or even gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. But you can also support me over on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and hell, even Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Wait, oh no, I forgot one important clip. I was going to include in my topic talking about the lolicons. I just finished the segment. I wish I'd included this in my segment. Hold on. Okay. This is what it felt like, Alright. This is what it felt like when I aggroed all the pedophiles on Twitter.
Time to turn your attention to Rise. Listen closely. It's very possible that Rise is our man. So if you find an airdrop containing Anderson, destroy it.
What? Why?
It will force interaction with Rise.
This way.
You can go under Brecken's auspices as an ambassador, if you will.
But there are civilians depending on this stuff.
Our plan is focused on
The voice actor of the main character in Dying Light 1 is also one of the voice actors of Sonic. I'm assuming one of the voice actors of Sonic, because I'm guessing Sonic has had many voice actors. But the voice you're hearing right now is literally Sonic.
greater good. Remember that.
Alright, here comes what I was talking about. Nah, different voice actor in Dying Light 2. I know it's hard to tell, but it's true. Different voice actors.
Jade, I'm at the airdrop.
Alright, this is me posting the tweet.
No Antis in here.
Done? Fuck! Fuck! Alright, get back here and be careful. The nightmares are awake. Don't let them see you.
Oh, shit. They must have heard me.
Run! Oh. how it feels to criticize pedophiles on Twitter. Oh my god, this guy's taking a minute to get back to the... Okay. I'll let you guys see the end of the chase. God, this game's good. I can't wait to stream it. But yeah, that's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like to post that tweet. Why doesn't God ever heal zombies? I have no clue what you're talking about. Well, yeah, that's the that's the best comparison I can make. I thought that was funny. Parallax, MY, thank you for the $5 Dinos. Very kind and based of you. Says, PSA, outing and shaming lolicons is morally correct. I think before that, there has to be, in the West, a strong consensus on the fact that lolicon means, like the people that are trying to claim Rebecca is a lolly, and that's what they're attracted to exclusively, like characters that look like Rebecca. Those people need to stop, if they are, I don't believe that's what these people are doing, like trying to claim these characters are lollies, because it's only normalizing the really weird shit. Criticizing pedos in the context like someone saying criticizing terrorists when they say Antifa methods are a bit too extreme. No, I think that there's a difference between like criticizing terror groups for being terror groups and criticizing a cultural movement online that is desperately trying to normalize drawn child porn. I'm going to go ahead and say those aren't the same. Yeah, that's my take. But thank you, Parallax. I appreciate that. Thanks for the $5 Dinos. Let me update the dono goal. $56. You guys are gonna have to start that dono spree if we're gonna have a juicer stream tonight. I don't know what to say. You guys got to start juicing if you can afford it. Don't do it if you can't. All right, I gotta go piss and grab myself a water and grab my weed. So. God, my knees hurt like hell today. I don't know why. Howdy. Hello. Wait, I forgot to grab my water. God damn it. I keep on forgetting. How can I be this thirsty and keep forgetting water? There we go. Hydration time. Howdy, everybody. All right, I have returned, my lovely, lovely viewers. Hello. How tall is Zan? I get the feeling he's a tall boy. I'm not that tall. I'm like pretty average height. Like, I wouldn't go over 6 foot. I'm pretty sure I'm like 6 foot or 5'11 and a half or something. I don't think I'm over 6 foot though. I'm not super tall. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Marsquake. I really appreciate that. Said Scooby clip for stream. Yeah, I'm 5'2". My ex was 5'2", so you can use comparison there. Okay, that's tall. Yeah, wait, like, I think that most people would consider tall around 6'2". Like, I consider people tall when they're 6'2". Like 6'2" and above, and I'm like, that's an impressive height to me. Like if someone tells me they're 6'2", and I'm like, nice. Someone tells me they're 6'6", and I'm like, I'm skeptical, but nice. And then when someone tells me they're like any higher than that, I'm like, you're not 6'8". Prove it. Prove you're 6'8". Pufflecake says they're 4'8". How would you feel about an enemies to lovers fanfiction between Vosh and Ben Shapiro named Facts and Feelings? That would be beautiful. Frankly, Vosh would probably share it and read it on stream. You should start writing that now. Highly recommend it. Yeah, Salty Internet Pirate, thanks for the tier 2 gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Based and Pog and Gamerpilled. Thank you very, very much. Says... Scooby clip for stream. Thank you. Let me update the donut goal, and then we'll watch that Poggers clip. Let's hope it's Poggers.
Alright, gang, we're here. This here is Detective Ruby. He's who asked for our help with this mystery.
Right. See, a lot of my guys are split across the county at the moment, and I saw your group in the Yellow Pages. Think you can help with this?
Certainly. Now, what can you tell us about the case?
Like, is it a spooky pirate ghost or maybe a creepy evil crown?
What? No. Triple homicide.
Jinkies!
Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess I should have been more clear with the details, but anywho, what we're looking at is some kind of killing house. The torture devices and tools are just everywhere.
I love the idea that the cops call the fucking Mystery Squad, or Mystery Inc., for a triple homicide. I hope this is what that HBO Max show ends up being. They show up, and the cops just like, yes, you're here to investigate a fucking, I don't know, like a human trafficking ring. And it's like, whoa! Wait, this is not on our usual pay grade.
Found what looks to be 3 or 4 bodies crucified out in the backyard in what appeared to be some sort of pagan ritual. We're messing with one real twisted bastard, all right.
I see.
I mean, real sick, man. One girl's head was so caved in you could use it to hold ice.
Well, not that image burned into my mind. Alright, guys, this might not be the most in tune with our usual cases, but I'm sure we can pull together and figure this out. Let's split up, gang. Velma and Daphne, you come with me to look for clues. Shaggy and Scooby, you got...
Motherfucker always saying to split up. This dumb motherfucker always saying to split up.
Guys, examine the bodies? Jesus Christ, it's all so real now.
What are you doing?
Looking for clues, of course.
What is that, a magnifying glass? Alright, gang, I think I know how we can catch our killer.
Wow, that quick.
What we'll need are some marbles, roller skates, and some Scooby snacks.
Scooby? Okay, let's just wrap this up. I should have known from your vans you guys would all be tripping balls.
I don't know why I find this so funny. Maybe it's because I just took my first hits of the day and so I'm stoned, but... I don't know why, but it's just so funny. They should make this real. Make this a real, like, parody series for adults of Scooby-Doo. Why not? Why not do it? They did the Supernatural episode that was, like, a literal crossover with Scooby-Doo.
Scooby? Okay, let's just wrap this up. I should have known from your vans you guys would all be tripping balls.
Well, I guess the only mystery solved was how many sandwiches Scuba and I could eat before we left.
Wait, you didn't... Did you use anything from in the fridge?
Why? Is the fridge haunted?
The suspect was a cannibal.
Oh. Yeah, I called that. I called that pretty quick. Why was that so funny? I don't know. Am I stoned or was that actually hilarious? I know I'm stoned, but that had to have, that was actually funny. I found that actually funny. All right, Renophelia, let me read this message. Let's see if it's sus or not, okay? Lolicon, different from Lolita fashion. So, to clarify, apparently Lolita fashion is just like a style from, I forget where, I think somewhere in South America or Central America, that has nothing to do with, underage or looking underage, apparently. Literally came about to sexualize childishness. Oh, it did? That's not what the person in chat told me. It was created to perv on explicitly childishness. Lolita fashion was created to subvert the idea that you had to give up young enjoyment, and as a direct commentary on the sexualization of children, Lolicon was literally made to leer. I can't tell what you're saying here. Are you saying that... Okay, Lolicon, different from Okay, wait, hold on. Lolita fashion came about not to sexualize being a child, but instead was created to subvert the idea that you had to give up being young and enjoying being young as a direct commentary on the sexualization of children. That is what the fashion was for. But Lolicon is for leering at, is what you mean. I can agree with that, yeah. That sounds like a reasonable take. That sounds like an agreeable one. Though I would like to see a source. A source would be Pog. I do like it when somebody's source isn't, I made it the fuck up. I'm too scared to Google Lolita fashion, so I'm just gonna have to take your words for it, okay? Wait, if Lolly is Japanese, where does Lolita in the novel come from? I don't know. I think it's just the name, right? It's like frilly multi-layered dresses. Oh, they're like the puffy multi-layer frill dresses is what it is. Okay. I guess I guess I get what you mean. Yeah, like it's kind of like when people say what Belle Delphine does is sus. And I will say there have been some tweets from Belle Delphine where she's like posted some of her content. It's been a little... It made me go, that's a little weird for me. I'm gonna keep on scrolling. But I don't know if it's good for people in the on the side of not wanting to normalize like Lolicon and CSAM and all that stuff to throw petite adult women or skinny adult women or short adult women in there have been people who've been really bad at arguing the anti-Lolicon side that have ended up being like debated into arguing that being attracted to petite girls is the petite of age girls women is the same as being attracted to children. So it's definitely not something that you want to fall into because they'll try to argue into that. So be careful out there, guys. Be careful when you debate these people. They'll try to make comparisons to stuff like that. I do think there's a bit of sussiness to it, but I don't think it's as bad for obvious reasons. Pufflecakes, thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs to Squishy Squonk. Not gonna lie, cheese is good, and Draco System. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the $15 or more potentially. Says, I was wondering if there was a way to make a special request for the next media share. Where would be the best to message you? To media share videos, you do it through Streamlabs. So you would just media share, donate the video through Streamlabs as it shows you to, through the Streamlabs dono link, and the video will add to the queue, and I will get to it during my next media share stream. But I don't recommend that you guys donate media share videos until, I do my next media share stream, because we've already got a big backlog of content for me to watch. So there's not really much of a need, but it's up to you. 'Tis up to you. Thank you for the $15, though. I really appreciate that. Based. Very kind. And I'm sure that all 3 of the people who got gifted tier 1 subs really appreciate it too. I've heard that victims of CSA like to project themselves onto the lolly, like onto the children in the media. So how do you feel about it as a coping mechanism? I think that there's such thing as unhealthy coping mechanisms. Like, I don't think just because something is a coping mechanism for a bad thing means it's good, Drugs can be a coping mechanism for, like, a bad thing, like a traumatic event, like sex, like, and like, hurting people, violence. These are all coping mechanisms people can use for experiencing a bad thing. I don't think that makes any excuse for it. Like, instead, you should go to therapy or, like, get help, ideally. I don't think that, like, oh, it's for, like, dealing with trauma is a good argument. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Says I found a pretty funny Twitter meme. Okay, let me check this out. Thank you for the 5 buccarinos. I do actually think Keanu Reeves voicing Shadow the Hedgehog would be perfect. Like, not just because of, like, the visual comparisons being made in this tweet, but, like, I also want you to consider the fact that, like, Keanu Reeves' John Wick voice sounds a lot like the over-the-top, edgy kind of voice that Shadow has. It would be perfect. Having Keanu Reeves play Shadow the Hedgehog would be perfect. I'll say that. I'll give you that, One Piece. I'll give you that. Have you heard his voice in Cyberpunk 2077? He would be perfect for this, I think. Yeah, hold on.
If I need your body, I'll fucking dick. Why do you come? Welcome. In 2077, what makes someone a criminal? Getting caught. In Night City, you can become...
Okay, yeah, I think you guys get it now. Someone's got to make a meme like that for Edge Runners. That would be funny. Although you could probably do that pretty easily with Edge Runners. It's a pretty horny show. I swear at least once a year I see that video in some fashion. Good, it's hilarious. It's fucking funny. How's that bad? That's a great thing. That's what you want. Let me update the dono goal. Oh my god, so many donorinos. So kind of you guys. I love you all. How old is Shadow supposed to be? Why does that matter? Dog? Yeah, I don't think it's a healthy coping mechanism, but I wouldn't classify it as sus like people who make the 3,000-year-old dragon soy coat posts. I didn't say it was, like, the same. I said that it's an unhealthy coping mechanism. Like, reliving... like, trying to relive trauma to cope with it is not healthy and does not change, like, I don't know, like, I'll think on it, like, I'll think about the philosophy of that a little bit, and I'll get back to you guys on it, if you guys are still curious about my take on it. That is an interesting question I'd like to think on more, but I'm inclined by default to kind of lean on that sounds like a really unhealthy coping mechanism, and probably not as common as, you know, pedophiles watching lolicon or lolly content, because it's the closest they can get to what they really want to see, you know? I don't know. It's a grim topic. All right. You know what we're talking about next? Guess what we're talking about next? Jesus Christ, I had to scroll down quite a bit to find Dream's channel. That's, surprising. Alright. Okay. Yep, I spoiled it for you. That's right. Yep. I'm talking about our boy. Dreamer McDreamerson. Alright. Do you guys know what to do when I say action? You better. 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, the day that many people on the internet have been waiting for a long time has finally come. Dream, the most popular Minecraft YouTuber, one of the most popular YouTubers, period, but certainly the most popular Minecraft YouTuber and content creator of Gen Z, the current generation, you could say, like current Gen Z, you know, the youngest side of Gen Z, has recently done a face reveal. Through the entirety of his career up until this point, his face, how he looks, has been anonymous. He is hid behind a mask, and, well, he's kind of garnered himself a negative reputation based off of his fan base, you see. Dream's fans are very notorious for being loud and in everyone's face about how much they love Dream. To the point where, like, there's no real reason to be upset about it, but it starts to get a little bit annoying when every single time Dream farts, his name goes trending on Twitter. And it's a bunch of 14-year-olds, like, creaming their pants over fucking this Minecraft YouTuber, you know? It's like, come on, like, this is so cringe. Was I this cringe when I was a little kid? Like, simping over my favorite Minecraft YouTuber? Was this me losing my mind and fucking, like, drooling over Captain Sparkles or Chimney Swift 11 or whatever? Like, my favorite, like, Minecraft YouTubers when I was younger? Like, there's no way I was this cringe. You were? I don't know. I feel like maybe I wasn't. But I probably was. With that said, though, I feel like Dream has gotten a very negative reputation because of that. And because of that, the idea that Dream is hiding his face and people not liking him, well, what do you think a group of people that don't like somebody is likely to do, you know, is likely to determine as the reason why someone would hide their face? They determine that this person is ugly. For a very long time now, there's been a lot of body shaming towards Dream. Now, most of it is jokes and memes, like the Dream is fat thing. Generally, I think it's pretty funny. I think it's fine. It's okay. It's not like, I don't think it's generally done with much malice or causes much harm. However, what has happened more recently, post face reveal, is people seeing what he actually looks like. No longer are people posting memes joking about what he might look like, which on its own is definitely pretty weird. Now we've gotten to the point where he did a face reveal, and people are kind of being the same way. Only, here's the thing about it. If I skip ahead to the face reveal, like, and we just get a look at him, he looks fine. Like, I'd argue he's, like, above average. He did have a, like, this is actually a very flattering shot I paused on here. There was, like, a really unfortunate image of his face people were kind of sharing around where he did, like, the troll face, pretty much. Like, very much just did the troll face, and people were making fun of it. But, like, he looks exactly how I expected him to look, if I'm being honest. I was expecting a thin, curly-haired white boy from Florida who plays Minecraft all day that's pretty, you know, pale because of it. You know, like with some bushy eyebrows. That's what I expected, you know? I thought he'd look 12. No, I thought he'd look, you know, his age. This is like pretty much exactly how I thought he'd look, funnily enough. Now, I'm not like a massive Dream fan. I like his, I like the videos where he's getting hunted, where it's him getting hunted by his friends. The videos really do feel scripted as fuck, but they're entertaining enough. So, you know, like I'm on the edge of my seat during them. You know, it's like, holy fuck, this is high-octane content, okay? It takes a lot to make Minecraft interesting these days, and they did it, you know? The manhunts are actually really fun to watch, and I like them. He definitely cheated at Minecraft speedrunning, though, believe it or not, my barrier of, like, whether or not I consider somebody a bad person is not cheating at a Minecraft speedrun. Believe it or not, that is not where I draw the line for whether or not someone's a bad person. And, yeah, just overall, I think that obviously there's hate for anybody who's popular, but, well, let's just go ahead and look at how Twitter has reacted to Dream's face reveal. At least the parts of Twitter that have been negative about it. Here, oh my god, it's Dream! Dream! So here we've got, you know, like one of those memes where it's like it's time to settle this. Like if Dream is handsome, retweet if Dream is ugly. Now I get that most people are just memeing around and having a fun time, but I do think it's interesting that body shaming is this like broadly acceptable, I guess. Like Dream's not a bad looking guy, so I guess it feels like when people on the internet are like shit talking his appearance, one, it comes off as extremely insecure, and two, doesn't it kind of feel like they're attacking not just like they're not trying to attack Dream, or even if they're just trying to attack Dream, they're kind of implicitly attacking just anybody who looks like Dream, I guess. So this is a big reason why I don't like body shaming, regardless of who is the receiver of it. Sometimes I dip down to it, but like I typically try to avoid it. You guys have watched my content. I don't usually like, I don't typically go after people's appearances, you know? I'm not like I don't really consider myself the type of person that just like bullies people's appearances, because like how someone looks is, one, completely irrelevant to what makes them like worth insulting, in my opinion, and two, insulting how one person looks may end up inadvertently insulting other people that either feel or just do look like that person, right? So I do feel like there is a level of responsibility. Now, obviously, your average Twitter memer isn't like of any concern with all of this, but if you're just like some random content creator out here who's jumping on board with this, I don't know, it just kind of feels a little bit, you know, mean-spirited. Like, half the internet is like drooling over this guy, and the other half is like very much trying to stretch and find reasons to call him ugly. I don't know. It feels like bullying online, you know, is just like people are just trying to make it more broadly accepted. And I like online bullying to an extent, you know, like it's fun to bully people on the internet when they deserve it. But like, I don't know. It just seems a little bit cruel, you know? Like, people didn't do this back in the day as much. I remember that Immortal HD did a face reveal. Can I find that? Immortal HD face reveal. I remember he did like a face reveal, and it wasn't this type. There wasn't this like hate for it, right? I believe this is a clip of it.
I don't want to take time away from
seriously,
people.
you know what? I
like
think we have
5
about
minutes
time
left.
for about 2 more questions, and then we're gonna have to do the final one.
Sorry guys.
So probably up to that glowing guy right there. And then, is that a
Put this up on the screen.
round?
Fine. Why does Alex have a damn? It's big enough for a desktop back? We have a spoon.
Who is the Lucha?
Thanks to Rooster Teeth as well for letting us do this, especially.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna sing along with this, I think, a little bit.
For
really,
L-
Alex.
I don't know the lyrics.
Kid, so much for everyone to come.
Let's do the face reveal.
Bye.
Alright, I can't find it. I'm sorry. Oh my god, it's been a hot minute. How many of you are having a massive nostalgia trip right now? I can't find it, but basically, Immortal HD for a very long time hit his face. He used an Optimus Prime head as his his avatar, and like he kind of did more or less what Dream's done now back in the day. And then he did his face reveal, and like it was just that was it, you know. Within like a couple days, everyone was just kind of, you know, used to it. It was just, you know, like people, yeah, like it. There wasn't this like massive wave of harassment, you know. And Immortal HD was popular. It feels like nowadays there's this like growing desire to attack people for innate characteristics they can't change, because it feels, I think for a lot of people online who gain their self-esteem from shitting on others, I think it feels better to shit on somebody for something they can't change than something they can change. And so, because most things you can make some fun of someone for that, you know, they can't change, or like, and everything from like disability to race to sexuality, etc., like shitting on those things is pretty broadly like unacceptable. But attacking someone because they're ugly in your mind, well, or just calling them ugly because that's how you want to insult them, well, now you can attack somebody for innate characteristics they have without actually, you know, attacking something that society considers broadly distasteful to attack, you know? It really does feel like a get around to like shitting on people for other stuff. Right? And I'm not saying that people are like trying to get around shitting on Dream for anything else. Dream's like, as far as I can tell, a straight white cis guy. He might be bi. I guess there's like some theory crafting about that, but regardless, like as far as, you know, is obvious, right? So I'm not saying that like the people attacking Dream are like bigots attacking Dream and using, oh, Dream is ugly as like a way to attack him for something else. I think it's a desire that is both like satisfied by attacking marginalized groups online, as well as attacking people for their appearance, something they also can't change. I think it's like kind of satisfying the same desire from these people without being as, you know, comparably awful. It's a hit below the belt. Yeah, I mean, he's not ugly, though. He's a typical white boy Minecrafter. And that's the thing, though, right? Like, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter how he looked. If he was, like, not at all traditionally attractive when he did his face reveal and people were still attacking him over it, it would still be fucked up for the exact same reasons as I've explained. People seem to have this very strong, desperate desire to attack people online for unchangeable characteristics when, like, the worst you can really hate Dream for is, like, he cheated at Minecraft, almost certainly. Minecraft speedrunning. He was one time on like a podcast, came off as kind of douchey, and he's popular, and hating popular stuff is fun. Like, that's pretty much all I can think of. Like, the guy's kept his docket of drama pretty clean. The stuff he gets canceled for is ridiculous, though. The guy needs to learn to stand up for himself and stop like caving to shit like, you used pan flute music during this section of your video, that's racist. You need to apologize, and then doing it. You know, God. That shit was cringe. Yeah, anyway, I think body shaming's bad. I try to avoid it. I have no doubt I've probably dipped into it myself, but I just don't think attacking people for stuff that has nothing to do with what they do or what they say or what they believe is like a good thing to do. It's why I kind of cringe out when you guys in my chat body shame the quartering or no bullshit or geeks and gamers. It's like, I know for a fact there's some people in chat that like look closer to the quartering than to say Mike, like fucking Ryan Gosling or something, that would feel a little bit hurt by seeing people making these insults. You know what I mean? Even though the insults aren't at them, the implication of those insults is that what they did bad, the thing they ought to be impugned for, is their appearance. not what they believe or what they've done. I know many people will try to say, well, once you're a bad person, you give up all rights to, like, not have your appearance attacked, but I still maintain the idea that attacking anyone's appearance, for things they can't change, kind of implicitly means you're insulting other people with those features as well. It's a complicated situation. I don't know. There's just something about all of this discourse that made me feel weird. I think that's what I'll title this video. The dream face reveal discourse made me feel weird. Well, yeah. There's my take. With all that said, I really appreciate all of you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow my social medias, link down below in the description. And of course, if you want to support my channel financially so that I can afford to move up to Seattle and start raising quail and all that fun stuff in the future, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub if you've got the money for it over on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and through Patreon. With that said, thank you so much for watching, as always, and have a good one. Pog! Thank you, guys. That was a good segment. I will admit, the sleepiness is starting to set in pretty hardcore, but nothing is going to stop me. Nothing is going to stop me from doing what must be done. There we go. Why my head hurt? Probably because it's late. If Dream is ugly, then I'm a 2 out of 10. You know, to be fair, they do the same thing to Pokimane, right? Like the 2 out of 10 meme when Pokimane's object. Listen, call me a simp all you want. Pokimane's not a 2 out of 10. There's my hot take. That's perhaps underscoring a little bit, in my opinion. But it really is just an attempt to sort of disrespect while at the same time objectify a popular female streamer for reasons that are not necessarily related to her being a woman. The insult is that she's an ugly woman, not that she's a woman. But she's not an ugly woman. So it feels like, you know, like, especially when there's so much valid stuff to attack Pokimane for that's not Pokimane 2 out of 10 or whatever. I don't know. It's always left a bad taste in my mouth how weird people are on the internet about that kind of stuff. Anyway, Empress Amelia, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. You didn't even say anything. Just dropped 10 bucks and said nothing. Based. Pog, thank you. $96 Redinos. Poggy, 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 poggy. Let's go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Doing my duty? Damn right you're doing your duty, and I'm proud. Okay, let me get the next segment up. All right. So, hey, Certainty, what's up? All right, chat. Everyone, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? I think there's a bee in the room. I'm gonna have to do something about that bee before it stings me. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Now, this is not something I was expecting to talk about. Hypers in chat, if you are aware of the conservative online figure Christian Walker. Well, for those of you guys that aren't aware of him, I guess I'll give you a, like an intro course on him. Let's see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yes, he's a TikToker. Boo boo boo. Where's his fucking? Where's like a more like hardcore breakdown of his political beliefs or what he does? Wow, nothing here. Damn. Okay. Well, never mind. Conservative figure. All that, right? He's a TikToker. Kind of chuddy, a little bit cringe. Not the best, right? At least from what I can tell. However, it does seem like they have, you know, perhaps some actual like sincerity in them, unlike most conservatives, because these tweets recently went viral, in reference to Christian Walker's dad. You see, Christian Walker's father, Herschel Walker, is running for office. As a Republican, of course, with the whole like Christian family values party platform and everything. Now you would think that the young TikToker conservative son of this father would be quick to voice support. But no, 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 no. Instead, well, this is what we got. And it is unfathomably based. I know my mom and I would really appreciate if my father, Herschel Walker, stopped lying and making a mockery of us. You're not a family man when you left us to bang a bunch of women, threatened to kill us, and had us move over 6 times in 6 months running from your violence. I don't care about someone who has a bad past and takes accountability, but how dare you lie and act as though you're some moral Christian upright man? You've lived a life of destroying other people's lives. How dare you? This really does feel sincere. I oftentimes refer to conservatives as though they are a force of evil. They are not all a force of evil. Many of them, the most powerful ones, most definitely are, the public figures, the politicians, etc. But there are a lot of young people who are just raised in shitty households in shitty areas that weren't morally lucky enough to be born into the correct political positions. And yeah, I do consider it my job to try to convince as many of those people as possible, you know, maybe reconsider what you were taught your entire life. Maybe reconsider. Maybe. And I'm not saying this is them reconsidering their entire political worldview, but it's very clearly a demonstration of, like, them being willing to call out hypocrisy in somebody close to them who they have a political, like, sort of motivation to support, and yet they're still calling that person out. There are many conservative figures in Christian Walker's place that would not do the same. I guarantee it. Many that would not do the same. Maybe I'm giving too much credit here, but it actually does feel kind of unique. There's a video here as well, where apparently Christian Walker just outright exposes their father. So let's see it.
I was silent lie after lie after lie. The abortion card drops yesterday. It's literally his handwriting in the card. They say they have receipts, whatever. He gets on Twitter. He lies about it. Okay, I'm done. Done. Everything has been a lie. Don't lie on my mom. Don't lie on me. Don't lie on the lives you've destroyed and act like you're some moral family man. Y'all should care about that. Conservatives.
True. I mean, yeah. If you are a conservative and you claim to care about family values and all these things, then yes, you should in fact be quite offended by somebody like Herschel Walker, who, according to his child, it was literally an abuser and adulterer and apparently drug abuser as well. Like, literally just a sinner through and through, and unapologetic about it at that, and willing to lie about it at that as well. Yeah, like that is definitely something that should concern you if you are a Christian conservative that actually values the beliefs that conservatives claim they value. Zan, there's a longer one somewhere. Does somebody have a link? If you guys have a link to the longer version, I'd love to see that. What's sad is I'm not surprised. Me neither, T. That is the sad part. Does anybody have a longer version of that clip? I'd love to see it. I'll give you guys a minute before I do my outro statement. See if any of you guys can find the full clip. Oh, here it is. Good shit. Thank you, Psychosocialism Based. Psychosocialism coming in clutch with this one.
Atrocities.
Alright, here's the full clip.
I stayed silent as the atrocities committed against my mom were downplayed. I stayed silent when it came out that my father, Herschel Walker, had all these random kids across the country, none of whom he raised. And you know my favorite issue to talk about is father absence. Surprise, because it affected me. That's why I talk about it all the time, because it affected me. Family values, people. He has 4 kids.
I really hope Christian Walker doesn't do the thing where he talks about how, like... I really hope he doesn't do that thing that conservatives will do, where they basically just say that black men are, like, don't want to be fathers, and that they are prone to, like, leaving women that they get pregnant. Like, I really hope that's not some shit that he's gone on about. Like, I've seen conservatives do that stuff, and it is very cringe. They'll kind of, like, vaguely gesture at that idea. Like, rarely will they outright say it. Sometimes they do. But, like, yeah. Pretty sure Christian Walker has said that at some point.
Kids, 4 different women, wasn't in the house raising one of them. He was out having sex with other women. Do you care about family values? I was silent lie after lie after lie. The abortion card drops yesterday. It's literally his handwriting in the card. They say they have receipts, whatever. He gets on Twitter. He lies about it. Okay, I'm done. Done. Everything has been a lie. And so for the right to say I'm being suspicious for saying, hey, I'm done with the lies, when you all have been calling me saying, is this true about your dad? Gosh, we're not going to win Georgia, this candidate, all that's been you. You have no idea what I've been through in my life. You have no idea what me and my mom have survived. We could have ended this on day 1. We haven't. I haven't told any stories. I'm just saying, don't lie. Don't lie on my mom. Don't lie on me. Don't lie on the lives you've destroyed and act like you're some moral family man. Y'all should care about that, conservatives. And then for people on the left to act as though I'm...
Oh, shit. What's the left done? All right? What's the left done? All I've done here is say that this person's, you know, brave for calling out their dad.
responsible for all of the things that he has done.
Maybe there are some people on the left doing that, but the tweet that inspired me to make this video was the right-wing Cope account with like 10,000 likes in this tweet, captioning it "Rare Christian Walker W." Like, the left is actually applauding Christian Walker right now. Like, dude, now's the time to be like, now's the time to you know, enjoy the left being friendly with you, you know? Like, now's a good time. No one's shitting on you. You're in the cool zone. You're in the green zone right now. Like, what? Don't poke the bear. What are you doing? Maybe libs are being jerks to him. That wouldn't surprise me. That actually wouldn't surprise me if there were some like 15-year-old liberal like high schoolers saying, well, oh yeah, well, you're the reason your dad is, you know, able to do all this, like, without even realizing how stupid it is. Like, I'm sure that's happened, but I don't know. It feels a little disingenuous to claim that the left is going against. I don't know. I've seen nothing but positivity from the left for this person right now. Like, I've not seen any hate from anyone on the left. I'm sure it's happened. Maybe it has, but I've not seen them receive any hate from the left. It has been, like, at most tepid praise. Or at worst tepid praise. Sorry.
I've talked about father episodes. I've talked all these issues because they've been close to me, because they matter to me, because I went through it. That's
yeah. I'm putting myself into. I have to remember, this is a TikTok creator, so like I want you to imagine how much TikTok, like lefty TikToks, make you cringe. They're probably exposed to those cringy lefty TikToks and replies and takes daily. So I guess, yeah, I can see it. I can see people saying shit like that. That's really dumb. You know, like I really don't like when the left engages in negative reinforcement when somebody who is popular with a large platform on the right does a good thing, you know? Like, there will be a right-wing figure who has, like, a base take or actually starts to lean in, like, towards the left, like, starts to move more towards the left, and the left will act like a non-Newtonian fluid. You know? It'll act like Oobleck, where you throw, like, a bowling ball on it, and it bounces off. Like, the right is like quicksand. The left is like a non-Newtonian fluid. Only if a non-Newtonian fluid didn't let you sink into it if you sunk in slowly.
That's why I've talked about it. So when you say, well, talk about your dad, but I am.
Actually, quicksand is a non-Newtonian fluid, isn't it? Certain types are. I don't know. You get my analogy.
I'm saying this behavior is atrocious. Don't come for me. You don't have to like my policy. You don't have to like me. You don't have to. I'm just saying I'm done with the lies. We were told at the beginning of this he was going to get ahead of his past, hold himself accountable, all of these different things, and that would have been fine. Go ahead. He didn't do any of that. Everything's been a lie. Everything's been downplayed. Everything's been cutting corners. The whole thing. And whose expense is that at? Me, my mom, as we're chased down by the media, we're terrorized, all these different things. People are questioning my authenticity. I'm done. Don't lie. Don't put this on me. This is a candidate issue, not a me issue. I wouldn't have spoken out if there weren't all these lies every day.
Rare Christian Walker W. I mean, it really does seem like, sincerity is a rare thing to come by on the left. Or on the right, sorry. We literally have hello, I've read the tweets of every top conservative influencer, and I'm obligated to inform you, you're being racist against your dad. Okay, never mind. All right, that doesn't. God damn it, Vosh! I was trying to make a point. I was trying to make a point here. God damn it, Vosh, ruining my point once again. Fuck. All right. Well, Zan destroyed. My entire argument has crumbled. Well, if you guys liked that video. If you guys like this video, please consider leaving a like. It really helps the channel out a lot, whether you're watching live or after this goes up as its own video, or if it goes up as a VOD. Also, make sure to follow my social medias, link down below, subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. And of course, finally, if you want to see more from me and to support my content so I can continue to make it, and you've got the money for it, then please consider dropping, a dono or a sub or gifting a sub or subbing for yourself or whatever on my website, xanderhall.com/live. You can also do the same on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and, of course, through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and yeah, have a good one. You should hit me up on Discord so I can show you the 2B2T test server, no Q. Is there a 2B2T test server, Kill It? Kill It's somebody I knew on 2B2T, the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft. Is there a test server for the new update? I don't care about a test server. I care about the actual update for Minecraft getting released on the official server. I'll see if I have time, Kill It. I will see. I've not talked to you in a very long time, so I'm afraid that it's a little strange to come in my chat out of nowhere after I haven't spoken to you in a very long time and, ask for me to message you. So it's a little strange. 2B2T is updating? Let's hope so. That's the point, right? Like, the goal is for it to actually not be stuck on 1.12 forever, so it's getting put onto a test server, and the test server is going to test whether or not it can handle as many players as 2B2T has. And then I guess they have to transfer the map onto it, and the map transfer onto the new server, or onto the new update. That's the thing that would be really fucking difficult, because the map of the server is like 12 terabytes or something. I don't know. It's ridiculously large. 2B2T is still relevant? 2B2T is not as relevant as it was during its peak right now. I really think a lot of it's going to require map already transfer. That's what I'm telling you. Oh, okay. Well, damn. Yeah, I'll hit you up afterwards. I'll see if I've got time because I do like 2B2T, and I would like to see it update. Oh, the test server's running the old world with old player data. Interesting. Okay. Well, Yeah. I'll give it a look after stream. Thank you. Anyway, what we doing, chat? We memeing? We creaming? We streaming? We dreaming? Let me wipe this topic off the whiteboard. There we go. Zan, what did I pop into? Just us vibing. Is that Delta 8 in your pen? Nope, it's just normal weed. I live in California. It's just normal weed. But I have had THCO. I've never had Delta 8, though. I do have a pretty fond memory of the Russia War saga on 2B2T. That was a fun time. No, it's all good, kill it. Most people here, I think, know what 2B2T is. Like, right? Hyper's in chat if you know what 2b2t.org is. I feel like most of you guys are like, you know, you've got to have seen a FitMC video, right? No Glioma Boomer? I have, but never touched the server. Yeah, most of you guys have heard of it. Have not been on there in a while. I used to stream on it a fair amount. I like to do, like, morning streams exploring Spawn with shaders. They're so fun. It's just so chill. Just relax in the morning. Like, 2B2T has, like, no queue at, like, 6 a.m. to, like, 10 a.m. PST. So it's, like, really, really easy to get onto the server and have literally no queue and just enjoy the morning, little to no lag, just exploring Spawn. How's the Obsidian Ceiling Breaker thing going, by the way, Kill It? I'm curious about that. I really want that effort to succeed, as difficult as it seems to be, because you have to... Breaking Obsidian is so much slower than placing it. The Obsidian Ceiling has always been so annoying for me, because I like to play 2b2t and explore Spawn with shaders. Something about seeing Spawn just sunbaked is so nice. The roof got bigger. Yeah, that's about right. that's about 2b2t. Yeah, I always liked being able to have the sun shine down on Spawn, but nowadays it seems players built a massive obsidian roof, so it's just pitch black with shaders around Spawn. Why? Why is there a roof? 2b2t. Players built an obsidian roof. Oh yeah, with 1.19 you'll be able to build on top of it, that's true. Yeah. I wonder how many people... I wonder if there's going to be like an entire, like, second ground level at Spawn that's going to be bases built on top of the obsidian ceiling. That would be interesting if the new Spawn became the top of the obsidian ceiling, because you can build so much higher on top of it now. That'd be cool. The fact they didn't protect Spawn is so bad? What are you talking about? No, the cool thing about 2b2t is that there's no rules. I miss the days when you'd log into like 90% of Minecraft servers and you'd be in like a little circle that was land protected, but then after you stepped out of it, it was just miles of no trees and like ruins. But never before was I able to have that cozy like feeling I got from exploring Minecraft ruins on a server back in the day than from 2b2t, where you log in and it is like, what is it, 13 years, 12 years or something at this point, of ruins built on top of each other, destroyed, and built on top of each other again. What is 2b2t? A Minecraft server. Obsidian ceiling, is this Minecraft related? Yes, it is very much Minecraft related, yes. Oldest Anarchy Minecraft server, basically run free and do whatever. You can hack and steal and say slurs and all that fun stuff. They won't ban you for saying the dreaded C slur. I like to burn people alive in the old Minecraft servers. Yeah, burning people alive is always fun in Minecraft. Only 10 years, they did some digging and testing, found out the world was reset early 2012, late 2011. Ooh, that's a little sad. So yeah, I guess now we're back down to 10 years, but that's still quite a long time for the map to be up. That's still a long time to be on the same map, to be fair. 10 years, God. Fuck. To think I've been playing Minecraft for about 12 now. It's that scene, that gif from Metal Gear Solid 4, where he's like taking the cigarette and he starts off as young Snake and then he slowly transitions into old Snake. Literally me. Well, Citizen Godfather, 2B2T is very much like based on Chan culture. Like its culture is very much based on 4chan. So like saying slurs and being very offensive and right-wing is kind of like the meme to be on 2B2T. But then when that becomes the norm, as it has been, at least last time I saw, then being the opposite of that, ironically, is the new funny thing. So now, like, spamming withers that say Pop Bob is trans or Pop Bob says trans rights, ironically, along the highway, I'm pretty sure it is ironically, is now, like, the funny thing. It's like, okay, yeah, plastering the highways with trans rights withers is really ironic, you know? Real good ironic joke there, you know? It's wild to see your stream stuff progress, popping in every once in a while to play Minecraft and seeing how well things are going. Glad to see it. Keep it up, Piggy. Thank you, Caleb. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited to get back on 2B2T. If it's updated, we might see my return. You might actually see my return. I will tell you where I am in-game. I am, in fact, at a famous location right now on 2B2T, and I put a fair amount of work into refurbishing it, because it's a location that I like. For video game reasons, video game franchise. It's the Dark Souls castle. I'm at the Dark Souls. I am logged out at the Dark Souls castle. It's been a while since I was logged in. I repaired it a bit, but you know, I played Dark Souls 1 many times, so I was just like, oh, I can just go in here and repair this shit from memory. Like, I do not need any reference images or anything to repair the main keep area of that castle, so I just went in there, repaired the main keep area, and put up some signs saying that I'd been there and that I'd repaired it at that date. And yeah, go check and see if it's there. Yeah, like, go do that. If any of you are on 2B2T or have like the server or want to check, go to the Dark Souls castle, go to the main keep area where Rusher and Fit fought, and look for a sign with my name on it. I put tons of signs with my name on it all around that place. I'm logged out somewhere around there. Not in the ruins, so you won't be able to like camp my log out, but nearby. Ugh. Not that anything I have on me matters. I've been thinking about going New Game Plus on 2B2T for the new update. I've thought about literally just deleting my dupe stashes, deleting everything I have in my fucking ender chests, and just starting over. Like, literally, it's just like, alright, you know, I'm going to have to build up my wealth from either charitable donations, my own hard work, and just, you know, just re-experience what it's like to be a new player on 2B2T again on a new update. You know, old map, old files, new version, yeah. But I figure, like, even though it's an old map and old files, I figure I might as well start over again. Because why not? You know, it's like 2B2T is going to be a completely different game at this point, you know? I feel like I want that fresh start feel, you know? Almost like I'm logging into 2B for the first time again. It'd be fun, I think. I don't know, maybe I'll just give you my dupe stashes, kill it. I'll just give you my, I'll just let you take everything from my e-chest and give you my dupe stashes, and I'll start over that way instead of destroying it, because I do not feel like going out and destroying the stuff, but I do not want to have access to it if I feel tempted to gear myself up for any reason. I want to, like, actually deprive myself legitimately of everything that I've worked for on 2B2T for the last... nearly 8 years. No, that can't be right. Nearly 8 years. Oh my god. Fuck! Nearly 8 years. Well, there you go. Not 2014, no. I did play on the server technically for the first time in 2014, but not on my character, so it doesn't count. If you're bored or need content, I can walk you around the test server one of these days and catch you up on what's been going on. Absolutely. Would you want me to stream it? That could be fun. Like, if I stream... We'd get so stream sniped, but I wouldn't mind. I miss getting stream sniped on 2B. We'll just hide the coordinates and, you know, hope for the best. Although with the new update, you can't even do crystal PvP anymore, can you, Kill It? Like turtle potions and netherite armor and all that shit, it basically makes, like, crystal combat. That's gone now, right? That's not a thing anymore. Crystal PvP, you guys don't know. Crystal PvP is literally where you use ender crystals and you place them on obsidian or bedrock. And the way that the explosions work is that it's in a radius of damage, in that the higher above the explosion you are, the more damage your hitbox receives. So Crystal PvP, the max endgame PvP of 2b2t, where you've got like duped shulkers full of ender crystals, is going to spawn falling down to the void where it's nothing but like bedrock holes, like, you know, just carved out. And then your goal is to try to stay down. You want to try to keep the low ground and keep I was never a PvPer, so I'm probably doing a bad job of explaining it. And you want to keep your opponent on the high ground so that their hitbox is taking more damage than your hitbox is. And you're just repeatedly placing and hitting ender crystals and just literally just popping these ender crystals on them super fast, which if you've broken one of those things up close before in survival, you know they can one-shot you in full diamond. In full enchanted diamond, you can get one-shotted by crystals. So you literally have to have, you know, like, you have to have god apples, you have to have those fucking totems in supply, you have to have hacks enabled that auto-equip new sets of armor, auto-equip your totems, auto-make you eat your apples when you're low health, all that stuff. Like, that was the combat meta. Apparently it's similar, it's still crystal combat, but it's different now. It's different but practical. Okay. I kind of wished that sword and, like, shield and, like, axe bow combat would return on 2b2t, but that's what I was hoping the netherite armor would make happen. That, like, you know, explosion damage would kind of not cut it anymore. You'd have to actually do physical weapon damage to PvP. Do you have to have an official client for the server? Yes. You have to have a official Java Edition Minecraft client to play on it. And that is the IP, 2b2t.org. Just copy paste that or type it. It's very easy to remember, very easy to type into your IP address, and you'll have 2b2t. Though chances are you'll have to log in through a queue. Give Housemaster $20, peasant. Give Housemaster $20 for his cocaine addiction, you fucking peasant. So for those of you guys that don't know, Housemaster is the owner of 2b2t, or the title of the owner of 2b2t, I should say. And it's just kind of a meme to joke on the server that he just takes all of the money from priority queue, and instead of spending it on making the server better, he's literally just snorting cocaine off of the servers all day, you know? Like, the servers are just a potato and some shitty Dell PC pre-built, and, like, he's just snorting cocaine off the case all day, and that's where all the money's going. Whoa, Kill It. Calm down, okay? I know you're from 2b2t, but you gotta be careful, alright? You gotta be careful. I know you're from 2b2t, and that's the culture of that nation, but not in my chat, okay? Not in my chat. I sent the source I talked about during the lolly discussion to the Discord. Sorry it took so long. I forgot Discord exists and things might need to be done there. That's fine, Renophilia. I'll think about, like, your argument later, but for the most part, I'm leaning on the it's probably unhealthy like angle. I just don't think people should be normalizing the consumption of what's very obviously drawn child porn. Like, yeah, I don't think it's a controversial take. But there you go. Ooh, an Uncrustable. I should eat it. Hold on. First, it is time for the next segment. All right, everyone. You know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Holy shit. Have I been putting this off for a while? Like, I've wanted to watch this in private for a few days now, and now I finally get to watch it on stream, what I've been saving it for. Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan interviewed Alex Jones. What else can I say? Let's just start it. Let's just fucking start it. You guys know what's up? Link to his channels in the description. It's time for me to eat my Uncrustable because I'm very hungry. And then we're gonna be taking this apart. This I expect to be hilarious. Also, why the fuck would Alex Jones accept this interview? There's no way he doesn't know. There's no way he doesn't know. Why would he accept this?
Do you feel responsible for what happened to the Sandy Hook families?
Yes, I killed the children.
But beyond that,
I went in that school, I pulled a gun out, and I shot every one of them myself. I mean, I'm guilty. It's true.
No, but
no. Let's just. Do I feel responsible that someone that played shoot 'em up video games on a bunch of drugs went and killed a bunch of kids, and then the internet questioned it, and I covered that?
They staged Sandy Hook. The evidence is just.
Damn, Alex Jones is pulling back to the He's going back to the what was his name? Jack Thompson, the guy who did the crusade against Grand Theft Auto. Jack Thompson was this boomer Floridian lawyer who was like super anti-violent video games back in the day. He ended up getting disbarred and kind of disgraced and isn't relevant anymore, but he was like the leader of the charge against violent video games. So Alex Jones tapping into his inner Jack Thompson.
Overwhelming. We've looked at all sides. We played devil's advocate from both sides.
No, I don't feel responsible, and I don't apologize anymore. I'm done. I don't apologize. I killed the kids.
Was there a definitive?
No, I killed them. I killed him.
You didn't kill him.
No, I did.
No, you didn't.
No, everybody said no. I killed him.
Okay. I see why he did this interview now. It's to throw a pity party. So, no one's saying that Alex Jones was responsible for the death of those kids or the shooting, only that he was responsible for his fans harassing their families, like the families of the dead kids, because he said that the shooting was faked and they were crisis actors. So he's trying to be like, oh, the left is accusing me of literally killing these kids. It's like, what are you talking about? No. Who's saying that you're responsible for their death? You had nothing to do... Like, Sandy Hook wasn't even a politically motivated shooting. I mean, okay. Obviously, every shooting is in some way politically motivated, but, like, it wasn't even, like, a right-wing politically motivated shooting, really. Was it? I don't even think anybody's tossed out, like, blame on Alex Jones for the shooting. This just feels disingenuous.
Killed him. I already admit it. I did it. I killed him. I'm the bad guy. I'm the devil. Get rid of the First Amendment. Can we move on to other topics?
I don't think...
I killed him. First Amendment killed him. Get rid of the Second Amendment. Get rid of the First Amendment. They're bad. They killed the kids too. George Washington killed him. Jesus killed him.
This is unhinged.
We should rename the whole planet Sandy Hook. Everything. There should be holidays. We should bow 5 times a day to New Haven, Connecticut for the kids that died. Every American's to blame. Every gun owner's to blame. I'm to blame. We're all guilty to Bloomberg and Soros. Turn our guns in. Turn our guns in. I know. I did it. I killed them. I killed them. I killed them. I know.
For the record, gun control does not seem to have a very strong correlative effect with reducing, like, school shootings. Most gun deaths to begin with are, like, self-inflicted gunshot wounds, accidents, suicide, stuff like that. So personally, I'm not on board with the whole take away the Second Amendment thing. I like guns. Like, I both subjectively, completely based on the fact that I just think they're cool, and I think they're, guns are pretty, and they're cool. And they go boom. And the lead goes flying. It's cool. But besides that, I do think, I don't like the idea of the government deciding, you're not allowed to own guns. It's a little cringe. it's at least a little cringe.
Oh, I killed them. So I'm done talking about it. Okay. I killed them. Okay.
Can we talk about the trial at all?
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. Let me tell you, I don't know if I can do this interview right now.
What happens here?
I don't think you should keep doing that.
What? Dude, I murdered those children. I did. I killed them myself.
Still not a funny thing to say. Yeah, I get the point, but it's just like, fuck, man.
Fuck it, I don't give a fuck, dude. Right. I'm far beyond giving a fuck right now.
I understand.
Dude, you want to fucking...
How did he fall for this? Gun crime went way down in Australia. Yeah, but the problem is that from what I've seen, when gun crime goes down in a given place due to lack of access to guns, like, the crime rate, like, the amount of death doesn't change as much outside of, like, obviously gun control prevents suicides a lot, you know? But it doesn't really seem to affect, like, stabbings and other forms of violent, like, there are mass stabbings. I used to cringe at conservatives and shit when they talk about that stuff, but no, I've done a little bit of research, and there definitely is some merit to the idea that disarming the population from firearms would not even come close to being a solution. Yeah. Not to mention there are more guns than people in this country, so like it's a really hard place to start. Like, these countries started off pretty well with, like, trying to implement gun control. Like, even gun buyback programs, ATF raids on people suspected of owning illegal firearms and then destroying them. Like, even all the things you could do to try to reduce the amount of guns in existence in America, like, there's just so many. Like, there's so much... There's, like, the amount of work, effort, resources it takes to do that alone, I think that those resources could be reallocated elsewhere, and that would actually solve, in many cases, the root of the problem. Don't you think that maybe the risk of people shooting themselves in the head would be lesser if everybody had the ability to just go see a therapist? Or if the possibility of literally just becoming homeless and not having anywhere to go or anything to do with your life being an option, like, don't you think these are things that, you know, we could... Most of the things that the left posits as solutions for most of the problems in our society would no doubt also have a very strong causative impact on gun violence. And all violence, most likely. Red flag laws are bad. Red flag laws are bad and cringe and bad, okay? That is, yeah, they're straight up, yeah, no, I don't like red flag laws. Every time I like look into it, it's just like, okay, yeah, this seems like a loophole for the government to find an excuse to say they're legally taking your guns without having legal cause to do so. Just saying they think you might be a risk of violence, even though there's no actual, like, evidence that you are a violent person. Yeah, a little cringe.
Take me
No, but I'm just saying, they really, that wasn't their intention.
A jury in the Alex Jones trial ordering the conspiracy theorists to pay $45.2 million to parents who lost their 6-year-old son in the Sandy Hook massacre for calling it a hoax.
Every sin ever committed on Earth in 10,000 years of history, I did it. The Night Stalker, the Zodiac Killer, I did it. Vietnam War, Hitler. I was actually Hitler. It wasn't Hitler. It was me. I did it. I was in a time machine in Germany. I did all that, okay? I did everything. And that's what I accept. So, you're here with the bad guy. You're here with the villain. Lex Luthor, right now. You're talking to him right now. You're talking to Lex Luthor. How's it feel?
I don't know why, but that just reminded me of a comment I got on one of my videos recently. I said that I didn't understand why people were posting pictures of the new Italian prime minister upside down, like a bat. And someone commented, it's a reference to Benito Mussolini being hanged upside down and like mutilated and killed and all that. And I was like, oh yeah. And I commented, I hope this comment ends up becoming a meme one day, because I feel like it was a good one. I said, oh yeah, I forgot about the Benito banner. I don't know why, but I was really proud of that one. I just got reminded of it. I feel like that's a pretty funny one. Fucking Benito banner. That's I pulled that from the Celebrim banner because of spoiler for Rings of Power, spoiler for Lord of the Rings, spoiler for the Silmarillion, spoiler for basically everything that happens in the Second Age of Middle-earth in Tolkien's writing. Sauron tricks Celebrimbor into crafting the Rings of Power and then kills him and turns him into a banner. So, yeah, they call it the Celebrim banner, so it's the Benito banner. All right, spoilers over. Spoilers over.
You don't feel like Lex Luthor to me.
I invented cancer.
How?
I just did it. Doesn't matter. I created death.
This is just...
People didn't die before I was born.
I don't know what to say.
Heartburn. I created
death. People didn't die before I was born. That is the greatest Alex Jones quote that has ever been uttered. That is the greatest Alex Jones quote that has ever been uttered. I invented death. Nobody died before I was born.
I created hangovers. I created...
Alex Jones shattered the Elden Ring. Alex Jones corrupted the Ashbringer. Alex Jones cursed Frostmourne. Alex Jones gave Arthas Menethil the fucking helmet. Alex Jones crafted the One Ring. Alex Jones ignited Mount Doom. Alex Jones sunk Numenor. Alex Jones sunk Balerion. Alex Jones enslaved the hobbits. I don't know. Yeah.
Gingivitis.
That's a bad one.
I created hair loss. I created...
I believe it.
Acne.
Okay.
I wish you didn't do that one.
I created bad breath.
I wish you didn't do that one.
Now that we've accepted.
That's a good joke. I will admit, my man might have. Don't hypers in chat if you have acne, and you pick it, or like squeeze it or all that like kind of stuff. Stop doing it. Please. I didn't do it, and oh my god, am I glad I didn't. Like, my mom was obsessed with popping zits, so she would insist on trying to pop my, like, pimples when I was a teenager, but I insisted, like, I'd run away and, like, insist that she didn't, and instead, I would just use soap. Like, I got this, like, orange, like, Lika's... what's the mango? It's mango. No, what's the plant? It's made from like a fruit. It's soap. It's a bar of soap. It's orange. Lika's. What's the plant? What's the plant? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me find out what it's called. Papaya soap. It's Likas. Papaya soap. Yeah, it's pretty good. I would just use that on my face. It's pretty good at breaking down grease and helping with your skin, though you do need to moisturize after using it too much because it dries out your face. And I would just use that on any zits that I had, no matter how poppable they looked. I got to a point where I was like, nope, not popping it. I'm just gonna clean it. I'm gonna put some. I would also get this stuff called Differin, which is like a non-prescription thing that you just rub, like it's a cream you rub into your face, and it just kind of you leave it there, and it helps. And I would just rub that in before I went to bed, and after a couple days, my face would be clear. And I just kept up that regimen, and generally I had a pretty clear face. Not always, but generally I did. Generally, I did. I don't know why I just got like fucking stun locked about acne, but yeah, don't pick your acne when you like have it, because it does break the skin and it like causes scarring over time that you don't even realize. Like it won't be until you stop having acne as much, around like your 21, 22 is usually when people stop getting as much acne. Not always, but usually that's when I stop getting it as much. That's when you'll start to realize like, oh crap, I've got a bunch of acne scarring because I was popping zits. So yeah, you don't do it. Just clean it. Just clean your face. Just wash your face and resist. And if your mom is the same, like Witchy Haven just said, then run away and hide, because you will get acne scarring, and it doesn't mean you're like bad looking. It's not a bad thing, but if you don't want to have acne scarring, then I guess there's my advice on how not to get acne scarring. There you go.
I invented Prozac that Adam Lanza was on. I had his mom buy him the AR-15, give it to him. I was there. Yeah. Did you know that all money in the universe was created by Sandy Hook? It was a time machine. Before the Rothschilds created fractional reserve banking, before tally sticks, before gold coins, the Roman era, it was the Sandy Hook event that created all money, future and forward. Yeah. Everything is that. Everything.
Well, I mean, how do you feel about like how your attorney did overall?
They said I was guilty beforehand because they couldn't have a real trial because they had 24 minutes out of 10 years of me talking about it, most of it me saying it happened. It's sick. It's disgusting. I was being sarcastic earlier. Yeah. I didn't kill the children. I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer. I didn't invent hemorrhoids. I simply question things, and they're trying to demonize me to say questioning things is a bad deal.
And elementary school massacre, 26 dead, 27 dead now.
December 14th, 2012, 3 hours after Sandy Hook. Holy shit. I remember when Sandy Hook happened. I was at school. I was in 6th grade. No, was I? No, I was in 7th grade. Yeah, I was in 7th grade, if I remember correctly. And I remember hearing the word Sandy Hook for the first time while waiting to be picked up through the, like, drive-through lane at school. Like, school was ending, if I remember correctly. And that was when I first started hearing that, like, apparently the shooting had happened, like, right as school was wrapping up anyway. Like, so it was like, yeah, the news hit as we were literally getting picked up by parents. So I guess I remember that moment pretty vividly. That's surprising. It wasn't like a scarring or traumatizing moment. It's just, I guess in hindsight, it ended up being such a substantial event because I have to talk about Sandy Hook so much. At the time, I didn't realize like how much gravitas it would have. But now looking back in hindsight, I remember that moment very vividly. Jesus, nearly 10 years ago now? Oh God, you're right. Wow. Old.
Now, 18 kids in Connecticut. When you got small children, this really gets to you. That's why the globalists use children's deaths to go after our guns, because they know it gets to us. So don't ever think the globalists that have hijacked this country wouldn't stage something like this. They kill little kids all day, every day. And it's not our government, it's the globalist. I really think they're going to try.
I really wish that it's nothing new. Conservatives using like real things for their narrative, right? So like the Epstein shit, Weinstein shit, the fucking what's his name, Dan Schneider, the like there's tons of shit like in Hollywood and in like corporate settings and stuff like that where women are like, particularly women, you know, are like sexually harassed and you know, like sexually assaulted even and forced into silence. Children are even taken advantage of and sexually assaulted or sexually harassed. I highly recommend checking out. You know what? We're watching Mr. Epsion's new video on would you guys want me to react to Mr. Epsion's new video on Dan Schneider? That could be an interesting react. Mr. Epsilon follows me on Twitter, so I feel like he'd be alright with me reacting to his video, especially because I'd be shouting him out. I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't be just like reacting to his video, like I'd be talking about stuff, commentating, shouting out the channel, sending you guys his way for the few of you who aren't already subbed to him. So yeah. I used to be a really big fan of his. Yeah, he follows me on Twitter. He's left-leaning. Yeah, he's pretty left-leaning from what I can tell. Yeah, he's been pretty chill. Pretty chill. I've liked his videos. I remember his review of Logan made me watch the movie. because I wasn't really into superhero movies at the time, and I was playing through Dark Souls 1. I literally have a vivid memory listening to Mr. Epsion's review of Logan while playing through Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition on like a laptop, and he was talking about how good Logan was, and I was like, fuck, I'll check out this movie. So I closed the game and I pirated the movie, and I watched Logan, and it was very good. It was very, very good. So yeah, that's Mr. Epsion's the reason I watched Logan. One of my favorites, definitely one of my favorite superhero movies. I definitely would have watched it anyway, but I watched it when I did because of Mr. Epsion, so yeah. And of course I watched like a lot of his Onision stuff when he was dunking on Onision. Like he's done a lot of good stuff. He did for a while do some cringe like anti-SJW stuff, but I think at this point, like he saw like the Gamergate stuff. I think he knows what's up. I think he recognizes when some lefty is just being cringe online, and that's not an indication of the left being insane or whatever. Like I think that's just a level of realization a lot of the creators like Chris Ray, Gunshoe, Repsion, etc. reached, where it was like, okay, maybe it's not like the biggest thing in the world that some lady had a mental breakdown in public and threw a trash can at a window. It is cringe, but not the end of the world. Get out of here, bee. There's a fucking bee in here. I don't care if it stings me. That'll kill it, and that'll get it dealt with faster. Yeah, he didn't go down the Sargon route, thankfully. You know who had a really good glow up? I probably shouldn't, well, I'm not going to kill the bee, like, squashing it. I'm either going to, like, when I'm done streaming, I'm gonna, like, try to shoo it out the window. But if it ends up stinging me, then, I mean, I guess that's just a fast track to it dying. If I'm lucky, it'll sting me, and if I don't fuck with it, I can take it outside, and it can do that thing where it unwinds its stinger without killing itself, and then leaves, and it doesn't die. Honeybees can do that. You're not allergic, are you, Xanderhall? Oh, no. When I was 9, maybe? I would have been younger than 10, I think. It's hard to remember, because, God, when you get old... What surprises me as I get older is, like, how hard it gets to nail down age. When I was, like, 16, I'd ask my mom, like, what was it like when you were 16? She'd be like, I don't remember. And I'm like, how don't you remember? I remember when I was like 10, and that was 6 years ago. And now I'm like 22, and I'm like, yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember much when I was 16, or especially not when I was younger than that. No, I was like 8 years old, and I was playing out in the yard, and my grandma had, now this wasn't her fault or anything, she had a broken down Pathfinder, like out in the yard, and it had been out there just sitting there for years untouched, and bees, or actually wasps, had made a nest in the handle. It was one of those handles that you have to reach under and pull out, and the wasp had made a nest inside the handle. And I decided I wanted to make a little, fort inside of the car there. So I reached into the handle, sticking my hand and fingers up into the wasp nest, and I immediately felt extreme pain. Pulled my hand out to about 8 or 9 wasps on my hand. All I could think to do was I made a fist and crushed them like an idiot, and it hurt more. And then I ran to the pond my grandma had like 5 feet away, dunked my hand in the pond, and like got the dead like wasps and got like the wasps away from me. I got a few stings on me, and my hand was like very red and swollen because I had like 16 or so fucking wasp stings on it. And my grandma poured a cup, she got some baking soda and poured it into a big like iced tea like pourer, and mixed a little bit of water in there to make this slurry of baking soda and water. Hey, B. Baking soda and water, and had me stick my hand in it where I'd gotten stung for like an hour while I watched TV and ate dinner and stuff. And by the time I pulled my hand out, I don't know. I don't know if that's like it just worked. Like it did not hurt as much. The swelling went down a lot, and it was like ant bites, like fire ant bites. Which, hold on. Maybe you guys are just, like, pussies when it comes to stings from animals. Oh, thank you, Kill It. Holy shit. I really appreciate that. I'll read that in just a second. Cause maybe you guys don't know what it's like. Cause I'm from Florida, all right? We have invasive tropical red fire ants, okay? The kind you see, you know, in Florida and Cuba and the Philippines, making giant red rafts to float along the water when it floods. Those. The ones that when you step into a fire... I can't show it on... I'll get banned if I show it on stream. I stepped in a fire ant pile once, barefoot at the beach. The way they make their nests, the way fire ants make their nests, isn't like an ant mound where it's like, you know, like a volcano type shape. They make these little balls of sand, of like wet kind of sand, and they make like an aerated puff in the ground that doesn't really look like much if you don't recognize it at first. And I was a very little kid when this happened. I barely remember it. And I straight up stepped in that shit. My foot sunk down to my calf, and immediately just a swarm of fire ants biting and snapping. My mom picked me up out of the fire ant pile and like tossed me into the ocean. 'Cause what else could she do? Really, like what else can you do if you're like toddler just stepped in a fucking fire ant pile and now his entire leg is now just like red with fire ants? You pick him up and you just run for the seawater and you start brushing them off. Like the seawater helps with like the, yeah. And basically I had to soak my leg in the seawater, I guess. This would be a better story for my mom to tell. Your mom's greatest moment. I will admit my mom did come in clutch there. That would probably be a better story if I had my mom to tell it in a not issue as normal. I would love for her to be able to tell the story because she would remember it better than I and be able to tell it way better than I because I don't remember it other than like the pain and all I remember from it is looking down and seeing my foot sunk down into the sand and ants. Lots and lots of ants just covering my leg. Pain and then nothing. I feel like my brain totally blacked it out. Anyway, Cherry, you might want to edit all that out. That was a lot of stun lock. Or keep it in. Who knows? This is a very long reaction.
Try to come after the guns. It's going to start a civil war.
I clearly believe from the evidence children were really killed in Sandy Hook, and it's a real tragedy. Unfortunately, evidence is beginning to come out. People who've been coached, people who've been given cue cards, people who are behaving like actors.
I dropped Billy off and watched him go around the corner, and he never came back, all because of the guns. Won't you just turn your guns in for my son? I mean, folks, we've got video of Anderson Cooper with clear blue screen out there.
Nothing can account for what happens to his nose.
What?
Early on, I said, well, they had to have killed somebody. I mean, this doesn't make sense. Then parents come out and start laughing and then turn to the camera and cry. No one died in 2012 in Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured.
Man, I wonder why he lost the case. Damn, dude. I wonder why, with all of his millions and all the media support he had, he still lost the case. I mean, media support from his side, to be clear. Man, I wonder, dude. I wonder how that happened. Must have been a bias. He legit built the case against himself. Like, yeah, why would he just lie? Like, his best defense was always that he's, like, the best defense he always could have just, like, gone to and should have stayed with. His best chance was always, I'm an entertainer, and nobody should take what I say seriously. Which completely discredits everything he says, but at the very least, that's like a better chance of getting him out of legal trouble when we're talking about a defamation suit in America.
I couldn't believe it at first. I knew they had actors there, clearly, but I thought they killed some real kids. And it just shows how bold they are.
People come up to me in hotels and in grocery stores, and I'll be walking my dog, and they just go, the car will go, "Roar! You son of a bitch, quit, leave those kids alone." And I'll be like, I never talk about it to me. Shut up, you son. And some people have confronted me in front of my wife and children and said, "You son of a bitch, you killed those kids." No one knows who Adam Lanza is. When you ask somebody about Sandy Hook, it's Alex Jones.
Yeah.
So I did not kill the children.
But do you...
So, that is true. I do think that when people think Sandy Hook, they probably think of Alex Jones before they think of the shooter. Yeah, I think that's probably the case, yeah. but I don't think that's anything to do with, like, the left or the shooting itself. I think that's to do with the fact that Alex Jones used the shooting as an opportunity to grow his platform, and it backfired on him. You know, he took the gamble and he failed. He rolled a nat 1.
Do you feel any sense of responsibility for the way the lives of the Sandy Hook families were affected?
An emotional day of testimony after 3 family members whose loved ones were murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary School took the stage.
Also, it's arguably good that we don't know the shooter's name, but then at the same time, the same people who are always like, don't spread the name of this white boy who shot up the school, but then like the next day, like a terrorist attack happens, and like if it's a brown guy, then the guy's face and name is all over the news. Yeah, that's always a thing. I do get a little iffed out about that shit.
Stand describing the harassment they endured as a result of Alex Jones.
Yeah, like if the story is like Altair ibn Lahad like shot, or I guess it would be like hidden bladed, like 50 people in like the street, like that, then you know they'd have that all over the fucking news. That's the main character of Assassin's Creed 1, by the way. Don't call me racist. Like. If you had Altair, like fucking hidden blading 50 people on the street, you know, like that would be all over the news. Altair would be all over the news. Him and his fucking hood would be all over the news because, well, I think there's a difference in how we treat non-white, you know, like, people who commit terrorism to white people who commit terrorism, right? Especially if they are, you know, Muslim, or if they come from a Muslim majority country. Usually, you know, that's usually pretty common. You know, it's a very, very, very common thing.
Jones' false statements.
People were, you know, accusing me of.
Yeah, dude, I took so much pride in being able to pronounce all the main characters' names in Assassin's Creed, but now the main characters pretty much have, like, pretty basic and, like, easy to remember names. Except for the newest one. Ivor's last name I don't even remember. But I remember once I got Ezio Auditore de Firenze and, Altair ibn Lahad, down, and, fuck. I want to make sure I get Connor's, real name correct. Rathakahan, I believe is how it's pronounced. Rathakahan is usually how they pronounce it, but it's spelled like Ratahagaten. So yeah, I took a lot of pride in being able to pronounce the main characters in the Assassin's Creed games' names. That was one of the cool things about those games early on, was like the characters were always like, I don't know, like their names were so fucking unique. And they usually came from cultures that usually weren't explored or featured as main characters in games. You know? I don't know. Cherry, edit all that out. I just went on Assassin's Creed Stunlock. I'm autistic. Off to bed? Have a good night. Kill it. I'll let you know how I feel about the 2B2T stuff. I'm gonna have to hit you up on that tour through the new server. Yeah, I definitely want to check out the test server and see how it's running. 100%. Alright, yeah, let's get back to it.
Lying, telling me Ben never lived, telling me that I was going to burn in hell and that I would pay for what I had done.
Hensel testified that after her husband Jeremy committed suicide in 2019, people went to their daughter Avielle's gravesite looking for evidence the family was faking his death.
I couldn't wrap my head around just one more family member being part of this narrative.
You know, it's an industry, it's a business. They got $73 million from Remington. They've sued all these different groups and people. So no, I didn't kill their kids. I already said I was sorry before they ever sued me. And now they've just attached themselves to my name and who I am. They can get all the judgments they want against me. I have hardly any money. All those articles you see, it's like made up. Almost all of it's not even true.
You're not.
I like how he says I've hardly got any money in his studio with all of his books stacked up behind him with like all of his branding and everything. Like, guys, like, if I was on the right, I could literally just lie to you guys and say, yeah, man, I'm so broke. Yeah, man, we right-wingers, we don't make any money on YouTube, dog. Yeah, yeah, YouTube's always putting us down. Oh, 5 million views in this video? Don't pay attention to that. YouTube demonetized this. It made like $3. Don't think about how much this video actually made. Dude, conservative content creators do that shit all the time.
Not doing too good money-wise right now?
I've never, like they had
The
a financial
supplements.
expert in my rig trial, and he said InfoWars is worth 130 million, and Alex Jones is worth 270 million. I don't have $2 million in cash. I don't have stocks and bonds. I don't have all that stuff. So it's like a joke. They can have billion-dollar verdicts. It doesn't mean anything.
So they're expecting you to pay $45 million.
It's like 47 million or something like that total.
You think that in time you'll be able to do that?
Oh, no, it's what's ridiculous. Like, and they have 2 more trials coming up in Connecticut and in Texas. Everyone's like, "Yeah, we're gonna get him." Like, they've built me up into like I'm this giant creature, like all powerful, like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yeah. And
Alex Jones comparing himself. Listen, it's not body shaming. He's the one that compared himself to the fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, okay? It's not body shaming if he was the one who did it.
and none of it's real, so it's like it's funny actually. It's actually comical. I mean, it's actually hilarious. And then the Sandy Hook families, they already got $73 million from Remington. They're sitting there thinking they're about to get this big payday, and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to keep the studio open?
Oh, I mean, I could do a show anywhere. I mean, they're not going to show anything. No, they could run off some of our employees.
Yeah.
They could shut down some of our people, which is their big job, to shut down America, get rid of American workers. I mean, that's the part for the course. But I mean,
we gotta shut down the American workers. That's their job, 100%. That's what the left wants, shutting down the American workers.
As long as I don't want to quit or they don't put me in prison, they can't stop anything.
Was there a definitive year where big tech really teamed up to deplatform InfoWars?
Yeah, it was 2018, early 2018.
Bay Area.
This is real, by the way. Big tech will come together to decide they want to blacklist somebody all at once, which usually when it happens, it's like pretty damn defendable, like with Alex Jones. But I can understand where the fear comes from, right? I can kind of understand the idea of like how so much of our lives at this point has gotten to be on the internet. My legs are cold. I got to use a blankie. So much of our our lives is on the internet nowadays, you know? So the idea of being able to just have your entire internet life eviscerated is definitely scary, but there is yet to be very strong evidence that that's going to be a thing that just happens for no reason. Like Alex Jones took a lot for Alex Jones to get himself banned and blacklisted. I mean, the Sandy Hook shooting happened in 2012. The lawsuits and everything from that had been happening from 2012 till today and onward. He wasn't banned and blacklisted till 2018. That's 6 straight years of Alex Jones being a prominent political figure on YouTube and Twitch, all these platforms, and maybe not Twitch, but YouTube, Twitter, all that, before he was banned. The thing that should be scary to you is that these content creators don't actually have the TOS enforced against them like everybody else until all these platforms decide that they're enough of a liability that it's not worth the money to keep them platformed anymore. The fact they don't actually apply their TOS fairly is the thing that should be upsetting.
Tech giants are taking action against a prominent conspiracy theorist.
Twitter gives Alex Jones the boot. Just into CNN, Facebook is purging right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Apple, Facebook, Spotify, and YouTube.
Oh my God! Imagine my shop!
Facebook said, "We have taken it down for glorifying violence and using dehumanizing language to describe people who are transgender, Muslim, and immigrants, which violates our hate speech policies."
Yeah, that's about right.
They had the heads of big tech, so they got together and colluded to shut me down. I knew they had to censor freedom because freedom was so popular. I mean, I knew that was coming, yeah.
How did that affect your audience size?
It didn't let us have, on average, that giant viral spread every day reaching 20, 30 million people. Instead, it was 3, 4 million people that were hardcore, but then they understood there was censorship, so they were grassroots putting it down. So it actually made it more underground and more avant-garde, more black sheep, more rebel, and more outlaw. And so made it more successful in a way.
What would you do if you
He says as he's getting sued for millions and says he's got no money. I love how hard conservatives are still trying to cope that deplatforming doesn't work. Looking at Alex Jones's numbers compared to then and now is obvious enough. The only time Alex Jones's numbers have gone up has been during these trials of people wanting to see Alex Jones, you know, have justice done upon him, so to say.
You had a time machine?
You know, I think even though I got caught in their Sandy Hook trap, and I was covered other people's theories and barely did it, wasn't much of what I did on the on the timeline.
Oh,
I think I do it all.
Alex, Mr. Jones, that watch is looking a little cheap. That watch is looking a little cheap. I don't know. It's definitely a nice looking watch, but this guy's got like a gold-plated Rolex collection. Or he did. Maybe he's not lying. Or maybe he put it on to, fit the bill.
Wasn't much of what I did on the on the timeline. I think I do it all again. I think this is going to bring us to something bigger. I mean, technically, if I had it all over to do again, I wouldn't have been caught in that trap. But that's not how the universe works. I did these things, and I'm going with the flow.
Looks like there's a bit of metal on it.
I did it from a good heart, and I think it'll be turned towards good at the end of the day. So I'm not worried about it. And I believe humanity's going to wake up. I believe we're going to win.
Gotta fight the cloud people. Fight the cloud people. What a nice shot. Oh, shit. Why did I think it was gonna say Noah Samson? Oh, God. Dyslexia hitting at bad times. These are the children that Alex Jones, by the way, claimed are crisis actors, so, yeah. These are the dead children. And I imagine there was also school staff that was killed too. I don't remember all of the details that were killed during the shooting, some of them at least. And their families, who are still alive and grieving, have been inundated with harassment since 2012 when their children died. For the last, nearly 10 years now, have had Alex Jones fans prying into their life because they think that proving Sandy Hook was a conspiracy that was fake might be the key to proving everything else. So they're going out of their way to harass these families and look for evidence these kids didn't exist or were actors or something like that. And Alex Jones is bitching about being held accountable for starting all of that. The definition of cry-bullying.
All right, so we're in Newtown, Connecticut, where the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting took place around 10 years ago. It's a special week for this town because for the first time ever, Alex Jones is being made to stand trial in Connecticut.
In a Connecticut courtroom just 20 miles from Sandy Hook, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones taking the stand, forced to face his own lies.
So right now we're on our way to go meet up with a trial attorney named Mark Bankston, who represented the Sandy Hook families in the previous defamation case in Texas.
Nobody thinks you killed the kid. Nobody thinks that, Alex. What you did, what you killed, is their ability to get over the death of their children. Look, I'm a
This guy's based and well-spoken.
parent, and I know my job. My job is to protect my
He's a lawyer, so of course he's well-spoken, but, he's spitting.
kid. They couldn't be with their kids on December 12th, 2012, right? Like, they couldn't do that. And so when that happened, their job changed. Their job became to protect their kid's legacy. And so every day that this kept going on and they couldn't stop it, these parents are feeling like they're failing their kids over and over and over again. And I put that on Alex Jones more than anybody else in the country.
So, for those who don't know, can you describe the extent of the harassment that was experienced by the Sandy Hook families?
There's no way I could do it just sitting here with you. It's unreal. Initially, it just started with rough contacts. You get people who were emailing them, people would find out their phone number, call them on the phone. But then
I want to say, by the way, I'm just a left-wing YouTuber who dares to have the, progressive opinion online, which is, pretty, a good way to get a lot of hate and harassment online. But, overall, I don't get even a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the hate that those families likely got. Imagine somebody from the internet coming to your home in real life and rooting through your garbage outside your house. Somebody who thinks that you're part of the leftist, Jewish, global elite pedophile cabal. Yeah. Vosh does. Yeah, Vosh doesn't get what those families got. I don't know if there are a lot of content creators out there, even on the left, that you could say have got maybe Brianna Wu and Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn. I think they might be on tier. Keffels, if Keffels keeps dealing with what she's dealt with for like the next decade, then yeah. But assuming it like doesn't happen as much anymore, it kind of winds down. It'll probably level out to that of your average content creator. You have to understand that like the hatred for these figures like Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu, I mean, these are figures who just had magnitudes more attention and hate on them. They started entire cultural movements. Not that they started it. Hate for them. Misguided, mischaracterized hate for them started entire cultural movements. Demon Mama too? Yeah, Demon Mama gets a lot of hate too. She probably is on, like, for her size, probably gets, you know, quite a bit, yeah. Especially because she's a trans woman. And, like, here's my opinion. I think that if you are of a certain... I don't think it's a matter of, like, you can't make it in this space or any other space if you're part of a marginalized group. I think it means the barrier is higher. And I think specifically when it comes to trans women and the debate brosphere, I think the barrier is higher for acceptance. Higher than it would be for others. Forgiveness seems a little bit less willing to be offered oftentimes. So, yeah, I get that. I get the idea of the harassment. Yeah, I could see it. Let's continue.
Then you had people starting to show up in Newtown and destroy the memorials they had for their kids. They had people showing up at their homes, knocking on their door. They had people going around and talking to their neighbors. And then it just kept escalating as more and more people got caught into the wildness of it. There's Lucy Richards, right, who was a woman who I have to have some level of sympathy with on some way because she's mentally ill. But she got obsessed with all these narratives and about Lenny Posner. She was in Central Florida. And when it got disclosed that that's where Lenny had moved to, and InfoWars put up his Boca Raton mailbox where he picks up his mail.
Well, I've got an article here from a guy, I think was our last caller. He's been getting all kinds of grief from Mr. Posner. Social media shut down due to Sandy Hook false copyrights. What's interesting is they list the address for the Honor Network in Boca Raton, Florida, 908 North Dixie Highway. There is no suite, but it's got 2 different buildings listed that address.
Well, we'll just start investigating that. And I guess I'm going to have to probably go on up to Newtown. I'm going to have to probably go investigate Florida as well.
She decided, okay, that's my call to action. So she started stalking.
That is a direct, not even, that's both a call to action and a, should I map? Holy shit, yeah. Not only a call to action, but also an announcement that he'll be doing the same that he's encouraging his audience to do. Holy shit. No wonder, I wonder why he lost the case, dude. Must have been a rigged court.
Lenny and Veronique through Central
rigged
Florida.
Trial.
She would call and leave these messages, and I don't know if you've ever heard them, man, and maybe we'll get a hold of them for.
Doxing is not illegal, by the way. It's just kind of a, unwarranted kind of a shitty thing to do.
Or you or something, just so people can understand what this is. But creepy.
Did you hide your imaginary son in the attic? Are you still fucking him? You fucking Jew bastard? Look behind you. Death is coming to you real soon.
Just this awful, hateful stuff.
So that is a look at the types of people who are obsessed and love Alex Jones. The deranged boomers, like that lady, they love Alex Jones. They censored the word. I don't think that she said the word Jew.
Slurs and at him and that don't even make any sense. Yeah. I mean, she called him the N-word and accused him that Noah is still alive and that he's got Noah in the attic and sexually assaults him every night. And even after she was arrested by federal law enforcement and then she was sentenced to federal prison for a short period, part of her conditional release is she cannot access InfoWars. She's just simply not allowed to do that as a condition of her parole. I'm an X-Files kid, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a late 90s conspiracy guy. Man, conspiracy culture used to be fun. It used to not be so malicious and cruel. Area 51, fish-human hybrids, Roswell. I mean, it was kind of fluffy in its own way. Like, it didn't really matter at the end of the day what's at Area 51. It was a mystery box we could all have fun with. And there was...
That's the thing, man. I wish we could go back. Now every conspiracy theory leads back to the Jews, or somebody's trying to make it that way. Like, you can watch a conspiracy theory that's about how, like, the sun isn't real, and it's actually a giant disc in the sky. But then somebody who believes that, and is prominent in that community, believes the Jews are hiding the truth. Almost always, with every conspiracy theory where there is somebody hiding the truth, they always basically hint, nudge, nudge, it's the Jews. It's like almost every, conspiracy theory at this point, and it's sad.
There was a time when Alex Jones was hilarious. We just all kind of like watched him when he in his early days. But the moment he started commanding, I'll tell you, it goes hand in hand with the damn supplements.
Sick of the globalist eugenicist control freaks adding poison to your water and laughing as you get sick and die? Start purifying your water with ProPure at Infowars.com.
We sell books, videos, t-shirts, high-quality water filters, shortwave radios, cook stoves, survival food of the highest quality. Brain Force sold out in 4 days. Liver Shield sold out in a week. Prostagard sold out in a month. We have the highest quality nutrition.
Prostagard. I feel like I might know what Prostagard is. I don't know why, but that one stood out. Oh my god. Is it like a prostate guard? Is that what that means? Did this motherfucker make some kind of like prostate cancer prevention drug called Prostagard? It's to keep you from getting pegged. It actually makes it so your butthole muscles tighten, like a fucking vice. Just very tightly, and it means that nothing could get in there.
Nutraceuticals out there, bar none.
The government is going to starve you by the prepackaged food, right? The government has released radiation into the environment by the iodine. We were seeing that basically right after the month of Sandy Hook, his traffic went up darn near 50% from all the coverage he was doing that month of the hoax. So that caused them to double down because they've testified on the record. If we see traffic spikes, we try to emulate that. When Alex Jones said the school wasn't an operating school, when he said paramedics never even entered the building, when he said there are pictures of the children who they say died who are still alive, he didn't believe that shit. I don't believe Alex Jones thinks there's anything fishy about Sandy Hook, but he's going to keep saying it even right now. He's still going to be weird about it.
Why?
It's not a matter of whether you believe it or not. It's a matter of whether you have carved a groove in your personality that the wheel just goes in that rut now. I think it would force a moment of ego.
That's actually a very good way to describe it. You've carved out a path for yourself, and now your wheels just kind of follow that rut. That's such a good way to describe it. That's a good analogy. I like this lawyer. I like him.
He's not ready to confront.
The InfoWars store is like the main revenue source, yeah?
I mean, if I need it to be. If I need to, I can go to supporters and just get straight donations.
Yeah.
So
how do you go about doing that?
Just ask them for the money. The jury came.
Wait. Chat, give me money. Please? Money me now? I like money. Money me now. I like money me. Give money. Gib. Gib.
Came in this evening with $4.2 million. I admitted that I followed disinformation, but not on purpose. I apologize to the families. What I did to those families was wrong, but I didn't do it on purpose. We are so broke that if you don't fund us, if you don't buy products at InfoWarsStore.com, we will shut down. So get a t-shirt, get a book, get Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula, get Vitamin Mineral Fusion, get them all at InfoWarsStore.com and keep us on the air.
What do you think he deserves at the end of this road?
To no longer be in public life, right? Like, People have been like, oh, you're out to destroy Alex Jones. I don't want to destroy him. I don't care. If he wants to work at Safeway or manage a Sprint store, I don't care. I feel the right amount of justice is you should not be able to commercially market your...
I love the idea of Alex Jones working at a Sprint store. That is really funny. That's a really funny thought. That went hard.
...self as a public figure anymore. Like, you should exit the American stage. That's what I think is the correct result. Or at least, that's what I think is the most utilitarian good result. But the money's not even really the question for me. The question is, will this suit be successful at stopping him from being on the national stage? And my worry is, like we said in the courthouses, it won't be, because the cameras will still follow him. Like, he can lose all of his money. He gets out there again on the bullhorn, and he starts building it right back up.
No, I told you I was going to shut it down before they sued me and shit on time. Not happening now.
You were going to shut down InfoWars?
I was going to hand it off to the people. Not now. It's not a labor of love now, it's a labor of war.
It's a labor of war.
He shut the shit down.
So
I like how he's just
question is,
eating
can
ribs.
This cause of action against Jones on behalf of...
Eating ribs in front of Alex Jones is a pretty strong power move. I feel like if I was eating ribs in front of Alex Jones, I wouldn't bother with a napkin. Nothing. Just start eating it like a fucking animal in front of him. Assert dominance. Start, like, ripping the ribs in half with my bare hands and, like, stripping them, like, bare and in like, single bites. Basically, basically express to him that this is what I will do to you. I will eat your raddest ass.
These parents come to represent something bigger. Is it a bigger referendum on the false things he's saying? I hope so, man. I hope so.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
I see me picking my teeth, my enemy's bones.
Wait, hey, you guys can't say it's weird for me to make a cannibalism joke when he did the same thing seconds later. Oh, well, there we go. Oh, stop it. No, Internet Historian, you will not autoplay. Interesting. Yeah, that video was fucking wild. Alex Jones really is a reprehensible piece of shit. What I really liked about that video in particular was that it featured the lawyer. The lawyer was my favorite part, without a doubt. I really, really liked the lawyer. The defense attorney, or was it? Would it be defense? I forget what the exact term was. The attorney that was on behalf of the parents. Here, I'm dropping the link to the video in chat. I do not want you guys to, of course, not have a link to the video. There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. There you go. All right, well, I really like the lawyer. The lawyer was my favorite part. He used some perfect analogies. He hit the nail right on the head. I know it was, like, edited, so it was, like, that made it flow much better, but, like, he could definitely do well as, like, a public speaker online, like, speaking out about this stuff. Like, if he just made a YouTube channel and started talking about this shit, he'd blow up fast. He's a good speaker. He knows what he's talking about. And he's, like, charismatic, too. He seems like a chill, relatable guy. That guy should make a YouTube channel and legal it up. Next thing you know, his YouTube channel's making him more money than his law career. Zen, have you heard of this cool indie game called Ultra Kill? I have not heard of it, but I'll look into it some other time. Hi, Luna. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live or after the fact when this video goes up. It really does help out the channel a lot, more than you even realize. And of course, if you want to see more from me, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon so YouTube tells you when I go live. Make sure to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description. Right there. There they are. Twitter is the best one. Twitter is where all the memes happen. There's a bee flying around my face right now, and I'm trying to, like, not get stung by it. But yeah. Links down in the description below. Twitter is the best one, although we also got Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Fan Discord, and all of that. And of course, if you got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, and you don't know what to do with it, you can always support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub at xanderhall.com/live. And you can always just, support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or also through Patreon too. It's always up to you. But of course, regardless of how you support me, I always appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. I'm getting tired, chat. You still got a ways to go, though. That was one of the bigger topics, though. Don't you guys worry. Whew. Time is it? 3:32 a.m. Whew. Hmm. Yeah, I get it, Renophilia. I get it. I know what's up. Kill it. Thank you for the $100. I really appreciate that. Says the third incursion was an inside job. That's probably true. For those of you guys that don't know, incursions on 2b2t were basically when something would happen, typically, not always, but typically something would happen, such as a YouTuber making a video on the server, and that would bring an incursion of players to the server. That's where the term comes from, though it's used a little bit incorrectly because the group fighting the incursion of players is called the incursion. So that's a little bit fucking stupid, but, you know, bear with it, I guess. So the incursion is basically just the title of a group of players that just decides to, you know, fuck over the experience of new players coming to the server. I remember I took part in the gulags. I remember. Let me see if I can find the Ant Venom video about it. What? Okay, hold on. This clip is called FitMC Slave Labor 2B2T. So this is from when we Ant Venom made a video on the server, brought a lot of players, and so everybody got together, basically every player on the server got together who was a regular at the time, and enslaved the Ant Venom fans that were joining, and had them break a shit ton of ender chests with non-silk touch picks so that they would drop 8. Obviously, these ender chests were duped. So you're basically creating 8 obsidian per broken ender chest, and then those obsidian would be used to build the wall, but breaking the chest is a pain in the ass, so they use slavery. We use slavery. I did slavery in Minecraft, but not with NPCs, but with people. And this is FitMC in the call. I might have been in this call, funnily enough. FitMC did not join this incursion's call much, so I was probably in the call when this happened. I'm also in a FitMC video where like everybody was like gathering together on an island, and he was like doing an inspection of like the incursion camp, and I'm there as Pig Puncher 368. All right.
Able to produce obsidian fast enough to get the wall done in time. So that's when a stroke of genius came from the incursion. For the first time ever in 2B2T history.
Oh, this is from a video. Never mind.
Slave labor.
I like how it cuts it. Slave labor. Yeah, we did some slavery, guys. I'm sorry, but we did. Yeah, we enslaved new players. Listen though, we fed them, and if they worked hard, we paid them with gear, and many of them are to this day, no doubt, diehard 2B2T players that can thank the gear given to them. The gear given to them after the incursion for their starting, okay? Xander Hall cancellation party, let's go. I'm like, now that I start to think about it, it gets even more bizarre when you realize that around that same time, the donkey dupe was popular, which was a dupe that utilized a duplication glitch that utilized donkey inventory chests to duplicate items. So theoretically, we could have given each of them a donkey, and that would have been even more fucked up. But we didn't. We restrained from that, even though it was possible. And I think that speaks to the deep down ingrained sincerity in every 2B2T player. Even when lost in the deepest, darkest depths of you know, a place like 2B2T, still a little bit of light shines through. Nova Nocturne, thank you for the $5. Says over on YouTube, says, Zan, have you heard of this great new game called World of Warcraft? It feels classic. Oh yeah, you should definitely download World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Go on PED0S, the server, and make an alliance character so you can play with me. I'm a level 75 human warrior, and I'm currently questing through Zoldrak. I do need to go back down to Dragonblight though to grab a few more quests to those, and I'm about 8 nubs if I remember correctly through 75. So I'm very, very close to finally being able to get my, Northrend flying, my cold weather flying. So yeah, if you want to play with me, hit me up. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Kill It. I really appreciate that. You too, Nova Nocturne. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Epifloyd, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That is $5 Redinos right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, don't mind me, just fixing my username color. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Enjoy your new name. Queef Jerky, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That right there is $25. Thank you so fucking much. That is very kind. To Dracula, Not the Hero, A Symbolic Symbol, Eugene Crabbe, and Death Alchemist. Thank you so much. I'm sure they really appreciate it, and I definitely do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alex Jones invented pee-pee poo-poo. That is true. He did do that. That is true. There's no evidence he didn't. Prove he didn't. I dare you. You can't. So I'm right. That's how that works. Thank you, Queef Jerky. I really appreciate it. Zan, you're still alive? Yep, and I'll be alive for a while longer, too. All right. 226. Thank you, guys. I gotta say, you guys are really dropping the support. I appreciate it. You guys are fucking awesome. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 1 gift of sub to Payani. I really appreciate that. That's kind. Says, does Luna use her new cat tree, or does she prefer the box it came in? She definitely prefers the box it came in, along with every other box in existence, to the cat tree. But since she does like to hang out in here, and I like to keep my door shut, oftentimes the only thing she can scratch that's like, gives her that sensation she wants is that cat tree. So she started just randomly getting zoomies and running over to it, scratching it for a few seconds, then running back and laying down again. So yeah, classic cat antics. The thing that always surprises me is how smart she is. She's a very smart cat. Ooh. Ooh. She's a lot smarter than our dog. Say what you want about cats, but she's definitely smarter than most dogs. She is literally laying on the ground. She likes the heat of the computer. If she feels like hopping up in my lap, then I'll pick her up and I'll hold her up to show you guys, but that'll probably happen later in the stream, if at all. Thank you for the $5, though, Salty Internet Pirate. I'm sure that Payani appreciates the tier 1 sub. I certainly do. Thank you. All right, let me update the dono goal again. And then it is time for me to go piss. It is time for me to piss. I will be back, guys. Hey Zan, dumb question. How do you make poll choices? I actually don't know. I think it's like exclamation point poll 1, 2. I don't know. It's complicated. I would honestly message Sherry about it. Or maybe Methaldu. Awesome. I'm glad you're going to be on for a while. I can't sleep until my morphine kicks in. I've been bored as shit. Petty Mantis, why do you need morphine? Is it for pleasure or for pain? Spinal reconstruction. Horrifying, 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 horrifying. I'm sorry. But that made my spine. Ugh. Ugh. What? Like 15 pounds of hardware holding it all together? Petty Mantis, you are brave as fuck. Tough as fucking nails. And you know what? You are now closer to being a cyberpunk character than anyone here, okay? You know, like think about it that way, right? You're like a cyberpunk character now. You finally chromed up. I'm sorry. Bright sides, okay? In all seriousness, I'm really glad that I've got, I'm very glad that you have something and you've decided that it's my stream to like listen to while you're recovering and everything. I really hope your morphine kicks in quickly. I imagine it kicks in pretty damn fast because it's intravenous. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and turn on this lo-fi music and let you doze off with a nice opioid high because you definitely need it considering you're going through spinal reconstruction surgery. All right. Whew. Sorry, guys. I get a little bit of. I've watched beheadings on the internet, not willingly, but still. And that shit doesn't make me like shiver as much as like surgeries do, like specifically bone and spine surgeries. Yeah, that shit just makes my bones go cold. Hi, Elder Raven. How you doing? Mitch Connor. We are not all manually breathing. True. Anyway, guys, in all seriousness, highly recommend any of you who, want to hop on WoW with me, definitely consider doing that, because it's going to be a lot of fun. I really want to get as many people together as possible in World of Warcraft Classic, Wrath of the Lich King. Oh, the cat got locked out inside my room. She must have left. Did the cat leave? I didn't even know. As you can see, she's one of those trippy cats that likes to trip you, if you could tell. I don't know if you could see it, but she was literally figure eighting between my legs while I was trying to walk, really trying to trip me. Hey, is WoW paid or free? For Classic World of Warcraft, it is literally nothing other than the $15 a month subscription fee. It sounds like a lot, but it's certainly worth it, in my opinion. You usually get way more than $15 worth of entertainment a month out of it. Oh, Hash Hosting, what's up? When did you join chat? What's up? Thank you for the tier 3 gifted sub to Petty Mantis. Didn't even say anything. Pog, thank you. I really appreciate it. Here, let me see. Was that a 3-monther or a 1-monther? Probably a 1-monther. I don't want to undercredit you, Hash. Enjoy that tier 3 sub, Petty Mantis. May it make your recovery even better. Little kitty. Hello, little baby. Hi. Hi. Come here. Baby. Come here. You wanna sit in my lap? Come here. Yes, she does. Hi, baby. Oh. Oh, she's laying down. She's loafing in my lap now. I have a lap cat. Unfortunately, my camera can't angle down at all. So you can't really see her unless I pick her up and disturb her and make her mad. So you'll just have to trust me that she She's about... I'm touching her head now. This is me touching her head. This is me... Hi. Hello. Hello. She's so cute. She's so soft. Hello, little baby. Oh. She just wants some head scratches tonight. She's just being sweet. She's sleepy, and she wants to sleep in my lap tonight. That's cute. All right. Fine by me. You guys love the cat, and I love the cat too. So I'll let her sleep in my lap for the stream. My cat will howl looking dead ass at me until I pat the bed and ask her to come up. Yeah, Renophilia. My cat will do that too sometimes. She'll do that. Luna will do that. She is like that sometimes. She's very good. She's a very good girl. Even though she bites me and hurts me all the time, and she's a demon and a reincarnated serial killer in the body of a cat, I do still love her. Because sometimes she snuggles me, and that makes up for all of the pain. That really is how cats are. It's literally an abusive relationship. Oh, hey! Your nail's stuck in my pants. Yeah, don't get your nail stuck in the fabric. That's gonna... You don't want to rip your nail out. I don't know why the cat needs its nails into my leg through the fabric of my pants when it always gets its claws stuck in the fabric, and then I have to, like, get the claws unstuck, but the cat doesn't like it, and then... I don't know why she keeps doing it, though. Can they not do the little making cookies thing where they do this? Because anytime she's, like, laying in my lap, she's constantly kneading my leg like this the entire time with her claws. That's typical cat behavior. That means she loves you? Aww, really? Is that true intentions, Nasty? Is there actually evidence of that? I figure it just means that I'm warm, and cats like it when they're warm. They need their little claws to get milk out from their mom. Oh, so she's doing it like I'm her mom. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. It's a sign of affection. Oh yeah, they do that to get the milk out of their... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, I'm not your mom, I'm your dad, Luna. But, you know, that works. Huh. Mama Zan, no. No, not already, no. Not with my community like this. They'll meme it too much. It's not that they are too long, they are just always like that. No, the claws definitely retract and extract into my fucking leg, okay? MILF Xanderhall, listen, dog. If ever one day all of your dreams come true and I end up being trans, I promise you guys, I will become a MILF, okay? If it happens, I will do everything in my power to make sure I become specifically a MILF femoid, okay? Does that make you happy? Does that make you happy? There you go. There you go. Now you guys can stop memeing about it. Also, Zan, I have been here for 3 hours. Oh, sorry, Hash. Listen, Hash, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I am sleep deprived as fuck, and I'm basically, like, in autopilot mode for this entire stream, okay? If it seems like I've tripped over a repeated word several times, it's because I'm literally in autopilot mode. I'm tired as shit. I'm overheated as fuck. I'm hungry. I got a headache. And you know, like, I'm doing my best, chat. I hope you know that, okay? Bro, you been eating right? I've been eating right enough. I had like a vomiting issue yesterday where I was sick. I had like some stomach bug, and I hadn't like eaten much like for the day after that because I just was worried about tempting fate, and all I've had since then are 2 Uncrustables. So it's not great, but I'm going to eat. I'm probably gonna heat up some pasta after I finish stream. $69 left to 300. Nice. True. That is true. You getting protein though, lol? Yeah, I do like the I like the chicken Alfredo pasta, and I like the I still like my protein shakes, even though I'm not working out anymore because I don't really have the ability to. Oh god, I can't wait to be able to work out again in Seattle. I've still been drinking the protein shakes because there's really not much harm that can come from it. Like, humans are pretty deficient in protein to begin with, usually. So, like, most of the workout stuff that I took, I still take because it's just good to have. A lot of it's just, like, you know, like the whey protein is just very good for you, generally. Plus, I'm trying to gain weight. So, it helps. It helps with gaining extra weight. Sleep Deprived Gang, let's go. I have 6 new servers, 2 crank out, including the Xanderhall Xmas Craft. Let's fucking go! I'm so excited to be able to get all that working and unveiled to the public. It's going to be super cool, right, Luna? Yeah. She's very sweet. I love her. She is my little baby. She is my little baby. All right. Thank you, Ash Hosting. I really appreciate the dono. Very kind and pog. Wait, what? How many months did your tier 3 gifted sub to Petty Mantis end up being, Hash? Just checking because I don't want to undercredit you. I just got home and decided to check out Edge Runners. One of the episode descriptions mentions cyberpsychosis, and it sounds like sci-fi movies putting quantum before everything, lol. It's a little bit like that, but it actually makes sense. Cyberpsychosis is basically roid rage. Like cybernetics and like the terminology it's used is very comparable to like gym and workout culture. Like when you get like a cybernetic, you're chroming up, like roiding up. If you like, you know, have become like too robot, you've borged out, like roiding out or whatever. Like, yeah, it seems more like it's a comparison to like roid rage, is like what cyberpsychosis is sort of like vaguely compared to, not just them putting cyber before a thing, you know? Just to sound sci-fi. Trust me, you'll figure it out. Watch the anime. It's good. Oh, Xanderhall, you still intend on doing the Christmas server this year? Oh yeah, that's what Hash Hosting was talking about. IDK, I think I said auto renew. Okay, so it's probably a 1-monther. Thank you, Hash. Thank you for the, I believe that's $20 Redinos? Yeah, $20. Thank you, I really appreciate that. That's very kind. Very based in Pog, even. Very Omega lol, if you will. Alright, there we go. Okay. Time for our next topic, I think. All right. Pog. Okay. All right. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, I got a short segment here, okay? It's not gonna be a long one. It's nothing too crazy. Oftentimes I like to say every conservative accusation is actually a confession. I didn't make this phrase, I didn't make it up, but I do like saying it because I agree with it. I think that very often when conservatives are, going out of their way to attack people for living their lives, despite them living their lives not hurting anybody or them at all, people who put so much time, effort, and thought into going after people, throwing unfounded accusations at them, for no real reason, how the right does to gay people, for example, I've always thought of it as being a clear indication of projection. And a lot of people are like, oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. Can't be that. Oh, you can't go with that. Not as much anymore. That used to be the kind of response I'd get back like a year ago. But now with the right basically just deciding they're pedo-jacketing all gay people and all LGBT people at this point, you know, firing back with, oh yeah, well, don't throw stones from glass houses has become a much more prescient response to these people who like to claim that LGBT people are somehow groomers or predators for existing. So, with that said, I want to tell you guys a story in 2 parts. Okay? Here, we have a lady named the Melissa Duran. Obviously, that is an @ I don't believe that the is the beginning of her name in real life, unless she is literally has a title. But yeah, she is a, you know, a right-wing activist, as you can tell, holding a sign saying "Stop being gay," along with someone else holding a sign that says "Recriminalize gay marriage," captioning it, of course, "Protest against child grooming." You know, cool. You know, it's something. What do you guys think of this? What do you guys think of this lady? What are your thoughts, chat? I'm curious. Pedo? Stinky? You'd rather die or get wheeled out by paramedics and put on a ventilator? Okay. I need eye bleach? There's no way this isn't a meme? Sounds like me every time you look into a mirror. Jesus. Needs a hobby? Stop be gay? My brain always shuts off when I see this shit. Yeah, it is very easy to just sort of glaze over and be like, wow, this can't be real, you know? It's too much like parody to not be real. So let's go ahead and look at part 2 of this story. So, as you can see, by the fact that she's taking a picture smiling with Matt Gaetz, presumably well after the weird shit with him is known, you know, it's very clear here the through line is attacking LGBT people, not protecting children. If, you know, you're willing to team up and take a picture with and support a creep like Matt Gaetz.
Think of the children, liberals.
What? It's so demonic. It's so de-motherfucking monic, you know? The fact that these people are willing to pedo jacket all LGBT people for existing around, like, just pretty much just existing, but especially if they exist publicly. You know, like, you know, 2 guys holding hands walking down the streets. It's like, oh,
you're grooming my children into accepting the gay narrative.
And it's like, we're just going to pick up the PlayStation 5. Apparently you can finally get them. We're just going to the store. We're in this hypothetical, America has walkable cities. Oh, hey, Luna, what's up? There you go. Hello. What's the matter? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, when these people say that they want to fight the groomers and the pedophiles and the left and everything, I'm not saying it's always, like, them trying to cover up for themselves or cover up for someone else or just pedo jacket a group they don't like because they have no arguments. However, I do think it's interesting when the same person making that accusation cool. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think the through line is here? Is it protecting children from grooming? Or is it gay people bad? Because of course this is Matt Gaetz in Florida. Like they're there to talk about like the trans. It's yeah. So what is it? The through line is always shitting on LGBT people. Let's cut through the bullshit here and acknowledge the fact that the through line has always been to take away everything from autonomy to rights to respect to the ability to be seen of LGBT people. That has always been their goal. And if it takes calling all LGBT people pedophiles to get away with it and to make that happen, that is what they will do. They will do it to get into power, and they will use that power to take away the rights of LGBT people as much as they fucking can. And they've been doing it very successfully. A lot of queer people in Florida, especially, have been, well, they've had to deal with it arguably the hardest. In fact, I've got a Twitter thread here that I think is actually pretty related by a fan of mine, apparently, who, oh yeah, it's Euphoria Tori, yeah. This is a tweet thread that I figured it would actually be good to read on stream because it kind of talks about what it's like to be trans, and generally LGBT as well. I assume a lot of this would extend. The hatred is pretty broad. But particularly being trans and a trans woman in the South, in Florida, apparently, what it's like, you know, and how much it sucks. So I have not read this. I did read the first tweet, but I've not read the rest of it. I just decided I would save it for on stream because I thought that, you know, getting to hear a story like this might lend a little bit more credence to why this type of insidious, devious shit is so fucking upsetting. Being a trans woman in the South really sucks. So many communities are tied to bigoted churches, so when you come out, you have a chance of losing everyone you've ever known. That definitely sucks. If you do end up not losing family and friends, then local legislatures will make your life worse instead. So be it. Friends/family or local governments were forced out of communities and leave. I'm leaving Florida because the government here wants trans people like me dead. I have to leave all my family and friends in Florida and flee the state, and I fucking hate it. This is not like a, you know, liberals getting mad and like saying, I'm going to move to Canada because Trump got elected. Like, there are actual policies on the books that trans people in Florida can point to and say, this is what's keeping me from getting like the treatment I need. I got to leave this state. They made this law like in the last few months, and now I can't get my like whatever, right? Like, I gotta go, you know? I'll be moving out of Florida in the next few weeks as I've landed a new job recently, but I can't escape my mind that a genocide of trans people is happening in the South and has been for a while. We shouldn't abandon the South. There's good people here, but we're struggling. Trans people in dangerous states should try leaving if they can. Cis people in safer states or areas should help trans people flee to safety. I'm able to leave Florida because a cis woman has helped me get this far and helped me leaving. Have impact and help trans people. True. So I think it's really important to remember that, like, a lot of people on the left have this tendency to forget that just because the South is full of fellow working class Americans doesn't mean a lot of them, you know, it still means a lot of them hold some, you know, a lot of them do hold some pretty horrible views, and disproportionately so. For socioeconomic reasons, of course. That's, you know, why rural areas tend to, you know, not have the best education as compared to more, you know, like higher income, like city areas. But like, I think it's important to remember that there's a lot of people in the South that are just really fucking bad, and a lot of people in the South that are good. The problem is, the bigotry in the South is so bad you could pretty much cut it with a fucking spoon. And I really don't blame any trans person or any progressive person, really, that just decides they don't want to live in Florida anymore. I moved out of Florida, and I moved to California, and now I'm planning to move up to Seattle, which will probably be my final place. If I end up moving anywhere out, if I end up moving away from, like, Washington State, I might move to Colorado, like Denver or something, that would be like the only other place I could consider myself ever moving, unless it was out of country, unless I like visited somewhere out of country and it was just, I fell in love with it and that's where I ended up living. I don't know. But yeah, I completely get it. There's no shame in just fucking leaving. In fact, I encourage you, if you are LGBT and you are living in one of these states and you are the victim of this legislation, I encourage you to do what you can to get out. I know that it may, if all that's holding you back is emotional hangups, like, not that they aren't valid, but if what's holding you back is like, I don't want to leave my family or my friends behind, I promise you, there is no shame if you decide the best decision is to leave the state. Or whatever state you're in, whether it be Florida, Georgia, fucking Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Texas, fucking what was the other the one that's really been going cringe up in the Rust Belt? What's the really cringe Rust Belt state that's going super anti-trans right now? Can't remember which one. It's one of those really forgettable states. Rust Belt. No, not Missouri. Michigan, thank you. Thank you, Petty Mantis. Michigan, thank you. I like how the person who's literally, like, recovering from surgery with morphine, like, was faster to the correct answer than everyone else in chat. That's really funny. Based. Yeah, so, with that said, though, I really do think that we're seeing about as close to a genocide as you can get without starting to roll out punishments for being part of the group. So at this point, we've, like in southern states, particularly like Florida and whatnot, they've locked down the rights of trans people to the extent that they are essentially not allowed to publicly live in like most public state-run spaces as the gender they identify with. We've made it so that the broader culture around those states is extremely hostile, and we've made it so is that a lot of them can't even access the care that they need, like if they're trans and they need like hormones or something, or they need access to like a gender clinic for like, you know, affirmation or like whatever, or like a confirmation on whether or not they have gender dysphoria, yada yada. There's a whole list of concerns as to why you don't want to live in one of these southern states if you're LGBT. And what I really worry about is the fact that we're all but at the point of punishing trans people just for being trans overtly. It is what's happening now. It is punishing trans people for being trans, but it doesn't say that on paper, which is important to the right. The right literally defended the voter ID laws that the Supreme Court determined were surgically targeting like minority communities and whatnot. They still tried to claim it wasn't racist because the law didn't specifically say that it was based on race. They will literally fall back on every single time the letter of the law instead of what actually happens and how it's enforced. So in the case of this, we've got like, who was it? DeSantis called for like child abuse investigations on all the parents of trans kids in Florida. That's pretty fucked up. No access to like hormones and stuff after like, I'm pretty sure there's like a full-on ban right now, though I may be wrong about that. That might have ended. I know there's like a longer waiting period now. It keeps on compounding. It's really hard to keep up with all the news. There's just so much fucking shit. And I can't remember all the stuff that Florida's rolling out that's anti-trans policy. It's baffling. There's the cock inspection bills, like cock inspection day at the gym, like that happened. Like yeah, I don't know. Get the fuck out. Get out. If you can, get out, all right? There's absolutely no shame in it, okay? You have no obligation as a blue voter to remain in a red state if that means sacrificing your safety and your health, okay? And I really do believe at this point that we are on the verge of what one could consider a genocide. Is it going to be gathering trans people up and LGBT people up just broadly and putting them into camps? Or just like jailing them for being trans? I don't think it's going to be that. But we're moving in the direction right now of normalizing the erasure and the discrimination and hatred, public, overt hatred of trans people. And that is very commonly where genocides start. Will it lead to a genocide? Not if it's, not if it's like countered, not if this rhetoric is countered. And I think it will be countered effectively. I think that the LGBT community in Florida and around the world is strong enough to influence where things go here. I don't think it's going to end with the bad ending, is what I'll say. I don't think we're going to get the bad ending, but a lot of bad is going to happen. And it's going to be the work of people, for the most part, doing on-the-ground grassroots organizing that are going to do a lot of good in Florida. We covered that one lady who's like a school board elected official who was going on that really bigoted rant that she went viral for recently. And it really is just a stark reminder how fucking easy it can be in certain small communities and even somewhat medium to large communities to get elected into surprisingly influential roles, and how anybody with like a few thousand followers on Twitter is probably off to a better start to, running for local election than many of their, the people they may be running against. Marco. Okay, looks like chat has a little bit of a delay, but nothing crazy. It did a little bit of a buffer. Anyway, as I said though, no shame in it. But if you have the ability, if you are one of those people that's just completely fine staying in one of those red states, I absolutely recommend looking into grassroots organizing. Mostly what I mean is look at your local county or town or whatever. Look at what local elections are coming up and find out what candidates, if any, more or less support your values. Chances are the guy will have like 200 followers on Twitter. You can like DM him and be like, hey, can I campaign for you? Or can I canvass for you? Is there anything I can do to help out to get your name around? Like stuff like that alone is something that you could do. Just look up my town elections upcoming. Look at the different elections, the different positions, the candidates, research them. It is a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it's actually not that hard. I feel like a lot of people think getting into that part of politics is harder than it actually really is. I'm really excited to be able to do canvassing and all that on-the-ground stuff whenever, one, COVID lets up a lot more, and two, I'm in Seattle and I've got my my life much more settled, and, flying out to a place to do a political campaign type thing is not a, earth-shattering task for me. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. I really do appreciate it. It helps the channel out whether you're watching live or after the fact when the video goes up as its own segment or as like a VOD. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description, including Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord. And of course, finally, if you want to help me, raise money for my move to Seattle and you want to just financially support this content so it keeps on coming, and you've got the money for it, you can always support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Nice. That was pretty good. I'm glad I got to talk about that because I'm from Florida and God does it suck. It's so hot in my room right now. It's 81 degrees outside. It's actually probably cooler than it is in my room, so I'm gonna open up the sliding glass door. Luna immediately ran to the screen door to feel the breeze coming through. She's like, ooh, fresh air. Outside. Smells like birds. Smells like birds? Yeah, it smells like birds, doesn't it, Luna? Luna literally just sits in the window all day staring at birds. She is literally living the high life. Literally literally gaining just like 1/10 of a pound a day because she's at her grandma's house, so she's getting fed a lot, and laying in the window in a sunbeam, watching all my birds flying outside the window because I've got about 24 feeders outside. And I've got, like, at this point, I've gotten to the point where now I have, like, 12 or so doves that come and eat up at the seed dishes on the ground. I've got, like, 8 or so sparrows or finches. I think they're house finches, actually, that'll usually show up first in the morning. And then I've always got, like, dozens of hummingbirds zooming around my porch now because I've got so many feeders full of sugar water out there. So I've turned my porch into an aviary. It's pretty crazy. It's actually not expensive to do either. You just buy a bag of seed for about $10 and that'll last you a few weeks. Luna doesn't try to eat the hummingbirds, does she? Oh no, she wants to eat the hummingbird. She'll literally like loaf like this, where she puts her little like paws out like this and puts her little head on there. She'll loaf like this in the carpet and look out at the birds. And when she gets up, you'll notice there's a big drool stain on the ground in the carpet where she was laying, where her mouth was, because she was staring at the birds drooling for an hour. She can't get to him, though, thankfully. That's right, you can't get to him. You can't get to him. Typical cat stuff. I think it's really funny. The cat fucking drools while staring at the birds through the window. It's really funny. It's like a cartoon cat looking through the glass at the meat in the deli and drooling. It sounds like it's out of a cartoon, but it's real. Cats actually do it. It's true. All right. Next topic. All right. Xander Hall, while we are deving the Xmas server, do you want me to throw up the Eco server first? I got to think about that for a bit because I'm grinding the fuck out of a no-lifing World of Warcraft, and I can't take my attention from anything else. So I need to finish my WoW escapades first before I think about getting on another game. I really want to get my pre-raid bis before Naxxramas opens up. Okay, so hi. Okay, chat. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, the other day, I covered a very horrific tweet thread by a Terf that got a upsetting amount of likes as well, about how young boys that are like 11, 12 years old are all like quote-unquote degenerate pieces of shit who deserve to be raped. And the only reason she doesn't support it is because if she supported that, then people might become okay with the rape of young girls, which of course this Terf believes is bad, but raping young boys is okay because they're degenerates who always want it, according to her. That was what the tweet thread was about. I covered it a little while ago. I think it's called the most vile tweet thread I've ever read or something. It's from very recently, like a few uploads ago. It was a very, very upsetting Terf thread. And it really highlights the fact that Terfs are not focused on protecting kids or fighting some kind of ideology or anything like that. They just fucking hate men. And they've essentialized manlyhood to the penis, and trans women having penises often, they view it as like some sort of indication that the weapon of violence is still there. Not only that, but oftentimes they expand the concept of manlyhood to be some uncleanable, unremovable taint, a curse that trans women can never get rid of. It's very weird. It's literally magic. They believe that there is a magical component to gender. That is the only way that their beliefs can actually make any coherent sense, is if they believe that there is some sort of ethereal magic component to gender, which is really stupid. Anyway, that tweet was fucking vile, but it was a not well put together, like, you know, it was just a tweet, right? It wasn't like a, you know, a statement put together. There wasn't really much meat to it, right? It was just disgusting, with very little argument to take apart there. Well, as it turns out, Terfs are, well, it seems like they've been, either this is an old post and they've been doing this for a while, or this is newer and it seems like they're just feeling more comfortable getting mask off about things. So here's the post. Before they turn 18, 1 in 6 boys experience some form of sexual abuse. 1 in 4 girls experience some form of sexual abuse. And this is the TERF, I assume. Except for the fact that boys don't, quote-unquote, experience quote-unquote some form of sexual abuse ever, and all apparent quote-unquote cases of male sexual abuse are always from people who lack any understanding of the definition of such terms. Sexual abuse involves mental trauma. Males do not experience mental trauma, as they are incapable of doing so, similar to how males cannot experience emotions such as remorse and generosity, and therefore the term sexual abuse does not apply to men. There should be another term that does apply to men, but I have been unable to locate such a term. This has to be a troll. Whether it is or not, it is not a troll, by the way. Whether it is or not, there are hundreds, if not thousands of TERFs, if not more, who think exactly this way. Whether they're honest or not about it. Hi. Yeah? What's up? She says hi. Oh. Stop saying the N-word. You're going to get me banned. Cats love swearing and saying slurs. Okay. So there's a lot to cover there. There's a lot to cover there. Whew. So, the idea that men, or males, as this person says, because they're referring to young boys who have been sexually assaulted, that they cannot be sexually abused because they feel no trauma. This is literally exactly in line with the narrative, the TERF push that I reacted to recently, about how young boys are degenerates who always want it, and so it is like they deserve it, right? It really, really is a hatred for anybody they deem male. It doesn't matter if you're an adult, and it doesn't matter if you're a child. Ontologically evil? Exactly. Exactly. Calling men males feels as clinical as incels calling women females. So these women are oftentimes femcels. A lot of TERFs are femcels that really, really hate men. Though femcels tend not to be femcels for the same reasons men tend to be incels, you know? Chad, I bit my lip in my sleep last night, and I don't have any Orajel left. I'm trying to squeeze the last bit of it out, but it's a little stubborn. Gotta get the last bit of the goo out, guys. That was too much. Oh god. There's more in there than I thought. Anyway, Orajel basically just numbs the fuck out of your like mouth if you have like a cut in it, and I bit the crap out of my lip, and I talk for a living, so as you can imagine, a tube of this shit really comes in handy. Just takes a second to take effect. Oh, it tastes kind of cringe. Ugh. All right. We're numbed. Okay, we're numbed. All right, there it goes. All right. Here we are. Everyone. Cherry, cut all that, cut not all of that out, but the last bit out, because, you know, stun lock. Anyway. Ew, it looks really disgusting. It's just like a lidocaine gel that you can just put on your lip, or like your tongue or a toothache or anything like that. It's specifically for any issues you have in your mouth that are like painful, and it helps. And I literally bit my lip. I bite my lip in my sleep a lot, and it really is helpful because like I talk for a living, and like if I bite my lip, that's like running over my teeth every time I say a word. So having a little bit of this stuff on there to numb it up really lets me actually, you know, talk to you guys and not, you know, have it hurt the entire time. Anyway, cut that out, I guess, Cherry. Sorry for the sunlock. As I was saying, Terfs, overwhelmingly, at least these types of Terfs, I'm not going to throw all of them in together. I don't know if J.K. Rowling thinks that young boys deserve to be raped. God, I think Harry Potter would have been a much darker book if that's what she believed. With that said, though, and there would have only been one. That said, though, okay. That said, though, I think it's very indicative of the fact that Terfs, much like the incels, who are kind of like their, you know, the flip side of the coin, do the exact same thing as them. I know it sounds like kind of a meme, but they objectify men. They shit talk them. They in like very disgusting way. Have you heard about the way that incel communities talk about women, especially young girls? It doesn't sound too dissimilar to how that Terf was talking about young boys, does it? Only they talk about how they're entitled to virgin women or something like that, and how that's what America was built for, some shit like that. Terfs will say, young boys, they aren't hurt by it because they want it, so yeah, it's, raping them is fine. Fuck them. You know, that's, you know, not exactly the same, but the logic kind of really is rhyming, isn't it? Oh, thank you for the Prime sub in the distance. It's very kind of you. Very based, very pog, very kind. Twitch is cringe, but still, I appreciate it. I think the main point that I want to make here, though, is that I don't think the majority of the Terfs that you see online think like this. I'm not trying to claim that, but I think there's a very big risk of it leading to that, you know? Like, obviously not every single chud who thinks that women are cringe or whatever is, like, a potential rapist or whatever, but you do still worry when you see a guy who talks about how these females have it easy or whatever. You're like, that guy's definitely got an entitlement issue, and you worry about where that might lead, don't you? And I know it's not exactly the same, but fuck. When you see Terfs, on one hand, claiming that children are being, you know, indoctrinated into some gender ideology that's hurting them, and that they're, you know, just thinking of the children, and then on the other hand, you've got these Terf accounts making these posts about how young boys deserve to be raped, and it's getting more common the more Terfs gain political relevance. It's a little scary. It's a little bit scary. Maybe I'm overreacting, but that's my take. Freaks me out a little bit. Regardless. With all that said, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It really helps out the channel, whether you're watching live or after the fact, quite a bit. Of course, you can also follow my social media, all linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, fan Discord, you know, all of that, including my TikTok, too. I think I got a TikTok as well. And, oh, you can also subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And finally, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you want to help me raise money to move up to Seattle, start raising quail, doing all the IRL collab stuff, all that fun stuff, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Pog Pog. That was a good segment. Thank you, guys. I'm so sleepy. 2 segments left, guys. 2 topics left. 2 topics left, and I can rest. I'm a sleepy boy. Let me pop back on the lo-fi. No rest? No. I'm a slep. Oh, let me crack my back. Epic. Even more epic. Wow. Ooh, okay. That definitely helps. That definitely helps. Let's see. Ah, Dr. Bumblebee 123. Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if any of you guys got Twitch Prime, I guess don't let it go to waste. Drop it on Twitch. Why not? You know, you make sure use your Twitch Prime on somebody, but you know, it's always Pog if you use it on me, you know? It's always Pog. Here. All right. Okay. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? Is your PC fan always this loud? It's very audible with headphones? Oh, wait. Wait, has this been... No, shot. Wait, has NVIDIA... not been doing the filter thing that it's supposed to do? I am seeing a buzz come through the filter. I'm updating NVIDIA GeForce Experience. I'm gonna see if that fixes it, because I believe that's what my the filter thing, the NVIDIA whatever the fuck it's called. Pretty sure that's how it's used. Hey, Luna, what's up here? I think she wants out now. All right, Luna, hold on. Okay. Okay, hopefully she doesn't start screaming and whining before stream's done, because I want to wrap up and get to bed soon. So, stop imprisoning her. I like having the door shut. It's warmer in the rest of the house. All right. Give me a little update. Oh, yep, now it's working. Is that better? I assume that's better now, huh? I updated the NVIDIA GeForce Experience. NForce. I updated the NVIDIA GeForce Experience thing, and it seems like now the fan noise isn't coming through. Yeah, I wish I'd known about that earlier. That was literally just my NVIDIA thing not being updated, so the filter wasn't working. All right, Cherry, cut all that out. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I cannot wait to watch this. Holy fucking shit. Whoa, no, don't play it. Piers Morgan Uncensored. People have been after me for a long time. I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice. Jordan Peterson begins to cry as Piers Morgan asks him what he thinks of director Olivia Wilde basing an insane character on him in Don't Worry, Darling. Oh my god, no way. What is this?
I'll ask you just quickly. The film director Olivia Wilde has a new movie out, which she says is based on you, this insane man, this pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community. Incel being these weirdo loner men who are despicable in many ways. Is that you?
He did not like hearing these incel men who are very weird and despicable in many ways. He immediately, like, just the smile left his, like, watch Jordan Peterson's face here.
Being these weirdo loner men.
You can watch as, like, it just slowly, like, slumps away.
Who are...
Look at it go away. It's just...
despicable in many ways.
He did not like that. He did not like that at all.
Is that you? Are you the intellectual hero to these people?
Sure. Why not? You know, people have been after me for a long time because I've been speaking to disaffected young men. You know, what a terrible thing to do that is. I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice. What?
He is Canadian. He is Canadian. A grown-ass man actually crying about this shit, I'm dying. Listen, let's not enforce toxically masculine values. Jordan Peterson could not be more brave for going on TV and crying about his victimization. He couldn't be more brave, frankly.
It's making you emotional. Talk about that.
Well, God, you know, it's very difficult to understand how demoralized people are. And certainly many young men are in that category. And you get these casual insults, these incels. What does it mean? It's like, well, these men, they don't know how to make themselves attractive to women who are very picky, and good for them. Women, like, be picky. That's your gift, man. Demand high standards from your men. Fair enough. But all these men who are alienated.
It's literally just mediocre guys who aren't willing to put in the effort to attract a woman, and there is very little effort that most guys have to put in to actually attract a woman. Like, that feel that there needs to be something to blame. It's that women's standards are too high. Like, no, they're not. I promise you, women's standards are not too high. I'm sorry. If you believe this, you are fucking delusional. If you think women's standards are too high, you aren't even trying to put in the work. You've given up. You lied down to rot years ago, and now you're just wallowing in self-pity, lying about how you tried everything and you did everything, but in reality, you never put in the bare minimum. Because if you had, it would have fucking worked. Standards are not that fucking high, okay? Maybe I'm being too rough here, but I promise you, the problem is not that women have just gotten too fucking picky, okay? If anything, women have gotten less picky based on appearance. And it's become more and more based on other factors. Like, even the incel-y factors, like wealth and, like, just the general chances of that person being, you know, a successful person in the future. These values in modern culture are probably far more, desirable to most women than, like, being attractive. Obviously, I guess, like, that's included. But, like, overall, it seems like just being a chill guy is enough. Like, I've met girls that are just stunning, that are with dudes who are just... I don't want to be mean, but, like, you know, below mediocre. And you know why they're together? Because the guy's a funny, nice, fun dude. You know? Simple as that. Surprisingly, when it comes to guys, you'd be guys, I think, are unironically more picky than girls. I'm saying it. Men are more picky than women. They are. They actually are. I think that women are actually willing to look past, more commonly, are willing to look past, like, like a guy being, like, average looking. If the guy or like even below average looking, if he has, like, something else going for him, like a nice personality, you know? I'm not talking about everybody, but, like, broadly, that's been my experience. Like, I think dudes are probably more picky. It's dudes that build like most of the culture online about like shitting on women and saying they hit the wall at insert age or they're losing their eggs or yada yada yada. Like the Pokimane 2 out of 10 shit. Like that stuff. Yeah, like it's pretty obvious where it's coming from and where it's going.
It's like they're lonesome and they don't know what to do, and everyone piles abuse on them.
When she said that, Olivia,
they so badly want this guy. Like this, what they're hearing right now, like the incels are listening to this and they are just stroking. They are slow stroking it with their own tears, okay? Because they love having their guy on TV crying about how much he and specifically his followers are such victims, so brave to fight against today's anti-male culture. Really does feel like 2016 again.
They don't know how to make themselves attractive to women who are very picky, and good for them. Women, like, be picky. That's your gift, man. Demand high standards from your men. Fair enough. But all these men who are alienated, it's like
demand.
They're lonesome and they don't know what to do, and everyone piles abuse on them.
when she said that, Olivia Wilde, it stung you, didn't it? I saw the
Oh,
reaction.
by that time, you know,
mind you, he got parodied in like a movie. He got parodied in a movie. That's why he's crying.
As far as critiques go,
remember when these people would complain about being deplatformed and claiming it was them having their free speech taken away? And it was always very pathetic and stupid, but at the very least it was like, okay, well, I can understand why you'd be upset because you are losing your platform and that sucks. But here it's literally, he's whining, and it's consistent with his worldview, I suppose. But here, he's literally whining that somebody else, he's crying publicly because a public figure, made fun of him in a movie. Made a character that was a parody of him in a movie. I don't even think Alex Jones got mad about the MCU parodying him with J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Man No Way Home. I don't even think Alex Jones got mad about that or even talked about it. Like, this is literally just him being offended and triggered.
that was kind of low level. I mean, once I got painted as Red Skull, you know, magical super Nazi, that was kind of the end of the insults. There's no place past that. So when Olivia Wilde made those comments, the first thing I did was go look at the preview for a movie, which I quite liked. I thought I would go see that movie probably, and perhaps I will. It didn't really bother me. My family and I talked about it right away, and we were able to respond to it with some degree of humor, which then people completely misunderstood. I said I hope that, you know, that if I had to be played by someone, I think it's Chris Wilde, is that he's a very good-looking man, and so that seems all right. You know.
Wait. What isn't that like someone related to the I don't know, it just seems okay. All right, sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. I mean, it's a little bizarre that he would be asking that he cast the I don't know. It just seems a little he you know, sure, okay, you know, he was trying to play it off for comedy, I guess.
You know, and then I said something like, I hope he gets my fashion style choice right when he plays me. And it was a joke. All that was a joke.
I mean, you've been so controlled today, and yet in that brief moment.
Okay. Him saying it's a joke as I can see tears running down his face is a little difficult to believe.
You got very emotional. Why?
It's really something to see constantly how many people are dying for lack of an encouraging word.
God, he's trying so hard. He's trying so fucking hard to drum up more people who are just, they feel like they're such victims because women won't have sex with them. That is the audience that he pulls from. The guys who literally, like, who literally think to themselves, if a girl doesn't fuck me soon, I'm gonna kill myself, and those bitches will feel bad about it because they'll know they should have fucked me. Like, I don't know, some shit like that. I've literally heard, like, the posts that these incels will make on, like, their Reddits and shit, or their alt websites now, because Reddit banned them. They used to have a full-on subreddit. I've seen those posts. They literally go on, like, rants about how they're thinking of, like, finally pulling the trigger, so to say. And it's almost always to get back at a woman, you know? Like, I've literally seen these posts where guys will talk about how they plan to kill themselves in a matter that will make the woman that rejected them as upset as possible. It really is a massive amount of entitlement and a massive victim complex. And it's easy to pity... It's easy to want to pity Jordan Peterson because he's on TV crying here. But the reason why he's on TV crying is to sort of rally up more people that resonate with what he said. Those are our tears. He's crying those tears for us. He's taking this abuse for us. Like, it really is some cucked shit. It is some seriously cucked shit. Anyway, guys. Wild shit. If you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It really does help the channel a lot, whether you're watching live or after the fact and this video goes up as its own segment, or if you're watching the VOD. And of course, if you want to see more from me on YouTube, you can subscribe, ring the bell icon, and turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or I upload a new video, because trust me, they will not do it if you don't do that. And then finally, you can also support me over on my website, xanderhall.com/live, if you've got the money for it, in the form of a gifted sub, a subscription for yourself, or even a donation. All donations, of course, are going to saving up for, well, not all of them, but, you know, the vast majority of them are going to saving up for the Seattle quail moving goal. I want to move to Seattle and start doing quail content, IRL collabs with other content creators up in the Pacific Northwest, and just generally, you know, a new age of content, I think. It'll be fun, trust me. If you want to support it, you guys already know where. You can also do it on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Nice. How's progress in the Seattle arc? Well, we got $250 in donos today, so not bad. It's going well so far. What time is it, Zan? 4:49 a.m. Why do you ask? Zan question? What's up, Draco System? We got one more segment left. Sorry, I'm borping. Are you planning on buying a house or doing an apartment again? Renting a house. People keep on saying buying a house, like, or renting an apartment, as if renting a house doesn't exist, and that is the option I'm going with. It's $12.50 here, $13.50 here, $13.50. Wait, what? You guys are, ooh, I don't know, guys. Why are you guys spamming $13.50? What's up with that? Volfia? Ooh, kind of cringe. What do you mean? Oh, what's that about? Me or my worst? Ooh, that's a little, military time looking a little sus right now. Military time looking a little sus right now. Oof. Yo, Zan, would it be cool if I sent you a summary of the OG term Lolita? Because I read an annotated 1955 version of the book, which I'm not sure how I got it, and I can make it concise. If you want to. I think the arc's probably over. We'll see how it evolves if, like, the video goes up and the pedophiles get even angrier. We will see what happens. I don't know what you're talking about. It's only 4:50 here. Now it's 4:51. All right. Next topic, final topic, before I get to sleepy time and start resting, because God, am I tired. I'm very sleepy. We're going to be talking about our favorite stochastic terrorist. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Today, well, I feel a little bit vindicated, but not in a good way. So there is a content creator, quote unquote, more like a political demagogue, a gimmick account, a glorified gimmick account on Twitter named Libs of TikTok that has somehow become so influential in the political scene that transphobic and other anti-LGBT laws have literally been written with the lawmakers saying Libs of TikTok was their inspiration to do so. Libs of TikTok has become without a doubt one of the most influential conservative figures out there. She is a woman named Chaya Raichik, who, lost her shit when her identity was doxxed, despite being one of the most influential political figures in the world, and regularly encouraging violence and spreading misinformation online. She very badly wanted to stay completely anonymous, which didn't work out for her. Yeah, that's about how that goes. It doesn't really surprise me. Kind of sucks, but, she doxed a lot of people herself, so, kind of can't really, be too mad about it. She went out of her way to literally, dox random teachers and random, LGBT people on Twitter and stuff like that, random, staff members of organizations that she decided them being trans meant they were a groomer. She doxed them, try to get them fired, I'm pretty sure she would even expose family members too. That shit is real cringe. That's definitely not good. Featuring family members and stuff. Now, the most recent thing that happened was what ended up getting Libs of TikTok not banned, but temporarily suspended. Libs of TikTok falsely claimed that a children's hospital was providing bottom surgeries and top surgeries to minors. It was not. Despite that, after her post claiming that the hospital was doing that, the hospital was forced to shut down due to numerous bomb threats called in, and the children's hospital was shut down for over a day or something because they had to have teams searching and making sure that the threats were just threats and not actually real. And they weren't real, but still, it caused the whole fucking children's hospital shut down for a day. And it was all traced back to Libs of TikTok. Now, of course, this did end up getting Libs of TikTok suspended, and she has been suspended many, many times. She has, however, never been permanently banned. Despite every post of hers being, explicitly breaking Twitter's TOS, they won't ban her, which is pretty interesting. But we'll get into why they don't ban her soon. So she just recently, a couple days ago, got unbanned from Twitter, from a temporary suspension, I should say, and immediately, Libs of TikTok is back from another suspension and immediately found a new children's hospital to go after for providing best practice gender-affirming healthcare. So here we go. Thread, Barbara Bush Children's Hospital in Maine has a gender clinic which offers puberty blockers to kids, cross-sex hormones, guides for boys on tucking, and guides for girls on chest binding. They also promote their services in helping young children fully transition. So they dox yet another children's hospital they want their fans to harass and send death threats to as soon as they get unbanned from Twitter. And you know what? Or unsuspended from Twitter. I keep saying banned. Sorry, suspended from Twitter. Despite numerous suspensions for continuously rousing criminal behavior in her audience towards children and other institutions like children's hospitals and whatnot, and schools and teachers, etc., Twitter will not ban her. Let's find out why Twitter won't ban her. So, this is a section from a Verge article where Motherboard that was... So it was from a Verge article that was referencing a Motherboard article in which they interviewed a moderator at Twitter, and the moderator in Twitter basically leaked a lot of the behind-the-scenes goings on when it comes to the moderation team and how TOS is enforced. So this is the quote. In Motherboard today, Joseph Cox and Jason Kobler talk with an employee who says Twitter has declined to implement an algorithmic solution to white nationalism because doing so would disproportionately affect Republicans. Now, even though this isn't about an algorithm, what's important here is that they do not want to disproportionately ban Republicans, despite the fact, as they go on to say, the employee argued that on a technical level, content from Republican politicians could get swept up by algorithms aggressively removing white supremacist material. Banning politicians wouldn't be accepted by society as a trade-off for flagging all of the white supremacist propaganda, he argued. There is no indication that this position is an official policy at Twitter, and the company told Motherboard that this is not an accurate characterization of our policies or enforcement on any level. But the Twitter employees' comments highlight that sometimes overlooked debate within the moderation of tech platforms. Are moderation issues purely technical and algorithmic, or do societal norms play a greater role than some may acknowledge? So we've got Twitter's PR team saying, oh, no, we completely enforce our TOS equally, guys. We definitely do that. Nope. But we've got a moderator, an employee behind the scenes that leaked that they do, in fact... they've avoided specifically making an algorithm for catching white supremacist content and like white nationalism and other misinformation because it would ban all the conservatives. Doesn't this also suggest that they are worried about banning the conservatives manually for breaking TOS too? Starting to make sense why Libs of TikTok hasn't been permanently banned yet now, huh? She's a moneymaker. She will keep on reeing on her massive platform about how she's being silenced until eventually she stops being popular or relevant enough for it to be worth Twitter's time to platform her anymore, and then they will ban her. And they won't ban her until she's done pretty much all the damage she can theoretically do with her platform. Because that is when Twitter will no longer make more money off of her than the risk is worth of keeping her platformed. Hell World, at the end of the day, I very much am intersectional, feminist, progressive, whatever you want to call it, but a lot of the time these issues do come down to capitalism, or at the very least, controlling capital. The vast majority of the ways that social minorities are oppressed in our society nowadays is through economics. Which is why I think in like a somewhat, working class, class conscious perspective on social issues as well is important, because it's stuff like this. It's stuff like that can kind of fill in the extra gap, right? For a lot of people. You have to acknowledge all the areas through which the working class American, whether they be a cis-het white male or part of any marginalized group, how they're oppressed overwhelmingly. Socialist Zanarch? I don't think it's socialist to acknowledge that the vast majority of shitty, authoritarian regimes with bad policies in the past have used economic, basically economic ruin as a way of keeping certain social minorities down, right? That's basically, how, money makes the world go round. You deny an entire population or an entire, demographic in general from, for example, going back decades ago, the ability to invest in a home that's likely to increase in property value over time. These are things that are going to set back entire demographics of people generally quite a bit back, but they don't want to acknowledge that. The conservatives, they don't want to acknowledge that because they are willing to acknowledge a sort of pseudo-socialist, pseudo-class conscious perspective when they get to their JQ posting, but basically the rest of the time it's nonstop bootlicking and propaganda encouraging more bootlicking of the state, of the police, of politicians. Just the red ones, though. The red ones they like, because they'll just decide, like, oh, you don't support Trump? Okay, you're excommunicated. And then your political career as a Republican is done. Really crazy shit. She's already been linked to that. News headlines were overwhelmingly, like, pointing out that Libs of TikTok was the reason for that children's hospital getting bomb threats. It didn't matter. It didn't get enough attention for it to be a risk to Twitter's bottom line. That's the thing. And frankly, I don't think she's going to get banned until she has done pretty much all the harm that she can do with her platform. Once she starts to fall off and her growth stops and she's getting like maybe a few thousand likes per tweet at most, that's when Twitter will get her. Because at that point, that's when she's just not bringing enough traffic for the risk to be worth it. And at the end of the day, I'm not saying everybody working at Twitter is some piece of shit who's only money-oriented, but it's a company, and companies' jobs are to make money. And banning massive figures that bring massive audiences to those platforms is not a very good way to make money. They are not motivated to do this ideologically. They're not motivated to do it financially. They're only motivated to do it financially once a certain threshold has been met. So, anyway, that's my take on it. I think Twitter and all these platforms have given special treatment to these figures for a very long time. I think it's obvious when people like me, or recently Conyer, get false striked by YouTube multiple times a year for calling out channels several magnitudes larger than us for spreading medical misinformation, and yet they never get strikes. I think it's very clear. Or when they do, they're very quickly resolved. They always have an extra chance. They just keep on going. I think there's a very clear reason why. They want to maintain the illusion of these channels being just an inch away from getting banned. Like, oh, YouTube's so close to banning them, right? So YouTube can kind of have the credit of, like, you know, kind of have the credit of banning them. Or almost banning them, or being ready to do it, or at least like being on the side of doing it without actually doing it and still benefiting from it. And then the conservative content creators can play the victim, which is always beneficial for them. And in the meantime, nothing has actually changed. Just as much harm is being done into the world, you know, as there would be otherwise. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live or if you're watching this VOD or video after the fact. It really does help out the channel more than you realize. It is not just a simple, hollow show of support. It actually pushes my content substantially to way more people in the algorithm, so I really, really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to see more from me here on YouTube, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because trust me, they won't do it otherwise. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow all my social medias, which are linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord. Make sure to join all of those. And finally, if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, please consider, you know, dropping maybe a little bit of financial support on my website, xanderhall.com/live. You can also donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on there, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. There we go, guys. Wow, seeing that board like completely blank after how many segments I had written down this morning is wild. Or last night, it was wild. I dropped the pen. All right, guys, I don't have any energy anymore. I legit just I gotta wrap up stream. I don't have the energy in me for an outro. Listen, guys. Thank you all for coming. I love you all very much. You've all been amazing. Fantastic segments. Long stream. 7 hour and 10 minute stream. Like 10 segments I did or something like that. Maybe 9, I think, maybe. A lot of segments, a lot of content, long stream. Really had fun. Thank you for your support, guys. I love you so fucking much. I'm going to go to sleep now. I'm going to embrace my bed. So have a good night. Doo-doo fart. You thought I'd forget.